Good morning, good morning, good morning, good afternoon, Merelda. Hey, Angela, how are you, sweetheart? Good morning, good morning, good morning to you. What's up, sweet pea gang? I tell you. So, check it. I went to McDonald's this morning. You know, I had to go get my coffee because if I don't go get my coffee, then it don't work out. So, I said, pre-order your coffee, right? How I get up there, I pre-order my coffee. The only way that you can get your drink is through the drive-thru because it's so early in the morning. It's like 5 cars ahead of me, and I'm assuming that they prepare everything to cook to order because it's 24-hour McDonald's, and they don't want to have all this food that's old because they don't have a lot of traffic. I was like, they're going to make me late. Like, I did everything to try to make sure that I am completely on time, and McDonald's is going to make me late, and I even order my stuff. And you know it don't work unless I got my coffee, right? So I got my coffee, so I'm happy. It's the small things in life that we have to be happy for and appreciate. We don't have to wait for big things. It could be small things, at least in my eyes. How everybody doing this morning, afternoon? I hope it's not evening. You say they be acting crazy. Yeah. I was like, well, if I already pre-ordered my stuff, why can't y'all tell all these other cars in some type of way? Wait. Wait until she gets there. Wait until she gets there. Or can I walk up to the drive-through window since y'all not open since it's so early? Oh, I was trying to figure out all the ways. That's what I can tell you. I know. Court ain't gonna be waiting on them. You right, Morel. To like, dude. Like, we don't have time for that. So we are on day 3. I don't know what we got in store for us this morning with this one, boo. Oh, it was good. It was good. It was excellent. Like I had multi duties. I had appointments and all types of stuff, but I got her and she enjoyed it and she gotta go again today. They got games back to back. And then he on fall break. So I guess I better stock up the refrigerator because they'll be out for 2 weeks. So that means that I have to feed them for 2 weeks. I think they should send home school lunches when the kids go on break. Yep, braces is all tight. Got one braces all tight. One of the cheer school. Got it all together. She even changed the color. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I think we doing blue. So, yes, I am glad. Buy all the frozen meals. Okay, you know my kids they like them ramen noodles. They're just nothing but salt noodles. I go in there and they making gourmet meals out of them. That's what I could tell you. Gourmet meals. They put cheese in it. One of them put vegetables in it. Sometimes they cook meat and put it in them ramen noodles. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like they took a 47-cent meal and it is like a gourmet entree for them. Girl, way too fancy. I'm like, dude, using all my good cheese for that. I mean, all the cheese. Can't keep no cheese in the house because they put all the cheese in the ramen noodles. It's like, okay. Ooh, so we got our boy here. Interesting. Wonder what kind of shenanigans they gonna be up to today in court with this one. We got our other trial that's gonna be going to We should be getting that one to the jury pretty soon, which is nice. This one shouldn't be that far behind it, I don't think, because this guy was pressing for Thursday for the prosecution team to be done in the morning. And today is Thursday. And although we're not at Thursday's testimony, hopefully we'll get to it today at some point in time. So cool. Yeah, so we will so I'm gonna go ahead, and if y'all ready to get in the courtroom, y'all let me know. And we will get in there with the ones and the sweet pea gangs in the chat, and we will start our day off in our first trial that we're covering today. Yeah, it was definitely interesting. I don't know what else they could show us. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but they definitely let us get all up in their bedroom or their playroom. I want to call it their playroom because remember that was their apartment for all their play activities. Their home is where they didn't keep anything. So interesting. Oh, I almost knocked that over. Don't want to do that. We're gonna need that light. We're gonna need that light. No, there cannot. I hope not. Like, I hope not. It's something about this oil. Like, Diddy was onto something. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? He had to be onto something. Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah, Angela. Whoa. Yesterday, they let us all up in their bedroom, and girl, if I tell you, you wouldn't believe me. Yeah, go. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna clip it up. Well, no, I think I did clip it. I already clipped it, and it is on a thing. It is on the channel, and it's clipped. I can't remember what I named it. I'll figure out what I named it. But oh, you talk about, yeah, they was getting it in. Like anything you can name, they had it. To much of our surprise, I didn't think they was gonna show all that stuff in their bedroom. And you know, quiet as kept. I was thinking, I was like, I don't even know why they had to. Oh yeah, they had to see all that. I I don't even, but then I was thinking because they had to test the DNA on all of that stuff because that's where it happened at. But yeah, I don't know. I guess they had to present it to us, but yeah. Oh yeah, it was very interesting to say the least. We learned a lot yesterday. Right? Yeah, I was out here on these YouTube streets yesterday, and while I was sitting in the office with my daughter, and I was like, oh, I see some stuff that I don't know what is going on in this world, and we'll discuss that later. I'll let y'all know my tidbits that I found out on these YouTube streets later. But oh my goodness,
it sounds like the state would be done. How long do you think that one witness Thursday morning will take?
About 30 minutes, Your Honor.
I accidentally hit it, but that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and take us in the courtroom so we can start. And I'm gonna get the other stream set up for us for later today. We'll probably start at about 11 or 12. Yeah. Okay, let's go in.
Most of tomorrow, is that adequate for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If it's not going to be adequate, let me know. So I can go late as you want on Thursday to get everything you want in.
I believe that would be.
So I would suggest, I think you guys have sent me copies of the instructions that everyone read those carefully tonight so that we can get through all of your witnesses and get the instructions finalized tomorrow so we can start openings right at Friday. In my mind, making sure the instructions are correct means sitting down at a table in your house and reading them out loud, whether it's to your family, the dog, anyone else. It seems like we don't catch errors until somebody is sitting down reading them out loud. It's usually me. That's a bad time to find an error. Are you requesting any additional instructions other than what has been provided, Mr. Klein?
None at this time.
Okay. Is there anything that you can even think of you might potentially do? I'm just trying to make sure they have enough time because they'll have to, incorporate it into the instructions.
Nothing additional that I can think of at this time.
So the lessers for first-degree murder are all kind of contained in the instructions. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
My
Yes.
memory of that.
Yes, sir. There was a lesser for second and a lesser for manslaughter.
Okay. And I don't believe anything else. From me looking at it, I don't see anything else. If you see something that I haven't seen, please let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Normally when you have a situation where someone's passed away, there's nothing short, unless it's a very unusual situation, nothing short of a homicide lesser is appropriate. I think I've had like one time where there was potentially another non-homicide lesser, which the jury didn't choose, turns out. But that would be a very unique defense. But if that applies, let me know.
Yes, sure.
Otherwise, I'm ready to go. Are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring them back, please. I'll go through the same questions with them as I do every day. So, does the person who's on Zoom, did they find, is there someone to swear them in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Probation officer will swear him in.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, thank you. Have you had any trouble getting hold of your person who you on Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
You said you had some issue with the witness. They're all good to go?
They're good to go for tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thank you. Keep getting every time I try to do something, it gives me another message of something new on Windows. It says my signatures are now roaming, whatever that means. But apparently it's an additional feature. So. Because I don't put my signature on anything on this computer, I don't know how that could be. Nevertheless. When you do that, I have my notes from Mr. Newbanks too that I want to incorporate when do you plan to put that in?
Probably late morning, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll get my notes from that. Morning, everybody. We are ready to go. I appreciate you coming back. I do want to, just before we start, go over the same thing I did yesterday. By show of hands, has anyone contacted you about this case? I see no hands. I appreciate that. Have any of you tried to contact anyone else or discuss this case with anyone else? Again, I see no hands. Have any of you gone online and looked up anything about this case? Again, I see no hands. I appreciate that. We are ready to begin, Ms. Byrne.
State calls Amy Bashirs.
And stand up there. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. Thank you.
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so be God? I do.
Have a seat. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it?
Amy Bashirs, AMYBESHEARS.
Where do you live, Ms. Bashirs?
I live at 12360 Northeast Highway 314.
Is that in Palao?
Silver Springs.
Are you employed?
Not currently.
I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. Were you employed at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where were you working on that date?
I was working at Soul Essentials.
Okay. Is that in Ocala?
It is.
How long did you work at Soul Essentials?
Off and on for about a decade.
And where is Soul Essentials?
It's on East Fort King Street.
What kind of store is that?
It's like a new age bookstore, jewelry store.
Does Soul Essentials take donations?
It does.
I specifically want to direct your attention to March 30th of 2023. Were you working on that date?
I was.
On that date, did a man come into the store to donate some items of his deceased husband?
Yes, he did.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
Yes, he's over there in the blue jacket.
In the middle?
Yes.
Your Honor, the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
And how did that transaction happen?
The gentleman, he came up to the side of the porch with a box full of books. He had called earlier that day to ask if we took donations. And of course I said, yes, we do. He came in and I was sitting on the porch at the time and he had the box of books and we exchanged greetings like, hello. Are you Amy? I spoke to you on the phone. Here's the box of books. And he was just very guarded. And I was able to take the books from him at that time.
Did you ask him any questions about where the books came from?
Yes. I asked him just like, oh yeah, like what's going on with this? Like, and he said they were his husband's. And at that time, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What happened? He's like, he died. I was like, oh my gosh, when? And I'm just saying this out of empathy because I've lost family members. And he was like, this weekend. And that really stood out to me that it was so quickly after your partner dies to be getting rid of their stuff almost immediately.
And was there any more discussion between the two of you?
Yes, we went back and forth a little bit. He mentioned that his excuse was that he said that his daughter wanted to get rid of the stuff, was trying to get rid of it all. And just kind of, sorry, went back a little bit about that.
All right. So there was a little bit of back and forth about.
Yeah, just like
about
general,
books.
like chit chat a little bit, I was trying to be nice and talk and, be understanding of someone that just lost someone.
And did he leave after that
He
conversation?
did, yes.
All right.
He left the books with me and he left.
All right. And what happened after he left and he left the box of books with you?
So he left the box of books with me and I'm sitting there on the porch and I start to go through them and there's there's some books and there's some like tarot cards and stuff of that nature in there. And I started going through and sorting everything. And I noticed there were some journals in there as well, which happens sometimes. And there'll be blank journals we could resell. So I go and I go to open them and look through them to kind of see if they were blank or not, if there's something we could use. And I see that they are written in. There's more than one journal. They're like fully written in. And in one of them, tucked in like a bookmark, was a photo strip, like from a photo booth. And there was a picture of the defendant, and as well as what I assumed to be his husband at the time. And the person in that written the journal was the husband as well.
And was that a problem that it was journals that were written in? Were you able to resell a journal?
No,
that had
of course
writing?
not. Yeah. So that was just something I set aside.
And then, so what did you do after you sorted out the books and you saw that the journals were written in and there was a strip of photographs? What did you do after that?
So I was just kind of, still pretty normal at that point. Had the stacks of books and, just sorting through things, counting the tarot decks to make sure everything was there, stuff of that nature. And I took a little bit of a break and I sat back and opened my phone, and I opened Facebook, and there was a notice from the sheriff's office with a picture of the other man in the photo strip that I had just seen in the book. Yes.
And this was from the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
It was from the
Facebook?
Marion County Sheriff's Office Facebook, and it had his picture, and it said, if you have any information, please call. This man was murdered over the weekend.
Did it have the man's name in the Facebook post?
Yes.
It was murdered?
Yes.
And was that man's name Tim Smith?
Yes, it was Timothy Smith.
Was that name in any of the journals that you had looked at?
Yes, the name Tim was in there.
All right. So the journals had the name Tim and his picture was in the strip?
Yes, it was very obviously his picture.
Did you call the sheriff's office that day in response to the Facebook notice?
I did not call that day.
Why not?
It was one of those things that it set wrong with me, but I was kind of just like, this is too weird to immediately call. And I went home and slept on it, and I called first thing the next morning. I called not the hotline, but I found the detective's contact information and contacted him directly.
And did you actually meet with the detective that day that you called?
Yes, he came to the store.
And did he take everything that the defendant had brought?
Yes. No, he didn't take everything.
Okay, what did he do?
He went through the box and I showed him the journals. He took photos of everything. He took my statement of what had happened with my meeting with him. And then he took the journals with him.
The journals that had the writing in them?
Yes.
And then he left the books and the tarot cards?
He
and
left the
everything?
books and the tarot cards. Yes.
And was the defendant alone when he came in and brought these things?
Yes.
Did you have any other interaction with the defendant?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you what's been marked for identification. It's Exhibit SS. You can look at these 4 photographs and tell me if you recognize those.
Yes. Yes. These are the books that he brought in. Yes. And those are the journals. And that's the photo strip and the page that I found it on.
Are those pictures fair and accurate depiction of what the defendant brought in that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit SS into evidence.
No objection.
Can I see it?
Yes.
Stage SS, what's the next number? Will be in evidence of stage number 50.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you photograph number 1 of State's 50. What are we looking at in this picture?
Those are some of the books in the original box that he brought in.
And photograph 2 of State's 50?
Those are some of the books that I started to remove because the handle on the box was ripping.
And photograph 3 of State's 50?
Those are the 2 journals that were written in.
And had the name Tim in them?
Yes.
And then photograph number 4?
That is the photograph with the from the photo strip from the photo booth that was in the journal.
I don't have any other questions.
Is he excused?
Yes, we'd ask that she be excused.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you very much. You have a different name up there. It's okay. How do you spell Aguiar?
Aguiar.
Sir, please face the court. Over here to your left. Raise your hand. Thank you.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I did. Have a seat. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Michael Aguiar, MichaelAguiar.
Thank you. Where do you work, Mr. Aguiar?
I work at GFL Environmental,
What does GFL stand for?
Green for Life.
What kind of company is that?
It's an environmental waste company.
And what do you do there?
I'm a general manager.
What is the address of Green for Life?
5111 South Florida 34480.
Excuse me. So, back a little bit off the microphone. There we
too
go.
much? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And what do you do there on a daily basis?
I oversee the operations of the facility.
Does the store have a surveillance system?
Yes, it does.
All right. Is the system motion activated or does it continuously record?
Both.
How many cameras are there?
12.
Are any of the cameras outside?
Yes.
One of those 5 outside cameras show a partial view of Southeast 52nd Street.
Yes.
And where is the recording system for those cameras kept?
In my office.
Are they secured in your office?
They're locked in my office, yes.
Is the office door locked if you aren't there?
Yes.
Who has keys to? And yourself?
Yes.
Is there a passcode to access the system?
Yes.
Who knows the passcode?
Myself and my operations manager.
I want to direct your attention to March 28th of 2023. On that date, did detectives from the Marion County Sheriff's Office come to Green for Life? And March 23rd of 2023,
Correct.
did you provide that surveillance to them?
Yes, I did.
How did they get access to the system? Did you let them into your? Was everything with the surveillance?
It was actually 1 hour and 3 minutes behind.
Behind, okay. But everything else was fine besides
Yes,
that?
from the daylight savings.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Recognize that?
Yeah, it's a CD.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
I recognized it when I had a meeting with you and you showed me the video.
Okay. Did you initial and date that?
Yes, I did.
And when you watched this, was this a fair and accurate depiction of the camera view from your building that faces Southeast 52nd Street?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we have moved State's Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
The objection now being evidence that states number 51.
Thank you.
Next, yeah.
State calls Carla.
Ma'am, stand in front of the clerk, raise your right hand.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. It's Carla Santana Palao. CNA-PALAU.
Thank you. Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on 10 years with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What is your current position?
I'm a major crimes detective.
How long have you been a major crimes detective?
Almost 5 years now.
So you were in the same position in 2023?
Yes,
I want to direct your attention to March 27th of 2023. On that date, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of Tim Smith?
I did.
How did you become?
Citrus Park, where the victim was found.
All right. And what did you do where the victim was found?
Myself and other detectives, we did what's called a neighborhood canvas, which is when we go door to door and we we also went through trash piles and any abandoned trash at the end of the roadway. It was trash day.
Did you locate the trash?
Bag, which I photographed and collected.
Found?
It was several units down, approximately 3, because they're duplexes, so about 3 units away from the where the victim was found.
They're actually quadruplexes?
Yes.
Okay. So this was 3 full quadruplexes away?
Yes,
All right. To the lead detective?
I did.
All right. And did you get any information from the neighbors, the neighborhood canvas that you did on that date?
No.
All right. And what time was this?
This was early in the morning.
I want to direct your 2023. On that date, did you respond to Green for Life?
I did.
All right. And where is that located?
This business is located at the intersection of Southeast 52nd Street and US Highway 441.
Why did you go there?
We were looking for video surveillance. I spoke with
And did you ask Mr. Aguiar to view some video surveillance for a certain time frame?
I did. I asked for the time frame between March 23rd at 9 p.m. and March 24th at 5 a.m.
For you.
He did.
Were you able to verify the accuracy of the timestamp?
Yeah. 5 minutes.
And did you forward that? Later on that same day, March, conduct another neighborhood canvas where Tim Smith's body was found.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And why did you go back there again?
Our first neighborhood canvas was done early in the morning. Most people are at work during those hours. With as many people as possible.
Did you go later on then?
We went after 5 o'clock.
And did you also check? Obtain any?
I did not.
And did you take some recorded statements? And did you forward any interviews that you did with the neighbors to Detective Pender?
I did.
Assisted living facility.
Yes, I did.
All right, and why did you go there?
I went there to interview Warner.
Did you also interview another coworker of Tim Smith?
I did.
Okay. Ashley Keys?
Ashley Keys, yes.
Same day did you conduct a neighborhood canvas in the area of Tim Smith and the defendant's main residence that they lived in?
Yes.
Area.
I interviewed 2 of the neighbors.
And did you forward the interviews with Tim's coworkers and the neighbors to Detective Pender?
I did.
Now, did you do something in relation to this case?
DNA at the victims, where the victim was found.
And did Mr. Kelly live out of state?
He did.
Is that why you conducted a phone interview?
Correct.
Forward that interview that you did with Lloyd. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, I have no questions.
She excused?
And Judge, the next witness is by Zoom, if we could just have a minute to get that set up.
Next witness is going to be appearing remotely, so it'll be on these video screens. We're going to have you take a short break so that we can get that all set up. I'd like to say I'm an expert on these technical issues, but I'm not. So we like some practice before we bring you back in. Okay? Your camera and microphone on.
Or the witness.
Well, anyone can write an affidavit, but I mean, is somebody swearing in the affidavit? Are you able to, and I'm not familiar with the law of Virginia. Are you able to like sign an affidavit? Are you able to sign someone else's affidavit and swear them in?
For a violation of probation. For a violation of probation, Mr. Rice.
I'm confused right now about a violation of
Okay.
probation.
All right, he'll have to be sworn in alternatively under, I guess we can swear him, I can swear him in, but then he has to agree to be under the rules, the laws of the state of Florida to be sworn in. But, I don't know what powers Virginia probation officers have, whether they're law enforcement officers or what. I don't know. And I don't know if you know or not.
No, I don't know, Judge.
If only you knew someone in Virginia who knew this. But what I'll have to do when the jury comes back, I'll have to swear in Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, I'm going to swear you in, okay? Can you see
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes, sir, I can.
And you agree that you will abide by Florida laws regarding the laws against perjury or lying in any sort of official proceeding?
I will.
Okay. I can look at that rule real quick to make sure that I get the wording right. And we'll go from there. Okay, so everyone's just going to sit tight. And I need to look up something to make sure I have the correct verbiage. It's in the new rule on remote appearances, I believe. So, which I have.
Thank you, Judge.
But I need to pull that so I get the verbiage correctly. So,
While you're doing that, may we test the sharing screen process?
sure. I don't know if you need me or
I'm gonna do it. from
you
the
can
email.
do it. I'll leave my computer open. No downloading anything inappropriate. And this is actually a violation of all the rules.
Yes, it is.
Letting someone else.
You can trust your IT guys.
Just hold tight, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Rice. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in with a hybrid mode we have.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
Can you see our screen?
Yes, sir.
This might work better. I promise. There we go. Because you're going to want to be able to see him as well.
It would help, yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only other button I have for that is a witness plus content, but it would be this witness, so can you see the state attorney's screen they're sharing? It's just a picture.
Mr. Kelly, can you see that photograph?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
That's where we're going to want to be.
So if I switch, I just switched to photograph and there it is. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Thank you.
We can leave it like that.
I think so, because all this is already in the minutes, so. Thank you.
You'll have to come up here.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. We're just waiting for the judge to come back and we'll be with you.
What is the witness name again?
Lloyd Kelly.
Okay, yeah. So Lloyd Kelly, I'm going to have the clerk who is going to come to the podium up here and swear you in, okay, like every other witness. So you're going to come here and swear him in. Because the clerk of court is authorized to administer oaths. And Mr. Kelly, you consent to be bound by the laws of the state of Florida for oaths? Is that correct?
Okay, yes, it is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to wait till the jury comes in, okay? So you're not going to be able to see them, but they'll see you. Make sure you speak loudly and clearly. And then, Mr. Rice, you don't need to be up here anymore, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Mr. Kelly, we can move the camera so he's a little bit more, okay.
Judge, may I question him from the witness stand?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna have him sworn in like all the other witnesses are sworn in, just to
Yes,
keep
sir.
the consistency. So I'll have the clerk come up here. I know she's locked in there. You lock them in at the beginning of the session and then unlock her. Just get there now. You're all right. But we'll bring the jury in. Everyone ready? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Get something in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we have on the monitor, Mr. Lloyd Kelly. He's going to be sworn in a second, but before we do that, I want to let you know, if for some reason you can't hear, please raise your hand, like I mentioned before, and I'll ask him to repeat his answer. I'm trying to hear the same thing as you. So if I don't hear it, I'm going to assume that one of you doesn't hear it, but if not, let me know and I'll have him repeat it, okay? Mr. Kelly, can you please raise your right hand? And you're going to be sworn in, okay?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Swear.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Kelly, you agree to be bound by the laws of the state of Florida regarding your testimony here?
I do, sir.
Okay. Ms. Byrne is going to ask you some questions. Give her a few moments to get over to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Lloyd James Kelly.
A little bit slower and louder, please.
Lloyd James Kelly.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I got
No, that was fine. Thank you. Where do you currently live?
Virginia.
How long have you lived in Virginia?
Total of about 12 years, but this time about a year and a half.
Where were you living before Virginia?
Summerfield, Florida.
I'm sorry. You're just cutting in and out. If you can repeat.
Summerfield, Florida.
Thank you. Summerfield.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
Heavy construction worker, heavy equipment operator.
Are you currently on probation?
I am.
What are you on probation for?
Driving unsuspended and possession of methamphetamines.
Driving on a suspended license and possession of methamphetamine.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you originally get put on probation in Florida and then have it transferred to Virginia?
I did. The only reason I was in Florida was because my mother had stage 4 cancer. I went down there to take care of her, the house and everything.
Mr. Kelly, listen carefully to me. Please don't volunteer any information. Just answer the question exactly how it's asked, okay?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Thank you.
I know you already alluded to this, but I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. You were living in Florida at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And where in Florida were you?
Summerfield, Florida.
And with whom were you living at that time?
I was taking care of my mother, and my wife was there.
Now, during the time you were taking care of your mother and living at her house, were you using different apps to meet men and women for anonymous sex?
Yes, we were.
And you said we, who's we?
Myself and my wife.
And yourself and your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Grindr one of those applications you were using to meet people?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would you meet with the people that you met on Grindr?
Before my mother passed, it would generally be a hotel.
Did you ever go to a quadruplex in Marion County with 2 bedrooms? One of the bedroom had a sex swing and a massage table in it?
No, ma'am.
I'd like to show you 2 photographs. First photograph states 5, photo 27. And do you recognize that bedroom?
Not at all.
All right. And then I'd like to show you states 18, photo 7. Do you recognize that room?
No, ma'am, I don't.
And now I'd like to show you states 4. Do you recognize the person in states 4?
I do not.
And then I'd like to show you states 2. Do you recognize this person?
I do not, other than the fact that I've been looking at being showed pictures and looking it up online. Other than that, no, I don't know that person.
Is it possible you had a sexual encounter with this person?
I would have remembered.
At that time, were you having sex with people just one time and then never again?
Yes.
Now, when you would meet people for anonymous sex at the hotel during this time, would it be unusual for people to bring lubricant?
Not unusual at all.
Did that happen regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you meet with Tim Smith, the last person that we saw the photograph of, on Thursday, March 23rd of 2023?
I think I would remember.
You don't remember meeting with him?
Not at all.
Did you kill the person that you saw in the last picture, Tim Smith?
Absolutely not.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
So we have some additional questions on cross-examination. Please listen carefully to the questions, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, sir.
My name is John Klein. I'm the attorney for the defendant. Have a few questions related to the direct examination you just did with the prosecutor. You mentioned that you're currently on probation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony, sir?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
I think 3.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes, sir. And when you and your wife were helping to take care of your mother here in the state of Florida, what period of time were you here for? Do you recall?
Approximately a year and a half. If you talk about my incarceration,
You
I was in South
right. You were in the Sumter County Jail as of March 29th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but prior to before March 29th of 2023, you were not in jail and you were with your mother in Florida, correct?
Prior to that, I was incarcerated in Marion County Jail due to a U-Haul incident. I had rented a U-Haul. My mother had passed, and I forgot to take it back and set backyard behind the garage. And they tried to get me for stealing that, but that was all dropped.
When did you get out? When did you get out of the Marion County Jail?
I don't have it in front of me, sir. This is you're talking a couple of years ago, and I've had that paperwork in front of me. I can't give you exact dates.
Okay, but
Matter of record.
I understand it's been some time. That's fair. But you would agree with me that there was a period of time between when you got out of the Marion County Jail and when you went back into jail in a different county, Sumter County, on March 29th, 2023, correct?
I can't give you exact dates, sir. All the dates are a matter of record.
I understand that. So you don't know?
I don't have the exact dates in front of me. I can't tell you positively.
Understood. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ms. Barney, redirect?
No, no further questions, John.
I thank you, Mr. Kelly. You're excused, okay?
So
Thank you, Mr.
have a good
Kelly.
day.
I'll log
Have a
off
good day.
here.
You too.
Got it all off. Next
Thank you,
witness.
Judge.
State called Steuart Mitchell.
also please take the glass out in front of your shirt. Thank you.
I do.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Steuart Mitchell,
Where do you work?
Verizon,
Let me direct your attention to March of 2023. Where did you live then?
at the 1980 address,
And what was the street road? The street name?
Southeast 40th Street Road.
And is what described that is it an apartment complex or a unit?
Yeah, it's a quadruplex.
Which unit did you live in?
A, which is the right side.
Do you still live there?
Yes.
May I have the display, Your Honor? Showing you photograph 1 from States 5. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right, and what does this show?
This is the front of my apartment.
Where was your unit?
The two right windows.
Okay, so this window there,
Yes.
that window there,
Yes.
and as these 2 other windows are a separate unit,
Yes.
is that unit C?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize the brown car in the middle of the photo or the silver car?
Yes, that's my neighbor behind me.
Where do you usually park your car?
The one right beside the brownish gray car.
And what kind of car did you drive then?
Gray Acura.
Do you recognize the white Jeep to the left of the photo?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that Jeep?
It's been there several times for the tenants that were in Unit C.
Did you see any other vehicles associated with the tenants of Unit C?
There was I believe it was a white truck and a trike bike sort of thing.
I understand. Do you know, have any kind of personal relationship with the people who occupied Unit C?
No.
Do you know the names of them?
No.
Did you have any surveillance cameras or surveillance systems set up in your apartment?
Yes, I had a Ring camera.
Did you set that up or did you have it professionally installed?
I set it up
All right. When did you do that? Generally.
many years ago.
Is that system motion activated or does it record all the time?
Yes, motion activated.
Is that an internet-based system? It goes to the cloud or is it a DVR?
Yeah, internet based.
Who has access to that surveillance system?
Just myself.
Do you need a username and a password to access it?
Yes,
And who has access to that login information?
just me.
How many cameras are set up for that Ring system?
One.
And what area of the property does that camera cover generally?
It's on the right shutter of the window that's inside. Yeah, right there. Yep.
Okay, and does that cover the front parking or part of the front parking area?
Yes.
Have you had any problems with that system?
No, generally not.
Okay, assuming it has a Wi-Fi connection, it works fine, right?
Yes, correct.
Was there ever any problem with the timestamp because it's internet based?
No.
Does the camera alert you if there's some kind of movement that happens to trigger the camera?
Yes.
How?
It sends an alert to my phone.
And does the system store that footage so you can go back later and look at it?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to March 25th of 2023 at about 10:50 a.m. Did you become aware of law enforcement coming to that quadruplex and investigating something?
Yes.
How did you first learn something was going on?
I had several notifications when I woke up and reviewed the footage, noticed they were out there, and then looked out the window to be nosy.
Okay. At some point, did a deputy make contact with you?
Yes, I was walking out on my way to work and he approached me.
Did the deputy request to examine your phone to see if there was any surveillance from the early morning hours?
He asked me to send him any footage.
Did you do that?
Yes.
When you looked at the footage that you sent, did you recognize the camera angle?
Yes.
Did you recognize what the footage showed as being the front of your property?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary that made you think it had been altered in any way?
No.
Did you in fact send that footage to a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Showing us marked as State's Exhibit AAA. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
We reviewed the footage.
Did you initial and date it and reviewed it?
Yes.
Does that footage fairly and accurately depict the surveillance area the surveillance camera picked up the early morning hours of March 24th?
Yes, it does.
This time state would move AAA into evidence, is I believe 51.
No,
Sorry, 52, sorry, Judge.
52. Without objection, states AAA would be in evidence number 52.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
no cross-examination. And just to let the witness know, I had subpoenaed him as well. I'm excusing you from that.
You're excused, sir. Have a nice day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you, Judge.
State calls Ian Simpson.
Yes. Major crimes.
Sir, stand. Stand, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
I swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I did.
Good morning, sir. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Sergeant Ian Simpson with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for Marion County now?
I am currently a supervisor over property crimes investigations,
How long have you been with Marion County Sheriff's Office?
24 plus years.
Let me direct your attention to March 25th of 2023. Did you respond to 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road regarding a deceased individual found inside an apartment?
Yes, sir, I did.
While you were there, did Deputy Hunt make contact with a neighbor named Steuart Mitchell that has some surveillance cameras?
Yes, he did.
Did you receive some video clips from the early morning hours of March 24th, which were emailed by Steuart Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
How did you receive them?
On my phone.
Okay, so it was emailed or text?
I believe it was a text message.
Did you view those clips?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did those clips fairly appear to reflect the front area of the apartment?
Yes, sir, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 now. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed it and dated it when I saw it.
Does the contents of that disc fairly and accurately depict the surveillance footage that was sent to you by Steuart Mitchell?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Once you received the surveillance footage, what did you do with it?
I forwarded it to Detective Pender at the time.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
No cross-examination.
Is he excused?
He is, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
State calls Lisa Johnson.
You understand? Face the clerk, raise your right hand, please.
I swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Lisa Johnson, Lisa Johnson.
Where do you work now?
Hold on 1 second. Ms. Johnson, please. We've got to take your glasses off the top of your head. Thank you.
Where do you work?
I currently work at the Wake County Bureau of Forensic Services
Where is that?
in Raleigh, North Carolina.
What do you do for them now?
I am a forensic DNA analyst.
Where did you work prior to that?
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Jacksonville.
What did you do for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement? We call it FBLE.
I was a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology section.
What did you do on a day-to-day basis as a senior analyst?
My main responsibilities were examining items of evidence for the presence of body fluids or other sources of DNA, develop DNA profiles from those items of evidence, and then compare the evidence samples to known samples collected from individuals associated with the case.
How long did you do that type of work for FDLE?
Just over 12 years.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and your training that allows you to do that type of work?
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in interdisciplinary natural sciences from the University of South Florida and a Master's of Science degree in forensic science from the University of Alabama in Birmingham. The first year or so that I was with FDLE, I went through their analyst training program, which was consisted of literature readings, textbook readings, becoming familiar with the protocols and procedures in place within the laboratory, working on practice samples. I also did written and oral examinations and supervised casework where I examined evidence under the supervision of a qualified analyst. And then I finalized it with a mock court type of situation.
And how long have you been a DNA analyst in total?
Almost 20 years.
Okay. Do DNA analysts at Florida Department of Law Enforcement undergo proficiency training and testing and things like that?
Yes.
And did you do that when you were there?
Yes.
Were you successful in doing all your proficiency testing?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever testified in court regarding the field of forensic serology or DNA testing or statistical analysis and DNA testing, those types of areas?
Yes, I have.
Can you estimate about how many times?
Over 160.
Can you describe for the jury provide the jury a very general explanation of what DNA is and how you use it?
Yes. DNA is a substance in our body that makes us unique individuals. Greater than 99% of everybody's DNA is the same. Only identical twins have exactly the same DNA. We inherit our DNA from our parents, so we get half from our mother, half from our father. And it's the same throughout our body. So blood, skin, all the same DNA, and it doesn't change over the course of our lifetime. So that allows, in my field, a sample that's left behind to be tested and compared to see if evidence left behind could come from an individual based on the DNA profile that's obtained.
Can you describe for the jury the process you go through when conducting a DNA analysis?
It's a 4-step process. The first step is to remove the DNA from whatever it's on. So if it's on a swab or a piece of clothing, the extraction process removes the DNA from not only what it's on, but also from the cellular material that it's contained within. The second step is to determine how much DNA is in that sample. The third step is, it's called the amplification, or the area where we're targeting 21 specific locations on the DNA and making copies of those so that they can be visualized and compared. And then the final step is that visualization or the determination of the DNA profile, which represents as peaks on a graph. And it's the location of those peaks on the graph compared from evidence to known samples that allow me to determine if it's a same source or not.
Does that 4-step process you just described do anything to alter or change or modify the actual DNA?
No, it does not.
And what are controls?
Controls are items within our testing process that are used to make sure that everything is working properly. So for the extraction step, there's a blank sample or a negative control. And that simply is a sample that does not have any DNA in it. And that goes through the entire process to make sure that none of the chemicals that I'm using, or there's no cross-contamination between any samples getting DNA into that particular sample. So it's just showing that everything is coming back clean. And then in that amplification step, or that copying stage, I do a positive control and a negative control. So we have a secondary negative control, again, showing that everything is clean. The positive control is a known DNA sample. So that gets processed to verify that the results that I'm obtaining at the end are correct, so that I know that the instrument's working properly and everything worked as expected in the run.
Is it also normal in your course of work as a DNA analyst to perform statistical analysis to give meaning to your DNA results?
Yes.
And you're trained in how to do that?
Yes.
Have you provided testimony in court regarding that statistical analysis?
Yes, I have.
This time, Your Honor, the state will request permission to allow this witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of DNA analysis.
No objection.
Any voir dire?
No voir dire.
I'll allow her to testify in the form of an opinion without objection.
When you were working at Florida Department of Law Enforcement, did you and your laboratory receive some evidence in the case of State of Florida versus Herbert Swilly?
Yes.
Where you provided a DNA standard from Herbert Swilly?
Yes.
And what is a DNA standard?
It's a sample collected directly from an individual. So it's a known DNA sample collected from a person. Typically, it's a scraping from the inside of their cheek.
Showing us introduced in evidence of State 17. You recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
The bright yellow barcode is the FDLE case number, item number, and then in my handwriting, again, the FDLE case number, the item number, my initials, and the date that I opened this item.
Did you analyze that known DNA standard from Herbert Swilly for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
Did you use the same process you just described to the jury?
Yes.
And what were your results?
I developed a complete profile. So
What's a complete profile?
sorry. So like I said, we're looking at 21 different locations on the DNA. So in this case, I obtained results at all 21 locations. So that's all of the information available for my testing that I could obtain from that item.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Triple B. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Again, the bright yellow FDLE barcode with the case number, item number, and then in my handwriting, the FDLE case number, item number, the individual items contained within this package, and then my initials and the date that I opened that item.
What is that item?
It's a sexual assault kit.
And during the course of, is that usually collected during the time of the autopsy in a case like this?
Yes.
Okay, and during that collection of the sexual assault kit, were samples taken from the subject's mouth?
Yes.
And did you use those samples as a known standard for the victim, Timothy Smith?
Yes, I did.
Did you analyze those known samples from the cheek swabbing of Timothy Smith as a known standard for him?
Yes.
Did you analyze it for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
And what did you find? What were your results?
That was again, it was a single source profile, a complete DNA profile. So I have a complete profile from both of those individuals.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence of States 43, did you also receive a known DNA sample from someone named James True?
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
The same way you previously described?
Yes.
All right. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
And what did you find?
A complete DNA profile.
So at this point, now that you have a complete DNA profile from Herbert Swilly, Tim Smith, and James True, are you able to take those known DNA profiles and compare them to other evidence collected from a crime scene to see if it's consistent?
Yes.
Were you in fact provided various pieces of evidence, mostly in the form of swabs, collected by the crime scene investigators in this case?
Yes.
Is it normal for you to receive a swab collected by a crime scene investigator from an item rather than the actual item itself?
Yes, specifically with Marion County, their crime scene does a lot of their sample collections, and they swab items and then just submit the swabs to us.
Okay. Does that affect your analysis in any way?
No.
You mentioned in front of you the sexual assault kit, State's Exhibit Triple B. What items are contained in that you've looked at?
There were anal swabs, scrotal swabs, penile swabs, obviously the oral swab that I used for comparison, and pubic hair combings. There was also pulled pubic hair. Yes, and those were the 6 items within
And
that.
are those the normal things you see in a sexual assault kit?
Typically for a male kit, yes.
Okay. Were each of those items that you mentioned individually packaged inside of that larger item?
Yes.
Did you analyze the other items in that sexual assault kit for the presence of DNA? Some of them.
Some of them, yes.
And we'll get into the individual ones. Did you use the same procedure you just described?
Yes.
What specific items did you analyze in that sexual assault kit for the presence of DNA?
The anal swabs, scrotal swabs, and penile swabs.
When you analyze those types of things taken from a sexual assault kit, do you assume that the victim's DNA is going to be on those things?
Yes, since they're collected directly from that person's body, I would expect during the process of collection, their DNA would be present as well.
So when you are analyzing those types of items for the presence of DNA, are you really looking for foreign DNA or DNA that does not belong or match the victims?
That's correct.
Referring to the anal swabs, when you analyze that item for the presence of DNA, what did you find?
I developed a DNA profile that was consistent with a mixture, which just means there was DNA from more than one person within that particular sample. I would expect Timothy Smith's DNA to be present, and it was. And then the results that were foreign to him were too limited to do any type of comparison.
And what does that mean?
Like I said, we look at 21 different locations. In order to do any type of comparison or interpretation, we need at least 7 types to make that type of comparison. So in this case, there were fewer than 7 types present within that mixture that would have come from somebody other than Timothy Smith.
So basically the amount of DNA was just so minimal you couldn't do anything with it.
That's correct.
So I'm assuming in real life, not like Crime CSI on TV, you can't get DNA from everything you look at.
That's correct.
Referring to I believe the scrotal swabs, did you analyze those for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
What did you find?
There were no results foreign to Timothy Smith on those swabs.
And what about the penile swab?
That's the same thing.
You mentioned in that kit there were pubic hair combings collected from the victim. Did you analyze those combings in any way?
I opened the package and there were no visible hairs present.
Since there were no hairs present, could you do anything with it as far as the DNA analysis is concerned?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 12, did you receive some swabs taken from the fingernails of the victim in this case?
Yes.
Did you analyze those swabs for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
What were your results?
The left and the right were, I examined them separately. There were, again, mixtures of multiple individuals, but the foreign donor or the person not Timothy Smith was too limited to do any type of comparisons.
Again, the amount of DNA was just too minimal for you to analyze.
That's correct.
I understand it. Showing you State's Exhibit 11, where you also provided fingernail clippings taken from the victim.
Yes.
Did you analyze those clippings for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
On the the fingernail clippings, there was no DNA foreign to the victim.
Showing you State's Exhibit 13, did you analyze some DNA or some swabs collected from various portions of the victim's body for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
And what were your results?
For the, sorry, real quick. There was a swab from the lower right leg. There was not enough results at all to do any type of comparison, so not even Timothy Smith's DNA. On the swab from the left leg and the left arm, it was the same. There was limited amount of DNA, so I could make no comparisons whatsoever.
Showing you State's Exhibit So I'm going to show you photograph 34 from State's Exhibit 5, where you also provided swabs taken from the black shirt the victim was wearing.
Yes.
Did you analyze those swabs for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
There were, again, there was a mixture obtained. The foreign contributor was too limited to make any type of comparison.
Showing you State's Exhibit 36, where you provided a swab collected from the victim's left shoe.
Yes.
Did you analyze that as well for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
Give me just 1 second here. Refer to my notes. Again, there was a mixture, but the foreign results were too limited to make any comparisons.
What do cleaning agents like bleach do to DNA?
Cleaning agents will wash it away, and it can also degrade DNA to make it so that it's not detectable.
And in your DNA analysis, would you be able to determine that a DNA sample provided had bleach in it?
No.
Okay, why not?
That's not something that we
Okay,
can test for.
understood. Showing you photograph 3 from States 18. Did you receive a DNA swab collected from a coconut juice can in the garbage can at the scene?
Yes.
Showing you State 20. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
There was a mixture consistent with 2 individuals, at least one of which was male. Timothy Smith, Herbert Swilly, and James True were all excluded as contributors to that profile.
Okay, meaning Timothy Smith, Herbert Swilly, and James True did not contribute to the DNA found on that swab.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said at least one of the contributors was male. How do you know that?
In addition to the 21 locations that I look at in terms of DNA comparison, there's 3 locations that determine gender. And in this case, there was at least one marker consistent with there being a male individual.
Showing you photograph 29 from States 5, as well as item number 35, introduced into evidence. Did you receive a DNA swab collected from a bottle of gun oil lubricant?
Yes.
What did you determine when you analyzed that for the presence of DNA?
There was a limited amount of DNA on that item.
Now, in these situations where the DNA is too limited to interpret, does that mean that the person who collected the swab did something wrong?
No, especially with things like this, when we're talking about touch evidence or trying to get DNA for whoever handled an item, a lot of times there's just not enough transfer to be able to detect the DNA.
Showing you photograph 9 from States 18, as well as item number 24, introduced into evidence. Did you receive a swab taken from an adult toy and adult plug?
Yes.
Did you analyze that for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
That was a mixture of 3 individuals with at least one male contributor. Timothy Smith is included as a possible contributor to that DNA profile. And so I did a statistical calculation regarding that.
Okay, let's talk about that first before we move on.
Okay.
So Timothy Smith was included as a possible contributor.
Yes.
Describe generally how you do this statistical analysis to give meaning or weight to that finding.
I use a software program that essentially compares the likelihood of seeing that DNA profile or that mixture of DNA if it came from, in this case, Timothy Smith and 2 people that we don't know, versus the likelihood of seeing that profile if it came from 3 unknown people. So I made that calculation, and that profile, that mixed DNA profile, is greater than 700 billion times more likely to be seen if the sample contained DNA from Timothy Smith and 2 unknown people versus if it came from 3 unknown people.
Okay, so if I can clarify, it was based on that mixture, it was 700 billion times more likely that Timothy Smith and 2 other people contributed to the mixture than if 3 people, not including Tim Smith, contributed.
It's greater than 700 billion times more likely to see that profile if those were the conditions.
And would you agree that that is really strong support that Tim Smith was a contributor to this mixture?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also, now that leaves 2 other people involved in that mixture. Did you compare the other 2 DNA profiles found in that mixture to the known samples provided from Herbert and James True?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
In those cases, there was insufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion for both of those individuals.
What does that mean?
Basically, we have, or FDLE has a cutoff value for kind of the gray area where there's not a whole lot of confidence regarding a person's contribution or not. And those values fell within that range. So in this case, those 2 individuals, there was not enough support to say, yes, they're there. And there was also not enough evidence to say they weren't there. So it's kind of in that gray area.
And based on that, there's nothing more you can analyze to flush that out anymore, correct?
Correct.
Does that statistical analysis also provide percentages of the contributors to this 3-person mixture?
Yes.
How does that work?
Like I said, I use a software program to do this calculation. And basically what the software does is it goes through and determines DNA profiles for each of the 3 people. And then it gives different amounts for each person. And it looks at what the data would look like if that was true. And it keeps changing and making guesses and kind of narrowing it down until it gets to the point where if the profile is from person 1, 2, and 3 in these amounts, the data would match, basically like the expected or the ideal way that the data would look. So then it uses that type of calculation and it determines the percentage of how much each person contributed to the profile.
So in this specific situation, since you were able to, with pretty good certainty, identify Tim Smith as a contributor to this mixture, but you weren't able to identify the other 2 contributors, would that stand to reason that the percentage of DNA in the mixture would be more Tim Smith than the other people's?
Yes,
Okay.
there was considerably more DNA from Tim Smith than the other 2 individuals.
What percentage of this mixture was associated with the known profile, the DNA from Tim Smith?
I'd have to look at my notes. I'm sorry, I got lost. Which item were we looking at?
That's fine. We are on
That didn't look right.
agency item number 64 for you. State's Exhibit 24, the adult blood swab.
Right. Sorry. Item 12. Approximately 93% of the profile would be from Timothy Smith.
So of that mixture of 3 people, 93% of it matches or is consistent with the profile of Tim Smith.
Yes.
What were the percentage as far as the other 2 contributors that you couldn't even determine?
6% and 1%.
Did you also receive a swab taken from the caps of several lubrication bottles found at the apartments?
Yes.
And did you analyze or that swab for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
What did you find?
On that item, again, a mixture consistent with 3 donors, at least 1 male.
And did you compare that mixture to the known profile of Herbert Swilly first?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
Herbert Swilly is included as a possible contributor to that DNA profile. The statistic is that that profile is approximately 34,000 times more likely to occur if the DNA came from Herbert Swilly and 2 unknown individuals versus 3 unknown individuals.
Did you also compare the profiles in that 3-person mixture to the known profiles of Tim Smith and James True?
Yes.
And what were your results?
Again, those other 2 individuals were inconclusive. So they were in that gray zone.
Showing you photograph 10 from states 18. Did you receive a swab from an item known as the satisfier that's seen in this picture? States 26.
Yes.
Did you analyze that swab for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And you actually received 2 swabs from this item, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
One was labeled from the top area and the other was labeled from the lid.
Starting with the first one, which is on your report would be Agency Exhibit 101. What were your results when you analyzed that specific swab?
That sample was a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
And did you compare that mixture to the known profile, DNA profile of Tim Smith?
Yes.
What'd you find?
Timothy Smith is included as a possible contributor to that mixture.
Did you perform a statistical analysis to determine the likelihood that he was a contributor?
Yes.
What'd you find?
That likelihood ratio, that profile is greater or approximately 100,000 times more likely to occur if the sample came from Timothy Smith and 2 unknown individuals versus 3 unknown individuals.
Did you compare the DNA profiles of the remaining 2 individuals to the known profiles of Herbert Swilly? Well, let's start with Herbert Swilly.
Yes.
And what were your results?
Herbert Swilly is also included as a possible contributor in that for his statistical calculation, it's greater than 700 billion times more likely to see that profile if it came from him and 2 individuals versus 3 individuals.
So that's a much higher likelihood that the DNA in that mixture came from Herbert Swilly, one of the people in the mixture.
Yes, it's very strong support that he is a contributor to that profile.
Did you, now there's 3, you said it's a mixture of 3 people.
Yes.
Did you compare the mixture and the DNA profiles containing that mixture to the known profile of James True also?
Yes.
What'd you find?
James True is also included as a possible contributor to that mixture. The profile is approximately 28 million times more likely to occur if he is a donor with 2 other individuals versus 3 unknown individuals.
Were you able to determine the percentage of contribution that each of those 3 individuals made to the DNA mixture?
Yes.
What were your results?
Let me check my notes. So the mixture proportions are 45%, 34%, and 21%.
And how did those mixtures break down based on the 3 profiles that you found?
Herbert Swilly would be the 45% donor, James True, the 34% donor, and Timothy Smith, the 3%, or the 21% donor, the 3rd person. And all of the DNA within that would be accounted for from those 3 individuals.
So if those 3 people were the contributors to that 3-person mixture, there's no other foreign DNA that's unaccounted for.
That's correct.
I understand. Does that also give pretty strong likelihood that those 3 are the people that contributed to this mixture?
Yes. I don't calculate that statistic because the number gets ridiculously large.
Okay.
To the point where I don't even understand what the number means. But yes, in this case, everything is accounted for if those 3 people are the source of the DNA.
Understood. And finally, you mentioned there was a second swab collected from that same sexual device, showing you states item 27. Did you analyze that swab for presence of DNA as well?
Yes,
And what were your results?
there was a limited amount of DNA, so there was not enough. There wasn't even enough DNA to do analysis.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You miss living in the state of Florida?
Not at all.
I won't take that person.
It was 65 degrees when I left yesterday morning.
Oh, that does sound nice. So you were with FDLE for how many years?
12.
Okay. And collectively between FDLE and any other analyst experience, you have about 20 years in total experience in this field.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And during your time with FDLE, you were tasked with doing an analysis of multiple swabs of suspected DNA for this case and investigation, correct?
Yes.
I want to just confirm my understanding of a few of the tests that you did regarding this investigation that were of value. You had mentioned regarding the sex assault kit or the rape kit for the victim in this case that you had done a DNA analysis of the anal swabs, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that there did appear to you to be the presence of foreign DNA, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Meaning not belonging to the victim.
Yes.
Okay. But you were unable to identify to whom that DNA may likely belong.
Yes, there was insufficient DNA for that foreign donor to make any type of interpretations.
Okay. And regarding the fingernail clippings and or the swabs of those clippings from the victim in this case, was there any foreign DNA, meaning DNA other than that of the victim, that you were able to identify through your analysis of those items?
No, there was some foreign DNA, but I was unable to make any type of interpretation.
Okay. And was that also the case regarding the swabs that you tested that were swabs from the black tank top that the victim was wearing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And regarding the swabs that you tested, which were from the coconut water can in this investigation, you mentioned, and correct me if I heard you wrong, that there was DNA from at least 2 unknown male contributors.
There's 2 donors, at least one of which was male.
I see. Okay. And James True, my client Herbert Soiley, and the victim Tim Smith were all excluded as contributors to that DNA mixture, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we moved on, and this case is a bit unique. There was mention of swabs from a butt plug that you tested for the presence of DNA. Do you recall discussing that on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that regarding that analysis, Tim Smith was included as a contributor to that mixture, correct?
Yes.
And that was a mixed DNA profile for three different individuals.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And one of them was Tim Smith.
Yes.
One of them was James True.
No.
Okay. And what about the defendant?
For James True and Herbert's Willie Act, it was in that inconclusive zone. So
I see. So
I could neither include or exclude
you
them.
couldn't rule them in, you couldn't rule them out.
Correct.
All right. Moving on to another adult toy, the swabs that you analyzed from the satisfier. You had mentioned that was a mixed DNA profile. Correct me if I heard you wrong. That included that of the alleged victim, Tim Smith,
Yes.
and the defendant, Herbert Willie,
Yes.
and James True.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you were asked what portions of the mixture were each of those gentlemen's, you had mentioned regarding James True, his DNA was 21% of the total mixture. Did I get that right?
I believe it was Timothy Smith that was the 21%.
Oh, I'm sorry. So James True was the 34%.
That's correct.
Understood. And was there any of your analysis of items that you tested for the presence of DNA that indicated a possible link to an individual named Lloyd Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. And what item or items was it that you tested that correlated to Lloyd Kelly?
That was the swab of the bottle caps of the lubricant bottles.
Okay. And that particular mixed DNA profile, what was the statistical probability that was Lloyd Kelly's DNA?
I did not make that calculation. I never obtained a sample from Lloyd Kelly to do that calculation.
Okay. So how were you able to identify identify the name Lloyd Kelly?
There was that particular sample was entered into the CODIS database, which CODIS stands for the Combined DNA Index System. The profile was entered in there, searched against the database, and returned a hit to somebody named Lloyd Kelly.
Okay. So meaning Lloyd Kelly's DNA was already within the database.
Correct.
So that's how you were able to make the link.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have one moment with my colleague?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, thank you for your time. Have a good trip back, and no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just one question, Your Honor. The report regarding the Lloyd Kelly name, was that report authored by analyst Brooke Hoover?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask her a question about that in a few minutes. Thank you, ma'am. No other questions?
She excused?
She is, Your Honor.
Does anyone need a break? Okay.
State called Brooke Hoover.
All right. Hold on, before we have Ms. Hoover, I'll actually have all of you step out with the bailiff into the jury room for a few minutes, take a short break. Everyone in the audience, stay still. Everyone in the audience have a seat, stay still. Okay. Close the door, please. Take a short break. I'll let everyone in the audience know. If I see a single facial gesture from anyone else in this audience, that person will be excluded and will not be able to come back. Please sit back in your seats. Do not make any sort of facial hand gestures. If I see anything, that person will be immediately excluded and will be prohibited from returning to the courtroom. Everybody in this room understand? Appreciate it. Take a short break and be back in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Gosh, well, you can definitely tell that his side is empty. So I don't know. I guess the victim side, they must be over there making some facial expressions or something. And the judge said, oh, no, 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 no. We will not have that. Interesting. No glasses on top of your head, no glasses on your shirt, no nothing. Nothing at all. Straight arrow.
And standing before the clerk, raise your right hand.
Swear or affirm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Have a seat, please. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brooke Hoover, Hoover. I am a crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I work in the biology and DNA section.
And what do you do there?
I analyze items of evidence for the presence of bodily fluids, most common blood, semen, saliva. I collect samples from items of evidence in order to determine who wore or who handled the item. I'll perform DNA testing on questioned items of evidence from crime scenes. I'll perform DNA testing on known reference standards from individuals, and I'll make comparisons between the two.
And how long have you been doing that job?
About 14 years.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
I have an Associate of Arts from St. John's River Community College, and I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from the University of North Florida. While I was in college, I took courses in molecular and cellular biology, genetics, biochemistry, and statistics.
And have you gone through regular proficiency training and testing and things like that with Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I completed their crime laboratory analyst training program. I completed FBI quality assurance training in order to be an auditor to audit other labs. I also undergo continuing education. I get at least 8 hours a year, and I have been current on that.
Have you testified in court and been permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
I believe this is about 110 times that I've testified.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, may the witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of DNA analysis?
No objection.
All right. I'll allow her to testify in the form of an opinion. Thank you.
We have already heard about what DNA is and the process that FDLE uses to analyze DNA, so I'm not going to waste time going over all that again. Were you provided several items of evidence in the case of State of Florida versus Herbert Swilly?
Yes, I was.
Did you perform DNA analysis on those items?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you photograph 28 from States 5, where you provided sets of swabs collected from a dresser at an apartment.
Yes, I was.
Did you analyze those swabs for the presence of DNA? I'm showing you States Exhibit 22 and 23.
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
Let's see, for,
It would be your agency items 45 and 46.
okay.
That help?
Yes, so for both of these items, I took samples for DNA testing. They were extracted and quantitated, but quantitative PCR failed to demonstrate enough DNA for STR DNA analysis. Therefore, no further testing was conducted on these items.
Okay, you used a couple acronyms,
Sure.
STR and PCR. What are those
Yes,
things?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
STR is short tandem repeat. It's the type of DNA testing we do. PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction. This is the genetic copy machine process. So we're making millions and millions of copies of the specific area of DNA that we are interested in. What happened with these items, we test a sample to see how much DNA is present. For both of these, there was not enough DNA that we would expect to get any DNA results.
And because of that, there's nothing else you can do to analyze the items, is there?
That's correct. We stopped processing at that point.
I'm showing you photograph 8 from States 18, where you also provided swabs taken from a tool chest handle.
Yes.
States 29, did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results? Agency item 47.
Due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained from this item, the results are not interpretable.
And is that different than the previous items you just described?
Yes,
How?
there was enough when we quantitated it that it was possible we could get usable DNA results. So we took the sample forward for DNA testing. When I did get the DNA results, I do not have enough to make any comparisons with anybody. I only have a little bit of information, and the danger with that is we could falsely include or falsely exclude an individual from such poor quality results. Therefore, we do not interpret it.
Yeah, I'm showing you photograph 4 from States 18. Did you receive 2 sets of swabs taken from the handles of a bedroom closet, specifically state items 32 and 33? Those are going to be your agency items 81 and 82, if that helps.
Yes. So one of the swabs, it was from the left door handle of northeast bedroom closet. From that swab, I did not obtain any DNA results at all. For the swab from the right door handle of northeast bedroom closet, it was extracted, quantitated. There was not enough to proceed with DNA testing. Therefore, nothing further was done with that item.
Now, on the one handle, you said there was no DNA found. Does that mean that no one has ever touched that doorknob in history?
No, that's not what that means. It's just no DNA was detected.
What is CODIS?
CODIS is the Combined DNA Index System. It is software that is owned by the FBI. It stores and it compares DNA profiles.
And are samples that are provided by law enforcement to Florida Department of Law Enforcement, consisting of victims, witnesses, suspects, things like that, routinely entered into that CODIS system?
Yes, per Florida state statute, when a sample qualifies for CODIS entry, we do enter it into the CODIS database.
And what happens, how does CODIS work with those samples that are entered into it?
The samples are developed by the laboratory. They go through a technical review, an administrative review, and then they're marked for upload. So at that point, they're uploaded to the state CODIS, and then if they qualify to national CODIS. There are routine searches that happen overnight with the CODIS system, and we are notified of any potential matches. So my role, I am the local CODIS administrator in Jacksonville. I manage the software, so I come in, I evaluate any potential associations with the CODIS software, If it is a match, I liaison with other law enforcement agencies in order to exchange casework information.
And you use the term potential match. Do you, okay, never mind. Showing you photograph 9 from states 18. Did you, in your lab, receive some swabs collected from a lubrication bottle caps showing states 25?
Yes, we did receive those swabs.
Did you receive a potential CODIS DNA match from the DNA in those swabs?
Yes.
Okay, and explain what that resulted in, what that showed.
Yes, so there was a question DNA profile that resulted from the testing of the bottle caps of the lubricant bottles. It went into CODIS and it hit to a convicted offender sample. So when that happens, I will issue a report to our investigating agency with the individual's name. So CODIS is an investigative lead only. The it is up to the agency to collect a reference standard from that individual for us to test it. At that point, it's officially compared to the evidence. We'll issue a report addressing the association with any statistics.
Okay, so in this situation, if a person was in the CODIS database because they're legally required to submit DNA if they've been put on probation or convicted of a felony, then the CODIS system can examine those known DNA profiles to see if they match unknown samples.
Basically, yes, sir.
Okay. And what was discovered through the CODIS analysis of the item I just gave you, item states 18? I'm sorry, states 25.
It did hit to an offender sample.
Okay, and who?
Oh, the name,
Yes.
and again, this is an investigative lead. I'm not reporting a match. I'm just saying the investigative lead, we provided the name of Lloyd Kelly.
Was there a date of birth associated with that?
July 29th of 1973.
Okay. And did you said it's an investigative lead, you're not reporting it was a match, but did you provide that investigative lead through the report to law enforcement agency or the state attorney's office or somebody?
Yes, we do issue that in a laboratory report and it's provided to our submitting agency.
And in this case, were you provided a known sample from Lloyd Kelly to do a further up follow-up comparison?
No, I was not.
Okay. No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You mentioned CODIS and that there was a convicted offender match to Lloyd Kelly regarding some of the items that you tested for the presence of DNA, correct?
Some of that's correct. I didn't perform the testing on that item. Lisa Johnson did, but I did issue the CODIS report.
Okay. So ideally, once you issue the CODIS report to the investigating law enforcement agency, you would want them to go and obtain a DNA swab from that convicted offender for comparison purposes, correct?
Yes,
Did that happen here?
it did not.
No further questions.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. She may be released. Thank you.
You're released. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, with the court's permission, we'd ask to publish the perpetuated testimony of Jesse Newbanks.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, and that's going to be played on the computer. So we have some testimony that has been previously been given in this case, specifically for this trial. This person is unavailable to be here today. So they pre-recorded his testimony. It was actually taken I believe, from this courtroom. So we'll play that in just a few moments, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm Mr. Newbanks, and for the record, I do recognize you personally, having seen you in my office and the courtroom before. So if you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the information you shall give us the whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Thank you.
Do you also swear that you will be, because you're currently out of state, you also swear that you will agree to be bound by Florida law regarding your testimony?
Thank you.
All right. I think that's the rule.
For the record, the state's calling Jesse Newbanks, Your Honor.
He's here.
Can you please state your name for me, sir?
It's Jesse Newbanks. That's Newbanks.
Where do you work now?
I work for the United States Department of Homeland Security, specifically Homeland Security Investigations.
What are you doing for them now?
My official title is a Special Agent Trainee.
When did you start at the Homeland Security Office?
April of 2025.
And where are you physically located now?
I'm currently assigned to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia.
How long does that training program last with the Department of Homeland Security?
I will be here until October of this year.
Because you are in training before and involved and employed by a federal agency, are you able to come back to Florida to testify at trial when this trial is supposed to take place?
No, sir. We're currently assigned here full-time living on center, and we're not allowed any like vacation days or any time off, things like that. The only time off we have are federal holidays.
Where did you work before taking the job with Homeland Security?
The Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long did you work there?
I think a little over 9 years.
What position did you hold there?
I was the Senior Digital Forensic Technician for their Criminal Investigations Division.
What did that involve? What did you do on a day-to-day basis?
Generally speaking, I conducted extractions and analysis of evidence items containing digital evidence. So from cell phones to computers, DVR systems, things of that nature.
Would you describe your educational background or training and your experience that allows you to do that job with Marion County?
Sure. So I hold a Master's of Science from the University of South Florida in cybersecurity, specializing in digital forensics. I hold a graduate certificate from the University of South Florida in digital forensics. And I have approximately 1,200 hours worth of specialized training in the areas of cybersecurity and digital forensics. I also hold approximately 21 different certifications in those fields as well.
Did some of that training specifically involve the extraction of data from cell phones, computers, and other digital devices?
That is correct.
What about surveillance systems such as digital video recorders, DVRs?
That is correct.
Have you also received training in extracting data on infotainment centers?
That is correct.
What is an infotainment center?
Very generally speaking, it's the unit within a vehicle that allows you to connect, your phone, see maps, GPS, listen to audio, make phone calls, things of that nature.
Obviously, technology in digital forensics changes very rapidly. How do you keep yourself aware of these changes in technology?
First and foremost, continuing education, continually going to new trainings. As things are advancing, there are updates to trainings, things of that nature. There are also many reports, blogs, things of that nature as people in the field of digital forensics continually find new information or continually address new problems. Usually there are white papers, things like that are released so you can read about those changes.
Can you estimate about how many cell phones from which you have extracted data?
I think the last count was it was a little over 1,500.
And are you familiar with the differing operating systems and different makes and models of cell phones?
I am, yes.
What is an operating system?
Very broadly speaking, it is the user interface that the user uses to interact with the storage content and the files located on the device.
And are you trained in the various operating systems that are used in both iPhones and Samsung Galaxies, Android type phones?
I am, yes.
What equipment do you use when doing a forensic examination of a cell phone when you worked at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
At the Sheriff's Office, we primarily use Cellbrite as the tool to do that.
What is Cellbrite?
It is a third-party tool generated by a private organization that's used to extract and analyze data from cellular devices.
Can you describe a little bit about your training and experience in using that program?
Sure. So with Cellbrite specifically, I'm what's called a certified Cellbrite mobile examiner, or CCME. It is their capstone level of training. So I've gone through numerous different courses with Cellbrite in the use of their tools specifically, and passed all of those to obtain that designation.
You mentioned some of your duties at the Marion County Sheriff's Office also involved extracting data from video recording surveillance systems. Can you estimate about how many times you've done that?
I don't have a number in front of me. It's one of those things that in the last couple of years of the Sheriff's Office, we actually stopped tracking the number of DVR systems we examined just because it was constant.
Can you estimate about how many times you've been involved in removing infotainment centers from various vehicles?
Specifically with the Sheriff's Office, that was only a handful of times.
Okay. You've used the term, I think, forensic analysis. What is meant by that term?
It is the review or the analyzing of data removed from digital evidence.
Have you ever been permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of digital forensics in a court of law?
I have, yes.
Can you estimate about how many times?
I believe it's like 3 or 4.
This time, Your Honor, I'd request that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of digital forensics.
Any objection or voir dire?
No objection.
That objection, I'll allow him to testify in a form or opinion.
Turning to your involvement in this case, did you become involved in the investigation of the case of State of Florida versus Herbert Swilly and the death of Timothy Smith? Let me direct your attention to March 25th of 2023. Did you respond to 1940 Southeast 40th Street Road?
I did. I apologize, Your Honor. It seems that the lights in the room I was in just went out on me. There we go. They're back. I apologize about that.
Describe that location.
It was an apartment, kind of an apartment quad, if you will.
And who contacted you and requested you to come to that location?
Specifically, Detective Pender.
When you arrived at that apartment complex, were you asked to do anything by Detective Pender?
I was. He was provided 2 cell phones and asked to conduct extractions on those.
And to whom did those cell phones belong?
The information was provided to me. It was Mr. Tim Smith.
And you were asked to extract data from those phones?
That is correct.
Were those cell phones packaged in any way, or were they just given to you as like just a cell phone?
They were provided in an evidence bag that was collected on scene.
Can you describe the 2 phones for me?
One was a Samsung Galaxy cell phone. The other was an iPhone, if I recall.
What did you do with those 2 phones?
They were secured, transported back to the Sheriff's Office, and I began analysis on this.
Once you arrived back at the Marion County Sheriff's Office at your lab with those cell phones, did you document each phone's identifying information, such as the make, the model, the serial number, things like that?
I did, yes.
Can you explain what type of information you documented?
So at the Sheriff's Office, we would document everything from make, model, serial, phone numbers associated with the devices, a broad number of items to be able to identify that specific device.
What is meant by the term make and model of the phone?
It's the specific manufacturer and that specific model or class of phone, I guess you'd say.
Is that information located on the physical device, the phone itself?
It is, yes.
What is meant by the term serial number?
That would be the unique number assigned by the manufacturer of that device to be able to track that specific item.
And is that, you said that's unique, is that number unique to the specific phone?
Correct.
What is meant by the term IMEI number?
Yes, so your IMEI is another unique number on that device. It's actually used by the cellular providers to be able to track that specific device across cellular networks.
Is that number also unique to the specific phone that you're looking at?
Correct.
How do you determine the phone number associated with the phone?
The easiest way is if we have access to the phone, it will be displayed. Otherwise, there are other ways you can be able to determine what the phone number is on the device.
All of this unique identifying information that you've just gone through, when you create an extraction report, when you remove the data from the phone and create a digital report, does all that unique identifying information also appear on the extraction report?
Correct. That information is pulled from our tools, from the device and displayed for us as well.
And what's the point of you documenting all of this unique identifying information from the phone?
So that anytime we can look at a specific device, or we can go back to a specific device and be able to match it up to its associated distraction.
You said you were given 2 phones by Detective Pender. What kind of phones were they?
One was a Samsung Galaxy smartphone, the other was an iPhone.
Okay, let's start with the Samsung Galaxy phone. In what condition was that phone when you received it? You already said it was packaged in a bag, but what physical condition?
Correct. It was in operational order. It was powered on at the time.
What did you do with that specific phone to forensically analyze it?
We took it back to the sheriff's office. We plugged it into our software and we began analysis of it.
And what is a Faraday box?
So a Faraday box, easiest way to explain that is it's a little mini, almost black hole. The phone goes into that box and it has technology built within that to block any signal coming in or going out of that box itself. Essentially, once the phone goes into that, it no longer exists to the outside world.
So you started your analysis of the Samsung Galaxy phone. What did you do with the other phone, the iPhone?
The iPhone was placed in the Faraday box.
And again, why was that done?
To prevent any potential signals coming into that device or not.
Again, referring to the Galaxy phone, the Samsung Galaxy. What was the make and model of that phone?
That was a Samsung Galaxy S21, if I recall.
Is there any additional identifying information for the make and model of that phone?
There would be a specific model number of that phone. If I can refer to my notes, I can tell you what that is.
If that'll refresh your memory, go ahead, please.
Sure, it's a SM Samsung G991U as in uniform.
Are you familiar with that type of phone?
I am, yes.
How?
I personally have Samsung.
Okay. You said you documented the IMEI number of that phone?
Correct.
Just for record purposes, what was the IMEI number of that phone?
Again, can I refer to my notes?
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty long number. It's a 351-852-150-313-665.
And again, for record purposes, what was the serial number of that phone?
That one was R Romeo 2, Charlie Romeo 40, Victor Kilo Sierra 6 Mike.
Did you perform a data extraction from that phone?
Yes.
Can you briefly just explain how you actually do that?
Sure. So we take that device, we connect it to our forensic workstation, which has the extraction tools we use on it, in this specific case, Cellbrite. Once the phone is connected to Cellbrite and Cellbrite can interact with that device, we can begin pulling data from that device.
Does this extraction process change, modify, add, or delete any information on the phone as it pertains to things like data, text messages, chats, phone calls, things like that?
No, it does not modify any of the user data of that device.
Was the phone password protected?
It was, yes.
Did you know the password?
I did not know.
Were you able to bypass the password to access the data on the phone?
I was, yes.
How do you do that?
We use the tools we have available to us, in this specific case, Cellbrite. Cellbrite has methodology within it to defeat passcodes, which we did successfully in this case.
Are you always able to bypass or defeat passcodes in any phone you look at?
No, we are not.
Why not?
So depending on a number of different factors, such as the operating system version of that device or the complexity of the encryption, which is usually tied to that passcode itself. Sometimes we cannot always break them.
What type of data did you extract from this Samsung Galaxy phone that you just referred to?
So in this specific instance, we conducted what's called a full file system extraction of that device. That will contain everything from text messages to photos to system logs to a number of various items.
Were there any problems with the extraction?
None that I can recall, no.
If there would have been problems, would the Cellbrite program have notified you?
Correct.
Did you determine the phone number associated with that Samsung Galaxy phone?
It did, yes.
What was that phone number?
Referring to my report, that specific device was 352-215-8495.
What did you do with the data that you extracted from the phone?
The data was extracted, put into a forensic report, and then ultimately provided to Detective Pender.
Okay, and is that, do you print it out on paper? Do you put it on a digital media? How do you do that?
So generally speaking, when we're doing it at the sheriff's office, we provide it on a flash drive because it's more of an electronic report than a physical paper copy.
And who did you provide this digital report to? Do you remember?
I believe we got the phones from Detective Pender, but if I can refer to my report real quick, I provided that to Detective Lytle.
Okay.
I'll just
Does the extraction, the digital extraction report that you put on a jump drive or a flash drive and gave to Detective Lytle, does that contain all of the same identifying information that appeared on the actual phone?
Yes, yes.
Is that how you know that the extraction report you generated came specifically from the phone that you analyzed?
Yes, correct.
Did you examine the results of your extraction on the Samsung Galaxy phone?
In this case, yes, I did.
Did you examine data found on that phone relating to a Uconnect system?
I did, yes.
What is a Uconnect system?
Generally speaking, it is the infotainment system usually found in Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep type of vehicles.
Now, based on extraction data that you obtained, were you able to tell when a phone or this phone connected to a Bluetooth device like a Bluetooth speaker or an infotainment center such as what you just described, the Uconnect system?
That is correct.
And can you explain that process? What do you look for and what do you find?
Sure. So in the systems that we use, specifically Cellbrite, when we conduct that extraction, we then take all of that information pulled from that device and we load it into Cellbrite. Cellbrite then starts to organize that a little bit. One of the areas within that report that we can look at is what's called device connections or device communications. That will list anything such as Bluetooth connections, connections to Wi-Fi networks, things of that nature. From that area, we're able to identify whether or not a device was able to connect to like a Bluetooth item.
What is a Bluetooth?
It's one of many different network technologies that are employed in phones and various other devices for wireless communication.
So when I get in my car or I'm close enough to my car, my phone can connect to the Bluetooth system in my car?
Provided that it has been connected in the past, yes.
Is that why I can make phone calls and send text messages and things like that through my car's system while I'm driving down the road?
That is correct.
Does that connection that my phone would make with my car, does that leave the data you described on the actual cell phone?
It does, and the reverse of the vehicle also has a record of the phone.
When you examined the connection data from the victim's Samsung Galaxy phone, what did it show specifically around the time period of March 23rd of 2023 and then again March 24th of 2023?
I believe there were 5 different connections to a Uconnect system within that time frame.
Okay. Can you explain what that means?
So essentially the phone within its log, a specific database we're able to review on that specific device shows that during that time frame there were 5 Bluetooth connections made to a specific device labeled as a Uconnect system.
When were those connections made?
I don't recall the exact times, but it was within the time frame that was just stated.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at your report for the exact times?
It would.
Okay. If you could do that, take a look at your report and let me know when you're done. If that refreshes your memory as far as the exact times the Bluetooth connections was made.
Let me work on that for 1 second. So on those 5 connections, they were all from 3:23 of 23, from 6:45 p.m. till about 3:24 and about 2:45 a.m.
Okay. So there was a connection to a Uconnect system at 6:45, is that PM, on March 23rd of 2023?
Correct.
When is the next connection after that time?
The next connection after that is on 3/24/2023, approximately 2:44 a.m.
And what about the remaining connections? When did those happen?
The next connection after that was the same date at approximately 2:45 a.m.
So there was a connection made on March 23rd at 6:45 p.m. And then again, the following morning, March 24th at 2:44 and 2:45 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. So explain what that means about the connection. What does that mean?
Well, on that report, the connections show that when that phone was able to see and ultimately connect successfully to the other device that's labeled, in this specific case, it's that Uconnect system.
Is the data consistent with the victim's Samsung Galaxy phone making a connection to a Uconnect system in a vehicle?
Correct.
What type of vehicle did that Uconnect system apply to?
Apologies again, Your Honor. Specifically, I'm sitting still, so the lights keep going off on me. Specifically, those are Chrysler Dodge Jeep vehicles.
And I'm showing you outside the presence of the jury, but I think you can see it on your screen, a report. It's a 3-page report. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I do, yes.
And if I'll scroll down so you can see the entire report. Do you recognize that report?
I do, yes.
How do you recognize it?
So at the top of that report has my name and my information from when we created that original extraction report. This is specifically a subset of data out of that electronic report that identifies the device and then 5 of those connections.
And how do you know that this report came from the data that you took from the victim's Samsung Galaxy phone that we've been talking about?
Or at the beginning of that report, again, it has all of that case information that I entered into that extraction.
Does that report fairly and accurately depict the device connectivity information from that specific phone?
Yes, it shows from that phone, those devices are connected to.
And does it reflect the different times that the phone connected to that Uconnect system that you just went over?
It does, yes.
This time state what moves states A into evidence and states 1.
Judge, I would ask to briefly voir dire the witness on this issue. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
John Klein on behalf of the defendant. Regarding the report that you just reviewed, that report was prepared by you, is that correct?
It is from the extraction report prepared by me, correct?
Okay. And you're utilizing a computer program, Spellbright in this case, to prepare that report, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the information contained in that report came from the program and not from you, is that right or wrong?
So I don't quite understand how to answer that question. The data itself comes from the phone. The program is what we use to extract the data from that phone, and then ultimately we use that to create an electronic report of the data from that device.
And it's Spellbright that's creating that electronic report, correct?
Yes, in this specific instance, it was the export of a PDF report, but yes.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Judge, I would object to hearsay.
Why do you believe it's hearsay?
I believe it's hearsay because the content of the report was generated not by the declarant, but by the computer program Celebrate.
As I understand it, the Cellbrite is a digital extraction tool. It's just simply telling us what digital information is on the phone. So I don't believe that's hearsay. So I'll overrule the objection.
Yes, sir.
Being evidence of stage number 1.
Except for the Uconnect analysis, which we just went through, did you perform any other analysis on this, on the data extracted from this phone?
No.
So any other questions about what was found on that phone? Would those questions be better asked of the detective who reviewed the extraction results?
That is correct.
I understand. Turning to the second phone given to you at the apartment scene by Detective Pender, the Apple iPhone. What condition was that phone in when you received it?
I believe it was the same condition as the first. I don't recall specifically, but I believe it was provided to us and then put in that Faraday box.
So once you were done extracting the data from the first phone, did you retrieve this second phone, the iPhone?
Yes, ultimately we did.
Did you again document the identifying information of this second, the iPhone?
I do.
What make and model of phone was it?
That specifically was an iPhone SE from approximately 2020. We specify which one just because iPhones had numerous iterations of iPhone SEs.
What was the serial number of that phone?
I don't recall the serial number at that point. I don't have that documented in my report, but it would have been at the time we documented it.
What about the IMEI number? Did you document that in your report?
I did, yes.
What was that?
That is 356472-107-946494.
Was this phone password protected as well?
Was.
Did you know the passcode to it?
We did not.
Did you try to bypass the passcode to access the data?
We did.
And what were your results?
We were not successful in doing that.
Why not?
So specifically, this phone had what's called a complex alphanumeric passcode. So most phones have like a 6-digit or 4-digit PIN. This one's an alphanumeric combination. So it can literally be anything provided, password 1 with a capital B. The tools attempt to use anything they can, but because of the large breadth of what that could be, it exhausts what dictionaries we are able to put together. It's not always successful in that specific case. Because it's an iPhone, the encryption of that device is tied to that passcode, so if we can't defeat it, we can't access it.
So bottom line, you weren't able to extract any data from this second phone, correct?
No, sir, we were not.
Okay. Let me direct your attention now to March 30th of 2023. Were you provided another phone in this case?
I was, yes.
And to whom did that phone belong?
It was identified to me as Mr. Swilly.
In what condition was that phone when it was given to you?
I believe that one was also powered on. We had secured it in our Faraday box.
What was the make and model of that phone?
That was another Samsung Galaxy S21.
Okay. Same model as the first, SMG991U?
Correct.
Okay. What was the serial number?
With that one, referring to my notes here, it was Romeo 3, Charlie Romeo 40, Romeo Quebec, Kilo Juliet Victor.
What was the IMEI number for document purposes?
That was 3501-6628-05-2525507.
What phone number was associated with that phone?
Was a 352-283-2372.
At the time you did the extraction of this phone, were you in possession of a search warrant that was signed by a judge that allowed you to access certain data on this phone?
Correct. It was provided to me prior to extraction.
Okay. And what did you do with this phone when you began the extraction process?
Generally speaking, same as the first. It was removed from our Faraday box, connected to our forensic machines, and ultimately self-right, and then data was extracted off of it.
Were there any problems with the extraction?
None that were noted, no.
What did you do with the digital results of your extraction from the data from that phone?
For that one, again, the report was created and provided to detectives for their review.
Did you have any involvement in the analysis of any data extracted from Herbert Swilley's phone?
No, not on that phone, no.
Let me direct your attention again to that same day, March 30th of 2023. Were you asked to examine a vehicle?
I was, yes.
What kind of vehicle did you examine?
That was a 2020 Jeep Sahara.
And what was your role or your purpose in examining this vehicle?
So we specifically were looking to identify what type of infotainment system was located within that vehicle.
Did that purpose have anything to do with the Uconnect connections that the Timothy Smith's phone made with the Uconnect system?
Correct. So we were able to identify that device had a potential Uconnect system in it, but at the time we were not able to determine specifically what kind of Uconnect system was in that device. So we needed to look a little further.
And again, so we're talking about the proper vehicle. What was the VIN number associated with that Jeep?
Referring to my report here, it is a 1 Charlie, 4 Hotel, Juliet X-ray, Echo November, 2 Lima, Whiskey 325960.
What did you do with that VIN number?
So we take the VIN, which identifies a specific make, model, and trim level of a vehicle, and we enter that into a system we use to conduct our infotainment system extractions. It's called Burle's ID program. That program allows us to enter in that VIN, and it shows us what supported infotainment systems should be located in those vehicles.
What do you mean by a supported infotainment system?
So just like with cell phones, infotainments within vehicles can vary in different makes, models, operating system types. Not every single one of those will be supported by all the commercial tools that are out there. So what is supported by Burle, which is the primary tool we use, it identifies which of those systems it can extract, pull data from, and analyze data from.
So when you put that VIN number into the extraction program, the Burle program you described, what did you find?
We found that specifically that make, model, and trim level of Jeep should contain one of 5 different Uconnect systems. We wouldn't be able to know specifically which one until we looked a little further in that vehicle.
So how did you determine which Connect system it had?
We had to remove it from the vehicle.
Okay. So can you explain what you did and how you did that?
Sure.
Well, first of all, before I ask you that, let me stop you. Were you in possession before you did this of a search warrant signed by a judge that permitted you to go into the infotainment center?
That's correct.
Okay. So what did you do?
So we go into the vehicle itself and we have to physically remove the device from the center console of that Jeep.
When you removed the infotainment device, what did you find?
We found that it was one of the systems that Burle had showed us would be in that vehicle. Unfortunately, however, that specific infotainment system in that vehicle was called an active. The make is active that makes that infotainment module. It runs what's called a Uconnect version 4, not the Uconnect 4C. The 4C is what is supported for extraction using Burle's tools.
So in normal people terms, what does that mean?
That specific infotainment was not supported for extraction.
Okay. So what did you do?
So just because it's not supported by that specific tool does not mean that the data that could potentially reside on that device does not exist. So what we did is we removed that module and we went down to the actual circuit board containing the memory chip. We identified which chip that was, and then I reached out to my contacts with the United States Secret Service. At the time, I was a task force officer with them for assistance.
Did they agree to help?
They did, yes.
So what did you do?
I actually physically transported that infotainment system module to the United States Secret Service office in Jacksonville. I met with a task force officer up there named James Padilla. He had the equipment and capabilities needed to do what's called a chip-off extraction from that device.
What is a chip-off extraction?
Physically removes that memory chip from the circuit board of that device and then puts it into a reader to where we can obtain all of the ones and zeros and an image of that specific range of memory.
Were you present when Agent James Padilla did that?
Was at his side the entire time.
have you done that similar type of procedure on other electronic devices before?
Their devices, yes, but not infotainment systems.
Okay. Once that chip off process was complete, what was done?
So the chip off was completed, the data was obtained, and ultimately a copy of that image file was provided to me by Agent Padilla, as well as the original chip, the infotainment module, and all of that was transported back to the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
Now, the data that was extracted from that infotainment chip, are you able to just kind of open it up on a computer and look at it and see what it says?
Not quite. It's generally speaking, it's all the raw ones and zeros from that range of memory. You can open it up and look at it, but trying to understand or parse out data from that can be quite difficult, especially if you're not quite familiar with how that specific chip or that specific operating system, we'll call it, stores data to that range of memory.
So what did you do?
We contacted Berla, so they are the original company we use for all the extraction and analysis of systems such as that. They are familiar with how the Uconnect systems operate, so they have the knowledge to be able to determine if there was data, how to be able to read it. We provided them a copy of that data along with some relevant case information, dates, times, copy of our search warrants, things of that nature, so that they could review that data to be able to determine if there was anything.
Did you give the Berla company the specific time period for which you were permitted to look into the data?
That is correct, and a physical copy of the warrant showing that.
Okay. Did you receive results back from the Berla Corporation about what this data what data was contained on the chip?
We did, yes.
Was there any information contained in the results provided to you by Berla for the time period that you requested?
None that we were able to look at and review.
Do these chips in Infotainment Center, do they hold a lot of information?
No, specifically this chip was only 2 gigabytes in size. So these chips are much smaller than what we'd see on like a cell phone or something like that.
Do these types of chips hold data for a long period of time?
They do not.
Is old data constantly overwritten to make room for new data on these chips?
Correct. Specifically because of the small storage size and capacity of those chips, it's constantly trying to overwrite to put the freshest and most recent data in that amount of memory.
Would that explain the lack of data for the time period that you requested, especially considering that Jeep had been driven for days after that time period?
Correct. The way that those systems operate, if anything from potentially doors opening, closing, the vehicle being put in drive, anything that's done within that vehicle will be logged to that chip. So the more information going to it, the higher the chances are of recycling out data.
Let me direct your attention to April 6th of 2023, where you provided a digital video recorder, specifically a night owl security system by Deputy Michael Eades from the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
It was, yes.
And what is a DVR?
Generally speaking, it's a recorder system that allows for video from cameras to be stored.
Were you actually provided the physical recording device or just the data from the recording device?
No, it was the actual box itself, the physical hardware from that system.
Did you verify that the timestamp on the DVR was accurate?
I did not. I conferred with Detective Michaelides, who at the time of him unplugging the device verified the time was accurate. We then plugged the system in without the actual data within it to be able to determine are the times accurate, and they appeared to be.
Okay. So what did you do with the actual DVR?
So we take that device, we remove the hard drive and that storage media from it, we connect that to a forensic workstation via a write blocker. Essentially, at that point, it's a hard drive plugged into our forensic machines that we can then look at.
You used the term write blocker earlier, and I meant to ask you what that was. What is that?
So a write blocker prevents any writes to a specific piece of media. So for example, if we take a hard drive and we generally just plug it into a computer, as you access it, you're going to be changing metadata or changing information on that device. A write blocker prevents any of that going to that specific piece of media plugged in.
Does that device maintain the integrity of the data on the system that you're looking at?
Correct, and that's why we use it.
Okay. Does the extraction process on a DVR add, change, delete, or modify any of the video footage from the DVR's hard drive?
No, sir, specifically because we use that right blocker.
So what type of data did you extract from this DVR?
From that DVR specifically, we pulled video footage from a number of different cameras that were identified as relevant to the investigation.
Did you do an initial extraction and then go back and extract some more data later?
Correct. The initial request from Detective Pender was for a small subset of data. After he had reviewed that, he'd asked for more, so we did.
Referring to the initial extraction of data, from what time period did that data come?
If I can review my notes to specifically give that to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It was from 5 camera angles initially on 3/24 from approximately midnight to 4 a.m.
Did the 5 different camera angles have names associated with the cameras in the DVR system?
They did.
What were the names of the specific cameras?
Again, referencing my report, they were labeled as front door, backyard 1, front yard, backyard 2, garage 1.
And how do you extract data from the DVR? Do you go physically and choose parameters and dates and times and things?
No. So once we take that hard drive from the DVR system itself and we plug that into our forensic workstation via that right blocker, we utilize a program to be able to access all of the recorded video clips. It identifies all of those recorded video clips within whatever time ranges exist within that storage media, and then we can export out those video clips for review.
Did you in fact export those 5 cameras you mentioned earlier for the time period of midnight on March 24th to 4 a.m. on March 24th of 2023?
Correct.
Okay, and you provided that to Detective Pender, I think you said?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I think you touched on, you were then asked to go back and extract a wider period of data. Am I right?
Correct.
From what time period did you extract data from the second time?
I believe that covered from the 21st to about the 29th, if I recall.
Okay. Did you use the same process you just described?
That is correct.
What did you do with that data?
Again, provided to detectives for their review.
Did you have any involvement in the analysis of the actual footage that you extracted?
No, sir. It was provided to the detectives and they reviewed it.
What was done with the actual DVR system when you were finished?
Ultimately, it was returned to the device owner.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to March 29th of 2023. Were you asked to extract data from another surveillance system from the Splash Car Wash located on Southeast 38th Street and 464A?
It was, yes.
Can you explain how you did that, where you went to do it, and things like that?
Sure. So myself and Detective Canterbury at that time did go down to the Splash Car Wash. We had made contact with the manager there. Ultimately, the manager allowed us access to the DVR system, holding all the video recordings from the cameras at that location. That specific system was located in a rooftop office, if you will, and we were able to access that and take a look at what was there.
What did you find when you looked at it?
So ultimately, we were to see the live views of those cameras. With the owner's permission, we accessed the system to be able to look at historical recordings. When we attempted to do that, we could not find any historical recordings. Again, with that owner's permission, we tried to be able to determine why there was nothing historical. What we ultimately found was that the hard drive within that device was not being seen by the operating system. So essentially, that device did not see a storage array to store things to, so there were no playback devices.
So bottom line is you couldn't extract any data from this DVR, am I right?
No, sir. We did attempt, but ultimately that device was showing signs of failure.
Let me direct your attention to April 13th of 2023. Were you provided a ring camera recovered from Herbert Swilly and Tim Smith's residence located at 5388 Southeast 26th Court?
It was, yes.
What is a ring camera?
It is one specific brand of cameras. I believe it's actually owned by Amazon that allows owners of that to record video clips.
What were you asked to do with this specific ring camera?
So we were trying to locate specifically a serial number or MAC address from that specific camera.
I think we know what a serial number is, but what is a MAC address?
So a MAC address is a unique number that is assigned to that specific network hardware communication. So in the case of this Ring camera, they usually communicate via Wi-Fi networks. So the Wi-Fi card on that device, that network interface will be provided a unique ID number. That is the ID number we were looking for.
What was the point of you looking for that specific MAC address or that ID number?
What was advised to me by detectives was that they were not able to locate any video from where it was stored without either having a serial number for a device or a specific MAC address to identify that device and its recordings.
Did the Ring company itself require that identifying information to try to be able to retrieve footage?
That is correct.
What did you do to try to locate the serial number or the MAC address on that Ring camera?
In many cases, most of those numbers can be listed on the hardware itself. So we attempted to see if those numbers would be listed on that camera.
Did you find them?
Ultimately, we did not.
Were you able to obtain any identifying information from that camera to be able to provide to Ring to get any kind of surveillance footage from the Ring company?
We were. So ultimately on the specific circuit board of that camera, we identified the chip that allows for communications, and the only visible markings on that was an FCC ID number. We did provide those to Amazon, the visible markings that were available to us, but they were not specific enough for them to be able to provide video.
Is Ring part of Amazon?
I believe yes, so yes.
Okay. All right, last area of inquiry. Let me direct your attention now to November 14th of 2023, where you provided a cell phone belonging to Jordan Swilley to extract data from.
Was, yes.
Can you explain how you took possession of that phone?
It was provided to me by Detective Pender.
In what condition was that phone when you received it?
Just as the others, it was powered on.
Okay. Again, for documentary purposes, what was the make and model of that phone?
That specific phone was an iPhone 15.
What was the serial number?
If I can look towards my notes here, 1 second. See if I can find that page. So the iPhone 15 serial number was Delta X-Ray Hotel Whiskey 73 Whiskey Juliet Kilo Whiskey.
What was the IMEI number?
On that, it was 358-355-840-292-425.
I meant to ask you this earlier. Does the IMEI number normally appear on the actual phone itself someplace?
Yes, most phones have them in some form on the exterior of the phone to be able to identify a device.
Okay. What was the phone number associated with that phone?
That specific phone was 352-339-8530.
What did you do with that phone?
I attempted an extraction on that as well.
Okay. Were you able to extract data from that phone?
We were.
Okay. Explain kind of the process and what data you were able to find.
So same process as before. We take the device, we connect it to Steuart, and we attempt extractions. In this specific case, we attempted advanced extractions, so a full file system extraction. We attempted it on the device, but that was not successful. So we then attempted other methods that kind of get smaller subsets of data and attempted those as well. Some of them succeeded, some of them succeeded with errors.
Why would you not be able to do a full system or extraction of this phone?
So the capability to be able to extract that level of data from a phone relies on a number of different factors. In this specific instance, at that time, the iPhone 15s and the version of the operating system, iOS 17, was still very brand new. That was relevant because the iOS 15s actually completely changed the data port on the bottom of iPhones. They went from the Apple Lightning port to USB-C. So because of the change in operating system, the new phone, and the new port, a lot of the commercial tools to extract data from them were not able to get full file system extractions. So we were getting what we could.
Is it fair to say that your Cellbrite software program wasn't able to read all the data from the iPhone itself because the iPhone has such a new operating system?
Correct.
Okay. You said that you were able to extract some data. What type of data were you able to find?
We were able to get a range of information. Specifically, the extraction we attempted errored out on some specific items, such as like MMS or SMS messaging.
What do you mean
So
by
we were not able to pull those.
Okay. So what do you mean by errored out?
Extraction was attempted. Very briefly, the extraction we attempted, it's called a logical extraction. It communicates to the phone in a way that the phone can understand utilizing Cellbrite. So if it asks for something like messages, but the phone can't quite understand or doesn't quite, based off the operating system or a number of different factors, able to provide that, we can't get those. So it'll show us an error on our end saying we're unable to read that data.
And you mentioned a couple acronyms, SMS, IM. What type of information were there errors when you tried to extract?
Generally, text messaging, picture messaging. So SMS, text messages, MMS, media messaging.
Were you able to extract some text messages and media message, but not all, or were you not able to find any of those text messages or media messages?
We were able to pull some content, but not all from the device.
Okay. What was done with the results of your extraction?
What was extracted was loaded up, put into a report, and provided to Detective Pender.
Did you have any involvement in the analysis of the extraction results from Jordan Swilley's phone?
No, sir, I did not.
Ultimately, what was done with Jordan Swilley's phone?
It was returned to Detective Pender and ultimately the owner.
I have one moment, Your Honor. I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Board.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon again, sir.
Great, sir.
Regarding the Uconnect system that you were discussing on direct examination, you mentioned that you've been involved in, correct me if I'm wrong, in the analysis of a handful of those.
Yes, it's the extraction and analysis of a handful with the sheriff's office, correct?
Okay, so like 5 times or less.
Yeah, I believe 5 would be a good number.
Hold on. Can we just have a seat
Sure.
and pull the microphone, because that microphone is made for someone at sitting level. I think it'll pick you up better.
I have the habit of standing.
I know, but if you can do it sitting, it will pick you up better.
All right. And just so we have a clear record, Mr. Newbanks, I was asking how many times you had analyzed a Uconnect system.
With the sheriff's office, it's 5. However, we conducted extractions and analysis through the course of the training that I completed with that company.
Okay. So in addition to analyzing, that would include extraction as well, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And is a Uconnect system unique to only a vehicle?
Yes, sir, it would be.
And it was your testimony that that would be to either a Jeep, Chrysler, or Dodge brand vehicle?
So it would be that manufacturer. So everything ranging from like Chargers to Jeeps all use Uconnect 5Cs, or sorry, Uconnect systems.
And I gathered from direct examination and your testimony that you went to lengths to attempt to obtain the data from the Uconnect system on the victim's 2020 Jeep Sahara, is that right?
Correct. Yes.
But ultimately, you were not able to obtain any data of value. Is that a fair statement?
Nothing from within the time frame we were allowed to look at, correct?
Understood. And do you know what came of the defendant's cell phone after your extraction of data from it?
I believe it was ultimately provided to the evidence division for safekeeping.
Understood. And would that have been the same for the victim's two phones, the one Galaxy and the one iPhone?
Yes, correct.
And I thought I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there were 5 different times where the victim's Galaxy phone attempted or did connect with a Uconnect system on or about March 23rd of 2023. Did I hear that wrong?
No, correct. So that report that we were looking at earlier shows 5 connections and disconnections. We specifically identified 3 connections.
You were not able to identify the other 2.
So they're all 5 are listed. It's 3 connections, 2 disconnections, creating 5 entries total in that report.
Understood. One moment.
Yes, sir.
And going to the extractions that you conducted on the Night Owl security system, the DVR. You mentioned, and correct me if I heard you wrong, that part of that process is determining the accuracy of the time and date stamp?
Correct.
Okay. How did you go about doing that regarding this particular DVR?
Sure. So in this particular instance, Deputy Michaelides was the one who collected the DVR. I generally train, at the time, I trained everybody at the sheriff's office that I could to, at the time of collection of that DVR, to take a photo of the time that's displayed on the screen. Ultimately, that's what Deputy Michaelides had brought to me with the DVR to be able to determine was the date and time accurate on that system, which we were able to determine it was.
How do you go about making that determination this way?
Apologies, Your Honor.
No.
Let me see if I can get this back on. Yeah, so the time and date that is going to be shown on the DVR system, specifically on that screen, we match that to the current time and date from when we're unplugging that device, or the current time and date we're conducting that analysis. Essentially, is the DVR system showing that it is, today at today's time, 6:19 at 2:37 p.m. We use that just to be able to determine are the times we're looking for in video clips going to be relevant and in the time we normally understand it to be. Not an hour off or 4 days off type of deal.
Okay. And the 2 extractions that you did on that Night Owl DVR in reference to your involvement in this investigation, those were done, correct me if I'm wrong, April 6th of 2023. Is that correct?
Are you asking the date and time we conducted the extraction or the date we pulled video from?
I wrote down the date of April 6th of 2023. What did you do on that date regarding that Night Owl DVR?
Let me go back to my notes
Sure.
here just to see if I can figure that out. Yeah, April 6th of 2023 was when I was provided that DVR system. We pulled video from 3/24, and ultimately on 4/12, we were asked to pull more video by Detective Pender. That was that second set of analysis.
So the initial extraction was done on the date that you got that DVR?
Correct, yes.
And then you went back on April 12th of that year and you did the other extraction at the request of Detective Pender?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you're looking at the DVR once you turn it on to determine that the time and date year or current, and then comparing that back to the requested periods of time you were asked to look for. Is that my understanding? Is that right?
It is, essentially what we're doing is being able to determine, is the time and date on the recorded videos accurate? Yes. So what we're doing is we're comparing the date and time that is shown on that DVR at the time of us either doing the analysis or shutting that video off to make sure that what is displayed on the system is the current date and time. So that when we're exporting those clips, it's using the date and time we're familiar with, not having to adjust time for those clips, like if they're an hour off. Does that help clear up that confusion?
It does, but I'm still wondering if perhaps if it was right when you looked at it, but on a prior date, it would have been off. Is that possible?
No. So the way we conduct these extractions, we're removing the storage media from the actual DVR system. So when we do that, there are no more changes that are going to be made to what is stored in that drive. When we are connecting it with our write blocker, again, no changes are being made there. So when we seize the device and we verify that date and time is accurate, that is kind of the end of any potential changes made, because now we hold that hard drive in our possession to be able to pull video clips from that. So nothing would change at a later date.
That makes sense. Regarding the ring camera that you were asked to attempt to extract data from, was it just one ring camera from the residence of the deceased and my client that you were asked to
Yes, only.
extract data from?
Yes, sir. Only one was provided to me.
Okay. And it was your understanding that was the ring camera from the front door of the residence?
I don't recall it being the front door camera. I don't recall exactly which specific camera it was or where it was located on the residence. It was just provided to me by the detectives.
Will anything help you recall that information?
If somebody has a document in their report as to which specific camera it was, I could review that and be able to determine. But like I said, it was just provided to me by the detectives. I don't recall it being a front door camera.
Understood. Okay. And the ultimate determination of your efforts was that you were not able to obtain the data. Is that a fair statement?
Correct. Ultimately, we were not able to get any video from that specific camera.
Okay. Just one.
Certainly.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
Very briefly, Mark.
Mr. Newbanks, on cross-examination, you were asked about the data that you received from the Burla Corporation from the Jeeps Infotainment Center.
Correct.
And you said that there was no data from the time period for which you were allowed to look at.
Correct.
You obtained this, or you obtained the infotainment center pursuant to a search warrant, right?
Correct. Specifying what data we would be able to collect within a time frame.
So are you confined and only allowed to look for data during the time period authorized by the judge who signed the search warrant?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you look at that date range, in this case, was it March 23rd and March 24th?
I believe so.
Okay. During that narrow window, there was no data present?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Is there any other additional questions by either side for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness to be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
You're excused, sir. Have a very nice day. Thank you.
All right, so we'll take our lunch now. Leave your notebooks here. Remember, don't discuss the case at all. Go with the bailiff. We'll be adjourned till 1:15.
Thank you, therapist. Thank you, Jason. I'm glad you put that up there because I was reading it like, silence like lasagna. Like, I didn't get it. I was like, okay, well, okay. I'm glad you put that in there so we can all follow along. I tell you, she be rapping all day. she be rapping all day. Good morning, Rachel. Let's see here. Oh, wow. I was like, I don't know what that means. All right, I'm about to figure that out. Okay, so she doing a little way this morning. All right. Well, y'all know we got our good old TiVo time, so I'm gonna take us all the way past this, right? So just so y'all know, in our other case, I got that kind of starting probably about 12-ish, just depending on where we're at with this one. Our next case is they should be calling their last witnesses today. And also going into possibly our closing arguments. It doesn't sound like the defense is going to put on the case. So if that's anything for you guys, yeah, I don't think they're putting on a case, which I'm really surprised that they're not going to call an expert in order to dispute that terrible, terrible, terrible audio recording, transcript, or whatever it is. But anywho, I'm gonna get us back into here and let's see. Well, I shouldn't say into here. I'm gonna take us back to court. Can't do a whole bunch of into here's and piercings and poking and yeah, that probably would be inappropriate for this trial. So I'm gonna take us back to court.
to March 27th of 2023. On that date, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of Tim Smith?
Yes.
Or promise to swear not to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you just speak into the microphone to make sure everybody can hear you? Thank you. Can you please tell the jury your name and spell your name?
Tiffany Hightower. Tiffany's Tiffany. Hightower is Hightower.
Thank you. Where are you employed?
The Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
5 years.
What is your current position with the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a latent print examiner 2.
How long have you been a latent print examiner 2?
About a year and a half.
Were you a latent print examiner 1 before that?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were you a latent print examiner 1?
2 years.
What's the difference between a latent print examiner 1 and a latent print examiner 2?
Mainly the level of experience. So as a 2, I had prior 2-year experience.
And what are your duties as a latent print examiner 2?
I collect, process, analyze, compare, evaluate, and verify latent prints.
And can you describe your educational background for the jury?
Hold on 1 second. Please don't hold the door open. Please either come in or go out, but don't hold the door open. Sorry, go ahead.
Please describe your educational background for the jury.
I hold an associate's degree in communication, and I'm currently in progress of getting my bachelor's degree.
And can you describe your training in the field of latent print examination?
I completed the International Latent Print Training Academy, which is a 20-week program. It covers testimony, documentation, evaluation, comparison, verification. I have also completed over 200 continuing education courses since then.
I want to direct your attention to March 27th of 2023. On that date, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of Tim Smith?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do on that day?
I was requested to go to the medical examiner's office to pick up evidence and take the known standards.
And you said known standards. What are known standards?
Known standards are a fingerprint card of a person that I personally took the prints.
And whose known standards were you going to take that day?
The decedent's.
All right. Tim Smith?
Yes.
All right. And how do you take known standards from a decedent?
So it's typically the same way we take all of them. We will lay the ink on the hand. For deceased, we use a roller, and then we print nail to nail on the corresponding boxes on the fingerprint card.
And did you do that with Tim Smith?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. States Exhibit DDD. You can open that up and look inside and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
These are the known standards I took at the medical examiner's office.
And you recognize those how?
By my initials and ID number.
And are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you rolled those prints of Timothy Smith?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move, thank you. States Exhibit DDD into evidence.
No objection. No objection. States DDD. State number 53.
And while you were there, did you also collect some evidence?
Yes.
All right. And did that include a sexual assault kit?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification in States Exhibit BBB. And was the sexual assault kit that was taken from Timothy Smith?
Correct.
And does that include the medical examiner's case number as well as the Marion County Sheriff's Office ID?
Yes.
All right. And this is what you collected and brought back to the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll move States Exhibit BBB into evidence.
No objection.
Now I want to move ahead and direct your attention.
Okay. States DDB and evidence that's without objection as states number 58.
Thank you, Judge.
58 or 54?
Okay, I messed up. What is DDD? I can't read my writing. So BBB is 54. Sorry.
That's okay.
I wrote 3, but look like the 7.
I want to move ahead and direct your attention to January 16th of 2024. On that date, did you record the known fingerprints of Herbert Swilly?
Yes,
Okay. And again, can you just briefly tell the jury what the known prints are?
they are the fingerprints taken by an individual with me verifying who their identity is.
Do you see the person who you know to be Herbert Swilly in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just point to him and describe something he's wearing?
He is in a plaid maroon tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
No, so reflect.
Your Honor, may approach the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what through mark identification is State's Exhibit CCC. You can look in there. Tell me if you recognize that.
Yes,
How do you recognize that?
by my initials and ID number.
And what is that?
These are the known standards I took on Herbert Swilly.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you rolled those standards?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we have moved State's Exhibit CCC into evidence.
No objection.
That objection states CCC, benefit case number 55.
All right, and next I want to move on to ask you about a latent fingerprint that was lifted by crime scene technician Rebecca Morano on March 25th of 2023 from a coconut juice can. Can you tell the jury before we talk about your comparison, what is a latent print? What does that mean?
A latent print is an impression that is left by chance on a surface. It is not seen with the naked eye and requires physical or chemical processing to be seen.
And is that the chemical processing, is that how you would lift or develop a latent print from an item of evidence?
Yes.
All right. And can you explain the process of comparing a latent print from a piece of evidence to a known fingerprint?
Sure. So we would take the latent, we would analyze it first, and then we would take the known standards and compare them side by side underneath a magnifying glass, looking for any similarities or dissimilarities within the prints.
And using that method, is it possible to identify the person who touched a surface or an object?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to examine items of evidence for the presence or absence of latent prints?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Hundreds of times.
And have you had the opportunity to compare latent prints recovered from various items with the known fingerprints or palm prints of individuals?
Yes.
Approximately how many latent print comparisons have you conducted?
Thousands.
Do you teach or lecture in your field?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to give opinion testimony in the field of latent print examination before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I believe 2 times.
All right. Your Honor, I've asked that the witness be allowed to give opinion testimony in the field of latent print examination.
No objection, no voir dire.
I'll allow her to testify in a form of opinion.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence in State's Exhibit 19, which is the fingerprint lifted from the coconut juice can by forensic crime scene technician Morano. Have you had a chance to examine that latent fingerprint lifted by forensic crime scene technician Morano?
Yes, I did.
All right. What's the first thing you do when you open up a latent fingerprint that somebody else has collected from a piece of evidence?
The first thing we do is analyze the print to see if it's of value.
All right. And what does it mean if something is of value?
It means that the print has a high enough quality and quantity of minutia within the print to use for comparison.
And if it's not of value, are you able to compare it with any known fingerprints of anybody?
No.
And what did your examination reveal about the latent print lifted from the coconut juice can?
It was of no value.
So you were not able to compare that with any known prints?
Correct.
All right. And next I want to move on to the latent fingerprints lifted by Rebecca Morano from some items found at the incident location. Specifically, what's been entered into evidence is State's Exhibit 28. You can look at those. Did you have the chance to analyze those prints?
Yes, I did.
All right. And in State's 28, how many latent fingerprint cards are there?
There are 16. 16
cards. Now, did you do the same thing with these latent print cards that you did with the coconut juice can, determine if they were of value?
Yes.
All right. And of the 16 latent cards that are in that exhibit, how many of those were of value?
4 of them were of value.
So that means the other 12 you were not able to compare to anybody's fingerprints.
Yes.
Now, what did you do after you determined that 4 of those were of value?
I took the 4 that were of value and I entered them into the APHIS database.
Okay, and what is APHIS?
The Automated Fingerprint Identification System.
And does that have fingerprints from people that may have been arrested or other reasons people's fingerprints may be in that database?
Yes.
Did you receive any hits from APHIS on the 4 cards that were of value?
Yes.
All right. Which card?
I've received hits on cards 1 and 2.
All right. And on card 1, the left, which that was from the front label of the gun oil lubricant pump bottle.
Yes.
What results did you get from APHIS?
I made an identification of the left middle finger to a James True.
All right. And that was card 1. And did you compare the other 3 latent prints of value with the known standards of the defendant and the known standards of Tim Smith that you rolled?
Yes, I did.
All right. Were any of the prints, the remaining 3 that were left of value from that exhibit, identified to Tim Smith?
No.
Okay. What about cards 3 and 4?
They were inconclusive.
Okay. And what does that mean?
It means that there were not enough similarities and dissimilarities to make a positive conclusion.
So you couldn't rule out Tim Smith as leaving the latents of value on cards 3 and cards 4?
Correct.
And now the remaining latent card 2, which was from the front of the purple lubricating gel bottle, was that identified to anyone?
Yes.
And who was that identified to?
It was identified to Herbert Swiley.
So of the 4 latent fingerprints that were of value from that exhibit, 1 was identified to James True, 1 was identified to the defendant, and the other 2 were inconclusive as to Tim Smith.
Yes.
Is that correct for that exhibit?
Yes.
And now I want to move on to another exhibit of fingerprints that were lifted by Rebecca Morano from the crime scene, the incident location. And that would be what's been entered in State's Exhibit 30. If you can look at that, did you have a chance to analyze those?
Yes, I did.
All right. And how many latent fingerprint cards are in State's Exhibit 30?
12 cards.
And did you examine all 12 of those latent lift cards?
Yes, I did.
Did you determine if any of those 12 were of value?
Yes.
How many of the 12 were of value?
8.
So the other
I'm sorry,
4,
what did you say? What was your answer?
8 cards.
Okay, thank you.
So the other 4 you were not able to compare to anybody?
Correct.
All right. Now, did you compare the 8 latent prints of value with the known standard of the defendant and the known standards of Tim Smith?
Yes.
Were any of the latent prints of value identified to the defendant, Herbert Swilly?
Yes.
All right. How many?
2 cards.
Okay. And was one of those cards from both of them from a black toolbox, the top front panel?
Yes.
All right. And were any of the latent prints of value identified to Tim Smith?
No.
So the 8 that were of value, 2 were identified to the defendant, Herbert Swilly, and that leaves 6 remaining latent prints of value.
Correct.
Were you able to identify who those other 6 latent prints of value belonged to?
No.
All right. They did not belong to James True?
No.
Tim Smith?
No.
Or Herbert Swilly?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, please.
No cross trial.
This witness excused?
We would ask that she be excused.
You're excused, Sam. Thank you.
Yep.
Next witness is Candace Baker.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I have access to the monitor, please.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hold on, man. Don't sit down. Please stand. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk to your left. a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask that you scoot up to that microphone and speak into that, please, so everybody can hear you the best you can. Thank you. Can you please tell the jury your name and spell your name?
Candace Baker, Candacebaker.
Thank you. Are you currently employed, Ms. Baker?
I am.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a sober coach.
What is a sober coach?
I assist people getting sober, finding new things to do, new ways to do them, getting to treatment.
Do you also own a commercial cleaning business?
I do.
How long have you owned that business?
Since approximately 2012.
And did you know Tim Smith?
I did.
Where did you meet Tim?
At a AA meeting.
And when did you meet Tim?
Around 2019.
And did you know Tim's husband, Herbert Swilly?
I did.
Do you see the person you know to be Herbert Swilly in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you point to him and describe something he's wearing?
Blue suit, striped tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
It also reflects.
And when did you meet the defendant?
Maybe a few months after Tim.
Was that at AA also?
It was.
So Tim came to AA first and then the defendant?
Correct.
Were you and Tim close?
Very.
How often would you see Tim?
Maybe about 5-6 nights a week.
Did you do things socially with Tim other than AA?
Yes.
What kind of things did you and Tim do together?
We like to eat.
Okay. Did you do other things besides eat?
We did. We shopped. We like shoes. We did some road trips, lots of parties, dinners at his home, holiday events.
Were you also friends with Tim's husband, the defendant?
Sure.
Would you do some of those things with Tim and the defendant?
Absolutely.
And what kind of work did the defendant do?
He was a handyman.
And what kind of work did Tim do?
He was a director in a retirement, I think it's called retirement place.
All right. And did you know Jordan Swilly?
I did.
And how was your relationship with Jordan?
She was like a daughter to me.
Were you aware that Tim and the defendant had an open marriage?
No.
Were you aware that they had sex with other people as a couple?
Yes.
Were you aware that they had sex with other people separately?
No.
Were you aware of the apartment they had in addition to their marital home?
Yes.
Had you ever been there?
No, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to March 24th of 2023, the day before they found Tim. On that date, did you learn that Tim was missing?
I did.
And how did you learn that?
I don't remember if it was a phone call or a text from Herbie asking if I'd seen or heard from Tim.
Do you remember around what time that was? That
In
Friday?
the afternoon.
All right. And then did you actually speak with the defendant that afternoon, that Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he say to you?
That Tim did not show up for work, which was not like Tim at all. I proceeded to call Tim and text and did not get a response.
All right. Did the defendant tell you anything else besides Tim didn't show up to work? Did he tell you where he thought Tim was?
No.
All right. So you reached out to Tim.
I did.
Did you get any response?
I did not.
Did the defendant say whether or not he and Tim were fighting?
He did not.
Now, did you ever speak to the defendant again that Friday evening after the initial call when you learned Tim was missing?
I don't think so.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about him finding Tim's Jeep at the apartment that Friday evening?
Oh, yeah, yes. I'm
Tell the
sorry.
jury about that conversation. Did he call you or did you call him?
He called me, and the Jeep was over at the apartment, but nobody was entering the door. And there were no lights on. and I asked him to go in, and he said he didn't know where his key was.
Did he say he just didn't know where it was?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then what else did he tell you? Did you, when he talked about guns at all?
Oh, that was after he went home.
Okay, so he called you?
We stayed on the phone. This was like a 2-hour phone call.
Okay.
And then in the process of that phone call, he starts saying, oh, well, he doesn't have any guns. And I said, well, why would he have guns? I thought you said he wasn't suicidal. And he said, well, let me see, I have the Glock and I can hear him walking around the house as he's talking to me. So he's collecting guns as he's talking to me. And he says, okay, I have this gun. I have this gun. Okay, the only gun that's missing is the pink Glock, Tim's gun. So he goes into Jordan's room. He gets Jordan. He tells Jordan, you're coming with me.
And this is all Friday evening? You're on the
Friday
phone with
night.
him.
I'm on the phone with him.
Around what time was this?
This was late 9-ish.
Okay, all right.
Him and Jordan drive over to the apartment where the Jeep is.
Are you still on the phone with him?
I'm still on the phone.
All right.
He gets out of the car, of his truck, and goes into the Jeep. I'm still on the phone. I can hear, he gets the gun, he gets back in, he says, it's okay, I have the Glock. Tim doesn't have any guns.
So he was talking about a pink
Glock.
gun that was Tim's. All right. He took the gun from the Jeep.
But this is also after the police did a wellness check. So I'm not understanding, if you're collecting guns, but you told the wellness check people that Tim is not suicidal, why are you now looking for guns?
Okay.
Why did you not say that when they were there?
So what happened after you're on the phone with him and he says, I got the pink Glock from the Jeep? Then what happens after that?
Then they drive home. We continue to talk for a few more minutes. Then they go home.
And Jordan, you said Jordan drove or she was with him?
They were together.
All right. Did you speak to him again after that Friday night, the gun conversation?
I don't think so.
So I want to move on now to Saturday, the next day, March 25th of 2023. Did you contact the defendant that morning?
I tried to call him to see if he'd heard, did anybody find Tim? Where's Tim? He did not answer. I called Jordan. Did Tim come home? She said no.
Were you concerned at this point?
Yes.
Had you continued to try to reach Tim yourself? And then what did you do after Jordan told you they hadn't heard from Tim?
I tried to call Tim.
Did you try to call the defendant again?
No, because I called him first.
Did you ever reach the defendant that morning and find out what happened to Tim?
He reached me.
So you would call to him, the defendant, he didn't answer, but then he reached out to you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember what time it was.
Do you remember the morning or the afternoon?
Morning.
And when the defendant reached out to you, what did he say?
He's gone.
He's gone? Did he say anything else about how Tim had died?
He alluded suicide.
That's what you thought after your conversation?
And said he couldn't talk. Because I called him right away. When he texted me, he's gone. Of course, I have questions. What do you mean? Did he leave? Where'd he go? That's what I'm thinking. He left. I'm not thinking he's deceased. And he said I couldn't believe he would do this. That was the alluding to suicide. And he said he couldn't talk.
And then that was the end of the
That
conversation?
was the end of the conversation.
So you were left?
Thinking that he killed himself for hours that day.
Now, did you see the defendant at all that Saturday, the rest of that day?
No.
Did you learn at any time that day on Saturday that Tim hadn't died by suicide?
I think later I talked to him later on to see if him and Jordan ate, did they need anything
This is Saturday.
Saturday. And I think somebody else was bringing food to them, so they didn't need food. And then it wasn't suicide.
Did you say it was something else?
Said that he was murdered.
Were you surprised by that?
I was very surprised and had a lot of questions, but it was not to be talked about.
And did you ask questions and they weren't answered?
And it was not to be talked about.
Did he say that? What do you mean was not to be talked about? Explain
Yes. He's dead, he's gone. That's it.
that. So you didn't learn anything else?
I did not.
I want to move on now to the next day. We're at Sunday, the day after Tim's body was found, March 26th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day?
I did.
Where did you see him?
At their home.
Why did you go to the house?
To make sure they were all right.
Now,
See if they needed food. Called in the morning. See if they slept. What I could do.
now, when you arrived there, how was the defendant's demeanor?
It's like it was a regular day.
And right when you walked in, did you notice anything unusual when you walked in the front door?
As soon as he opened the door, I noticed the huge area rug was missing, and I said, "Where's the rug?" And he didn't answer me. And then we walked a few more steps into the kitchen area, and I noticed the area rug and the huge wooden coffee table was missing from the family room. And I said, where's the rug? Where's the coffee table? And then he said that the dog peed on it.
So two rugs were missing and a coffee table. And his explanation was the dog peed on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification of states as EEE. I want you to look at that. And do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Does that photograph show one of the living room rugs that was missing when you came into the home?
Yes.
And where is that rug that was missing?
In the front living room when you walk in the home.
When you walk in the front door?
Correct.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the way that rug looked at their home?
Yes.
You're at this time, we will move states exhibit EEE into evidence.
No objection.
Objection, EEE would be in evidence as number 56.
And who are the people in that picture? We were concentrating on the rug, but who are the people in the picture?
Tim and I.
And that's one of the rugs that was missing on Sunday in that photograph.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Sure.
And is this right here the rug that we're talking about that was missing?
Yes.
Okay, what's on that rug? What is that?
It's a lobster. It's like the house is beach themed, so it had like different sea animals, and it was like a woven rug. So they would have been like kind of dug out white areas of different creatures, sea creatures.
And that's you and Tim?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been entered in as States 31, photograph number 3. Where would that rug have been in this picture?
Underneath that round wooden and glass coffee table, all the way out probably to that bench, the left side, the window, and out to that chair, and all the way to the left window.
And is this right here, the front door where you walk in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you
Yes,
walked in, and this is what you saw, this empty, that rug missing.
Correct.
Now, after you noticed that that was missing, and then as well as another rug and table, who else was there?
It was just Jordan and Herbert.
And what else was happening?
And I sat down and I noticed what they were doing. They had the garbage cans from outside, inside the house, two garbage cans. Jordan had one in the kitchen. Herb had one in the pantry. And they were knocking off things off the counter into the garbage cans and off the shelves in the pantry. And
What sort of things?
Tim's vitamins, and he drank protein drinks and gummies and different vitamins. He did this regiment. So he had like 20, 15, just tons of different drinks and snacks and rice cakes, and they were just throwing away anything that was on the counter, the mixing cups. And I started looking around, and the portraits, family portraits, were off the wall. And I looked around, and all the candles and the seashells and the mermaids and all the knickknacks were gone, and they were in the dumpsters, and they were stacked up. The pictures were stacked up, and Jordan looked over at me and she said,
Objected hearsay.
You can't tell us what anybody
Okay.
said. Now, when you're saying all these knickknacks and everything, whose knickknacks were these?
they were Tim's.
So everything was getting thrown away.
Everything of Tim's is all going in the dumpster.
And the pictures that you're talking about, they were framed pictures that used to hang on the wall?
Yes.
Were they professional?
Professional family photos of Jordan growing up from the time they, had been together.
And Tim was in these photographs?
And Tim was in the photographs. They were professional photos of the two of them, marital photos.
And did the defendant indicate that he was going to throw those away?
Yes.
Did he
Photo
say
albums, everything.
all of Tim's?
Yes.
Did the defendant say why he was doing that?
It's his house now, and he's finally going to get the house that he always wanted.
Now, when is the last time you had been at their house and seen that rug and those coffee tables there?
I would say 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks prior. Tim and I went somewhere together.
All right. Did you ever go to their house around that time to get some blow-up mattresses?
I went to pick up an air mattress for my grandkids. I have too many grandkids, and I needed to borrow another air mattress.
Were they coming to visit you?
They were.
For what?
For spring break.
Spring break, okay. So it had been 2 to 3 weeks you had been there and seen
Yes.
that rug there.
Correct.
Now, while you were there that Sunday after they found Tim, did the defendant say anything about insurance money?
That's what they were going to do next.
What does that mean?
What
What did he say?
When he said that he was getting the house that he always wanted by getting rid of all of that stuff, the next thing he was going to do was get in that office and get those papers to get to his money.
To get to those papers, did he say insurance papers?
My money, to get my money. He needed to find the insurance papers.
So did he specifically say, I need to find insurance papers?
Yes.
Okay, to get my money?
My money, yes.
About how long were you at the house that Sunday?
I would say about 30 minutes. I was screaming inside to stop touching Tim's things. I really couldn't understand what was going on.
So you left?
All right.
Now, did you talk to the defendant the next evening, which would have been Monday, March 27th of 2023, 2 days after Tim had been
Yes.
found? All right.
Yes,
Did you talk to him on the phone or did you see him in person?
on the phone.
Around what time was that?
We talked several times a day,
All right.
so
Did you talk to him at some point during that Monday where he was at an AutoZone?
yes. So that would have been 8:30ish at night.
All right.
He was blowing my phone up while I was in a meeting, and when I came out, I'd missed a lot of calls from him.
How did you know he was at AutoZone?
I asked him where he was because it didn't, you can tell I'm like, where are you? And he said, I'm at AutoZone. And
Was he by himself?
he was with Jordan.
And did he tell you what they were doing at AutoZone?
Yes, he did.
What did he say they were doing?
He said that he was getting cleaners to clean the Jeep because the police wanted the Jeep back.
He was getting cleaners to clean the Jeep because the police wanted it. All right. Did he say anything about fingerprints being in the Jeep? People's
Yes.
fingerprints? What did he say?
He said that, Candy, I have to clean the Jeep. You've been in the Jeep. I have to get your fingerprints out. And I said, I wouldn't hurt anyone. I don't care if my fingerprints are in the Jeep. And he said that a lot of our friends have been in that Jeep and I have to get that Jeep cleaned before the police get it.
Now, on March 29th of 2023, which would be about 3 days after you were at the defendant's house, did you call the Marion County Sheriff's Office and speak with the detective?
I did.
Did you tell him everything you knew that you told us?
I did.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Jim.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Baker.
Good afternoon.
After March 29th of 2023, did you cut off ties with Herbert or did you continue to speak with him?
I don't know what date March 29th was.
Sure, that was the date that you contacted the Marion
I
County
did
Sheriff's
cut
Office.
off ties.
And at one point in time, prior to Tim Smith's death, you were cleaning their marital home, were you not?
For a short time.
Okay. And that ended in the latter part of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure. It was just maybe 3 months I did that. I'm not sure of the dates.
Okay. But not at all in the year that Tim
No.
Smith died?
No, sir.
And you mentioned having come to the marital home 2 to 3 weeks prior to Tim Smith being discovered dead and picking up air mattresses?
An air mattress.
Okay. Did you stay there for any length of time when you were doing that, or was it kind of a quick in and out?
No, sat at the counter, maybe 20 minutes or so, chit chatted.
The counter in the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that the rug that you identified from the pictures was still there.
Both rugs and the coffee table.
Okay. And the coffee table that you claim was not there when you went on March 26th, the year that Tim died. What was that coffee table?
A wooden coffee table, very heavy wood coffee table.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were very close to Tim Smith, correct?
Yes.
But you did not know that Tim Smith was in an open relationship, right?
No.
And in addition to raising your suspicions about Herbert's conduct after Tim's death, did you also tell the sheriff's office to look into other persons who may have been involved in Tim Smith's murder?
No.
You didn't mention to them looking into a terminated employee from Brookdale?
No.
Okay. You mentioned knowing about the apartment that Tim Smith leased, right?
Correct.
And how long before Tim Smith's death did you learn of the use of that apartment by Tim Smith?
I don't understand the question.
How long had you known Tim Smith to have the apartment before his death? Weeks,
When they got
months?
it, and were working on it.
Okay, that was when you learned of the existence of the apartment. So yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know anything about Tim Smith looking for other work?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment with my colleague?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Jay, excuse.
We ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State calls Lacy Laramore.
Ma'am. Please. Have a seat, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Lacy Laramore, Marion County.
What do you do for a living?
I work with the Solid Waste Department.
Let me direct your attention back to March of 2023. What were your job duties with the waste department then?
I was a solid waste supervisor working in the litter department, transitioning to a resource liaison position.
And what would you do on a daily basis then?
Anywhere from working with our litter department to administration, working inside our administration office with the solid waste, handling outreach and public information as well.
Where is the landfill located that you work at?
It's Southeast 66th Street in Ocala.
And when did that landfill open on a daily basis?
When does it open on a daily?
Yes,
I've been there 14 years and it's been open way before that.
I mean, what time of day?
I'm sorry.
That was a bad question on my part.
I gotcha. It opens at 7 a.m.
Okay. Can you describe, for those who have not been to the landfill, can you describe how a person dumps things at the landfill? What's the process?
Absolutely. So you would enter in off of Baseline Road onto Southeast 66. You would come in and you would have an option, depending on what you're bringing in, to either utilize the recycling center, which would be on the right-hand side, or you would go through our double gates into our scale house, which would be in front to where you could unload there as well. So you have two options coming in.
Does the landfill have a surveillance system set up?
At some areas of the landfill, yes.
And were you part of your duties back then, did that involve checking the surveillance system for periodic reasons?
We had access to it. I mean, we necessarily wouldn't be on it every day going on, but yes, we did have access to the security systems.
And what kind of surveillance system was there?
It covered our scale house, transfer station. I can't remember if it covered our yard waste section or not because it's been expanded through the years. But definitely coming in, it would be our main gate coming in, the scale house and transfer station are the main points.
So basically the entrance when people would bring things in and the exit when they would stop and get weighed and then pay the difference.
Correct.
All right. Was that surveillance system professionally installed?
It was.
Do you remember about when?
I do not. That was handled by our information technology department.
Did that surveillance system record constantly or was it motion activated?
It was constantly.
And as a supervisor, did you have access to that surveillance system?
Just by a link on the website, we had no control over anything other than logging into the web bound to see it.
So you can't go and change or alter or do anything with the actual footage?
That is correct.
When you accessed it through the website, would you have to use a login and password?
You would.
And who had access to that login?
I believe back in 2023, it would have just been most of our supervisors, maybe our directors, and then of course our IT department, who was the main handler.
And when you would occasionally log into the surveillance system, was it operating properly?
In most cases, yes.
It was a timestamp accurate and everything?
As far as I can tell, yes.
If something was wrong with the camera or with the system, would you know when you logged in?
You would.
Let me direct your attention to March 27th of 2023. Did law enforcement come to the landfill and ask to view and possibly retrieve some footage from your system?
They did come into our administration office asking for that information, correct?
And how'd that happen? Describe what was going on.
I can't recall it to 100%, but I know that they came in, probably talked to our staff assistant in the front, and then she just pulled a supervisor in to help.
Okay. And did law enforcement provide a certain kind of period of time that they were looking for?
They did, and I believe they also were looking for a certain vehicle or certain type of vehicle, if I can recall.
Okay. Was the footage provided immediately there? Did the detectives leave and the footage had to be pulled?
The footage had to be pulled. We could only pull so much information. Like, I believe they looked at it briefly, but we can only do so much on it. Then we refer to our IT department.
Did you kind of try to find the footage for them there?
We did.
And what happened?
From what I can recall, we were going through the system, and I believe we found some, but in order to pull off of it, we would have to refer to our information technology department.
And was that what was done in this case? You referred it to your IT department?
Yes, sir.
Did your IT department download the footage that was requested over the time period?
They were given the flash drive, and I'm assuming they did.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that footage placed on the flash drive and eventually provided to law enforcement?
I did not look at the flash drive personally when we received it back, but we were told yes, and then I did pass it on.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit FFF. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I signed it, verifying the information that was on it. It was presented.
Okay, did you view the footage on that?
I did.
Does that footage fairly and accurately depict your landfill, both the entrance and the exit way station?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict those areas that the camera is supposed to cover?
Yes, sir.
This time, state would move states FFF into evidence as states. '57, I believe.
Any objection?
No objection from the defense.
That objection states FFF will be in evidence of states number 57.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
No cross-examination.
She excused?
She is, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you
you.
very much.
State calls Jordan Batts.
Does anyone need a break before we keep going? Fair enough. We'll keep going.
Okay, hear from the daughter. Is it the daughter? I think he said Jordan.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Detective Jordan Batts,
Oh,
Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for that?
I'm a detective within our major crimes unit,
How long have you been doing that job?
4 years.
All right. Did you become involved in the investigation into the death of Tim Smith?
I did,
Were you asked to try and track down some surveillance footage?
yes.
Let me direct your attention to March 27th of 2023. Did you travel to the landfill located at 54601 Southeast 66th Street to try to locate some surveillance footage?
I believe the address was 5601. I just want to correct.
I'm sorry. Correct. Sorry.
Yes, I did.
Once you arrived there, did you make contact with Supervisor Lacy Laramore?
I did.
What happened when you arrived?
We briefly looked at the video footage that she provided. She logged into her computer. And then at that time, we didn't observe any vehicles that we were asked to look for.
When you were reviewing the surveillance footage with Supervisor Laramore, did you confirm that the timestamp on the surveillance was accurate?
I did, yes, sir.
And how'd you do that?
Using my cell phone, make sure the times matched up.
Was there a lot of footage that you were trying to look through?
Yes, sir.
You said at that time you didn't find what you were looking for. What did you do?
I asked that she continue to review the material and then call me back when it was available.
And did that happen?
Yes,
Let me direct your attention to a few days later, March 29th of 23. Did you again make contact with people in the IT department at the landfill?
I believe on that day I made contact again with Miss Laramore.
Okay. And what happened during that contact?
I provided her a USB drive so that way I could obtain all the information, the video footage.
Okay. And at some point, did you get that USB drive back containing landfill footage?
Yes, sir.
How'd you get that?
I responded to the Marion County IT department.
And did you review the footage that was provided to you?
I did.
Confirm it was from the landfill, the entrance and exit ramps?
It was, yes, sir.
And was it at the same time period you requested?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence already, it states Exhibit 57. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
The date and I signed it.
And what does that show?
The landfill video footage.
Thank you, Detective. No
Yes,
other
sir.
questions?
No cross-examination. She excused?
She is, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
State calls Hector Rivera.
Sir, step up here. Please. Thank you. Raise your right hand, face the clerk to your left.
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it for the record?
Hector Rivera, Hectorrivera.
Thank you. Where do you work?
AutoZone.
What do you do for AutoZone?
I'm the regional loss prevention manager.
All right. Does that region cover the AutoZone at 1717 South Pine Avenue in Ocala?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that AutoZone have a surveillance system?
Yes.
Is that system motion activated or does it continuously record?
Motion activated.
Are you in charge of that system?
Yes.
Are there multiple cameras inside that AutoZone?
Yes.
Where is the recording system for those cameras kept?
They're kept in the back office where we access remotely.
Is that in the manager's office?
Yes.
Does the public have access to that system?
No.
Do employees at the store have the ability to view the surveillance footage or access the system?
No.
You said it's accessed remotely,
Yes.
so there's not even a monitor in the store.
No.
Who can access the system remotely?
Regional loss prevention and above, so myself and anybody at the corporate office.
So basically you or anybody above you, that's it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in April of 2023, did a detective from the Marion County Sheriff's Office request some video footage from that AutoZone at 1717 South Pine Avenue in Ocala from the evening of March 27th of 2023?
Yes.
Was that request forwarded to you?
Yes.
And what did you do once you received that request?
I accessed the camera system to ensure that we had video surveillance of that time frame and was able to burn a copy and release it to the police.
Did they tell you a description of what they're looking for at that time during that time frame?
They just gave me a time frame.
Okay, so you pulled that footage. Did you send it to the store?
I accessed it and sent the signal to the store to burn the video, yes.
Explain us to a little bit how it sounds very fancy. You access it, you send a signal to the store. How does that work?
So it's just like pulling up a recording, you punch in the date and time, start and end. And then when you hit burn to a CD, it sends a signal to the store to burn it automatically.
So then the CD, the store just has the CD and the detective can come and pick it up.
Yes.
All right, but it's what you pulled and you sent the signal.
Correct.
All right. Now, is everything with the surveillance system working and fine at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and the date and time on the surveillance system was working correctly?
Yes.
You want me to approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. It states exhibit GGG for identification. If you can tell me, do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
I was able to initial it with my name.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you sent to the store from March 27th of 2023?
Yes.
You're on this time who states exhibit GGG into evidence.
No objection. The objection to unanimous is number 58.
And did you recognize the video surveillance footage to be from the AutoZone at 1717 South Pine Avenue?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
No questions. All right, you're excused, sir. Thank you. Have a nice day.
State calls Jordan Swilly.
I asked how long you anticipate this will go.
We probably maybe should take a short break.
All right, I think what we'll probably do is take a break. It may go a little longer than some of the other witnesses. So we'll take a break now for 10 minutes, okay?
Yeah, I surely thought that was the daughter coming up there. I guess we got two Jordans up in here. Who would have knew? The defense is not really cross-examining anybody on anything. Not at this point in time. They kind of like up and down. So I'm assuming he must have been discarding some stuff at AutoZone and at the dump. Wow.
And there was some confusion.
Ain't nothing happening.
Apparently, according to Google.
Ain't nothing happening. Oh, here she come. Okay, here come the daughter for real.
And hold on a second. Stand up. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk over here. Thank you.
Yes, I swear.
Now you can have a seat. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
I just need to make sure that you speak up so everybody can hear you
Yes.
talking to the microphone. Can you tell the jury your name?
Jordan Swilly,
How old are you, Jordan?
22.
Where do you currently live?
The Darley Apartments.
Is that in Ocala?
Yes.
With whom do you live?
My boyfriend,
What's his name?
Mick.
Mick?
Mick.
Before Mick, did you live with a girl named Layla Lopez?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Layla?
She was my best friend.
How long have you been friends?
About 5 years.
Was Layla your best friend at the time that Tim was murdered?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Where do you work?
Red Sauce.
What's Red Sauce?
It's a restaurant.
What do you do there?
I'm a server.
Is the defendant Herbert Swilly your biological father?
Yes.
And you knew Tim Smith?
Yeah.
How did you know Tim?
He was my stepdad.
Were you and Tim close?
Yeah.
Was he like a second father to you?
Yes.
And what's your mother's name?
Angela.
What's her last name?
Will.
Was the defendant and your mother married?
Yes.
About how long were they married?
I think like 13 or more years.
Did you live with your mom and the defendant when you were young?
Yes.
Where did you live?
It was like Waldo, Gainesville area.
Are you their only child?
Yes.
Before they became romantically involved, were your dad and Tim friends?
Yes.
How long had you known Tim before he died?
Quite a long time. I think it's been a lot of years.
Were you a young child when you first met Tim?
Yes, I was around like 4.
And did Tim and your dad become romantically involved, which caused the defendant to leave your mom?
Yes.
And approximately how old were you when that happened?
I believe around 8.
And did you continue to live with your mom when your dad left her?
Yes.
At some point, did you move in with Tim and your dad?
Yes.
And how old were you when that happened?
I was in middle school, so about like 15 or 14.
Did you move to the house at 5388 Southeast 26th Court?
Yes.
How many bedrooms did that house have?
4.
How many bathrooms did it have?
3.
How do you know approximately how big it was?
I'm not sure. It
Was
a big house.
It was a big house. And what did your dad do for a living?
He did a handyman service.
How long had he been doing that type of work?
Like 3 or so years.
And what did Tim do for a living?
He was an administrator at a nursing home.
Administrator at a nursing
Yes.
home. And did the house that you live in have cameras?
Yes.
And was there a computer in the house?
Yeah.
Where were the cameras?
Outside.
Where were they outside?
On the front door and out on the side of the house.
What did the camera on the outside of the house face? What area?
The front one was the front of the property, and then the side was like the garage and everything.
Was it a Ring? Do you know if it was a Ring doorbell camera
Yes.
system? Did you have that Ring app on your phone?
Yes.
Would you get an alert on your phone if the camera was activated?
Yes.
Now, did you work at Laredo's restaurant before Tim died?
Yes.
How long did you work there?
It was on and off for like a few years.
Were you working there when Tim was murdered?
No.
Where were you working?
The Murphy's gas station.
How long had you been working at the Murphy's gas station?
Only a few months.
And how old were you when Tim died?
19.
Did Tim and your dad drink alcohol for the majority of their relationship?
Yes.
Would you say they both were heavy drinkers?
Yes.
At some point, did they both stop drinking and become members of Alcoholics Anonymous?
Yes.
Did their relationship change when they both stopped drinking?
Yes.
How did it change?
It just became different, like more arguing.
More arguing when the drinking stopped? And how were they getting along when Tim died?
Just like not very well, like they were bickering a lot.
Now, in the months leading up to Tim's murder, did you become increasingly upset or frustrated with how much they were arguing?
Yes.
Would you often go to work at Laredo's early just to get away from the arguing?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever mention something to you about a divorce with Tim due to complications in the relationship?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes. Had Tim become more secretive in the months leading up to the murder?
Yes.
How so?
You just wouldn't talk about a lot of stuff.
Were you aware that Tim was interviewing for a new job in DeLand?
No.
Your dad never told you about that Tim was interviewing for a new job?
It wasn't until like later on, I don't think.
Okay. At some point, your dad told you that?
It was at some point.
All right. You're just not sure when?
Yeah, I'm not sure when.
Did you and your dad plan on moving with Tim if he got the new job into land?
No.
Did your dad tell you why?
He just didn't want to move again.
Was Tim the breadwinner in the family?
Yes, kind of.
Could you and your dad afford to live in the house without Tim's salary?
Possibly not. Not sure, like 100%.
Do you remember when you testified in front of the grand jury in November of 2023?
Yes.
Do you remember being asked if you and your dad could afford to live in the house without Tim's salary and saying no?
Yes.
Now, did your dad work out?
Yes.
How many times a week?
Probably like 4 or so.
Where did he work out?
Planet Fitness.
Was your dad physically fit?
Yes.
Did Tim have a nighttime ritual of taking medications or vitamins every night?
Yes.
All right. Do you know what kind of medications he took?
I'm not sure.
All right. Now, before Tim was murdered, were you aware that the defendant and Tim had an apartment they used for sexual activities?
I found out later.
So you didn't know beforehand?
Yeah, I just knew about it, but it was a massage parlor.
Oh, so your understanding was they had an apartment, it was a massage?
Yes.
Were you aware that they were in an open relationship?
No.
Had you ever been to that apartment before Tim went missing?
No.
Now I want to talk about Thursday, March 23rd of 2023, and that's the Thursday before Tim's body was found. Okay. Did anything unusual happen that morning or that afternoon before you came home?
I don't believe so, no.
All right. Now, when you got home that evening, who was there? This is the
I
Thursday.
think both of them were.
Your dad and Tim?
Yes.
All right. And you?
Thursday, yes.
All right. Did you, Tim, and your dad eat dinner together that Thursday?
Yes.
And what did you guys do after you had dinner?
We watched a movie.
Where did you watch a movie?
In the living room.
And then after the movie, what did you do?
I went to my room.
All right.
Just watched TV.
Okay.
Hold on one second. You need to speak up just a little bit, okay?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
Probably like 9.
Okay. And is that the last time you saw Tim, that 9 o'clock Thursday?
Yes.
And did Tim seem like he was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at that time when you went into your room when you last saw him?
No.
Was he acting normally?
Yes.
Could he walk and talk?
Yes.
And what was he wearing when you went in your room?
Just like normal pajamas.
Was he getting ready to go to bed also?
Yeah.
And were your dad and Tim arguing during this time that you saw?
No.
Were you aware that Tim had a job interview the next morning?
No.
And what time did you actually go to bed that night?
Probably like later at night, like 10, 11.
Now, did you hear anything suspicious after you went to bed?
I believe I heard some noise.
You heard some noise, all right. And do you know what time that was?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. And do you know what the noise was?
No.
Did that wake you up?
A little bit, yes.
And after you went to sleep that Thursday night, did you get any notifications of movement on your cell phone from that Ring doorbell application?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Do you remember what time that was?
Not exactly sure, don't remember.
Do you know if it was after you heard the noise?
I believe so, yes.
So you heard the noise, and then sometime later, your Ring doorbell application was going on.
Yes.
Did it go off several times?
Not sure. I can't remember exactly.
Did you look at your phone to see why you were getting notifications from the Ring doorbell?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. You looked at it?
I remember like just seeing the notifications.
Okay. Did you see what was causing the movement or the notifications?
No.
All right. Now, the next morning, that Friday, what time did you wake up?
Probably like 9, I think. I'm not sure exactly.
All right. And who was at the house when you woke up?
My dad.
Did you ask your dad where Tim was?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say?
I think he had said he was at work or something already. I don't remember exactly.
He said he was at
Hold
work.
on. I believe one of the jurors couldn't hear you. Can you repeat your last answer?
I think he had said he was at work, but I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember that very well.
Did your dad ask you if you heard anything that night?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you say when your dad asked you if you heard anything that night?
I told him yes, I had.
Did you tell him what you heard?
I can't really remember exactly what I said to him.
You told him you heard something?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did he say when you told him you heard something?
Sorry.
It's okay.
I think it was just something along the lines that saying to me that I hadn't heard it or something.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your grand jury testimony?
Hold on 1 second. You're talking too low, so some of the jurors can't hear you. Can you repeat that last
Yes,
question
Your
and
Honor.
answer it again? Thank you.
All right. And what did your dad say to you when you told him you heard some noise?
He had said something, I can't remember like exactly along the lines of that I hadn't heard it or.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your grand jury testimony as to what your dad said when you told him you heard it?
Yes.
All right. And for the record, I'm going to refer defense to the grand jury testimony, November 14th of 2023, page 35, line 2. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
And just read this to yourself. This is page 35. Let me start right here at the top and go to 7. It's 1 through 7. Okay, does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay, what did your dad say to you when you told him that you heard a noise the night before?
To say that I was sleeping and I hadn't heard anything.
Did he also say that's all you need to remember?
Yes.
Okay. So he said you were sleeping, that's all you need to remember.
Yes.
Were you upset after that happened?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Just because I was confused.
Because your dad said that to you? You were confused?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you awake when your dad went to the landfill that morning?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. Did you help him load anything on his trailer?
No.
Now, after you woke up and your dad said that to you and you were confused, did you text Layla, who was your best friend at the time, that morning?
Yes.
All right. And why? And did you text Layla throughout that day trying to meet up with her?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you trying to meet up with Layla?
To talk to her.
What did you want to talk to her about?
Just how I felt about everything.
Okay.
Just like wondering why he was acting that way.
You wanted to talk to her about what was happening with your dad?
Yes.
And did you text her that you wanted to talk to her?
Yes.
Now, while you were waiting to hang out with Layla, did you do anything with your dad that day?
I believe I went and had lunch with him.
Was that later on in the afternoon or
I think
lunchtime?
so, yeah.
Okay. Where'd you guys go?
I believe Ivy.
Ivy?
Was it Ivy? Yeah.
All right. Is that downtown in Ocala?
Yes.
And what did you do after you and your dad went to lunch?
I'm not exactly sure. I think I might have gone over her house at that point.
Okay.
Or went home.
All right. Do you remember previously saying you both went home and took a nap?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay. During the lunch you had with your dad, did you talk about anything that he had said that morning?
No.
And did you actually meet with Layla that day and talk to her about it?
Yes.
Before you went to see Layla, did you go to Laredo's where you used to work?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Why did you go to Laredo's?
I can't remember the exact reason why I went there. I think it was just because I was waiting for Layla.
All right. Would it refresh your recollection to see what you said at the grand jury back in November of 2024 about why you went to see Allison?
Yes.
And for the record and defense counsel, I'm referring to the grand jury testimony, November 14th of 2023, page 43, line 17 through 22. Again, just read this to yourself. Lines 17 through 23. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Why did you go to Laredo's to see your friend Allison?
To just tell, I needed a hug from her because I was upset.
What were you upset about?
Just how him and Tim had been lately.
So you went to see Allison to get a hug because you were upset how Tim and your dad had been lately.
Yes.
And then after that, you went to your friend Layla's house.
Yes.
And did you talk to her about the noise you had heard the night before?
Yes.
Now, did you learn later on that Friday that Tim was actually missing and hadn't gone to work?
Yes.
And how did you find out about that?
I believe my dad told me.
Were you concerned?
Yes.
And did you go home after you were at Layla's after you found out that Tim was missing?
Yes.
And was your dad there?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
And sometime that evening, did your dad ask you to drive him to the apartment?
Yes.
Do you know what time that was?
Not exactly sure.
Was that later in the evening?
Yes. It's later in the evening.
And do you know why he asked you to drive him to the apartment?
I can't remember why he said.
And did you drive him there?
Yes.
Did you go in your car?
Yes.
And did he say why he needed to go to the apartment?
To pick up his gun.
Pick up whose gun?
His gun.
Your dad's gun?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever been to the apartment before this time right now?
No.
Okay. So you drove your dad to the apartment, and what happened when you got to the apartment?
I believe he got out and got the gun out of the Jeep.
So where did you pull up?
I pulled up behind the Jeep.
Behind the Jeep. Did you get out of the car?
No.
Did your dad go directly to the Jeep?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, all right. And then what did he do at the Jeep?
I think he grabbed it out of the front seat or the passenger. I can't remember exactly.
What did the gun look like?
It was black, I believe.
Did he tell you why he needed to get this gun?
He just didn't want to leave it in the Jeep.
All right. Did he lock up the Jeep when he was done?
I think so.
Okay. And then what happened? What did he do?
I believe he got back in the car.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
Went home, I believe.
All right. Did your dad ever tell you where his key was to get into the apartment?
I believe it was like a couple of weeks ago. It was talking about that Tim had it, taken it back or something.
He said Tim had taken the key back?
Yes.
Now, when you went there that Friday with your dad, you said you didn't get out of the car?
No.
So did you go up to the front door and try to get in?
No.
Did you knock on the front door?
No.
Did you look in the windows?
No.
Did your dad go up to the front door and look in the windows?
I can't remember if he did.
You
I
didn't
don't
do
believe
that?
so. No.
You don't believe he did?
No.
He just got the gun out of the Jeep and then you guys left?
Yes.
Is the reason that you didn't go up and knock on the door or look in the windows because you already knew that Tim was dead?
No.
Now, sometime that Friday, before you got home, did your dad ask you to stop at a gas station so he could throw away a pill bottle?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. Do you know what was in the pill bottle?
No.
Did he say why he wanted to throw away the pill bottle at a gas station?
I just think he said something about just not wanting to throw away at the house.
He said he didn't want to throw it away at the house.
I believe so, yes.
All right. So you stopped at a gas station and he threw it away.
Yes.
All right. Did you try to call Tim or text him that Friday?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Or I can't remember exactly.
All right. So that Friday you didn't try to call or text him, and then you didn't check the house when you guys went there on Friday night.
Yes.
Had Tim ever disappeared before, not shown up for work and not told anybody where he was?
No.
Now I want to move on to the following day, which was Saturday, March 25th of 2023, when they found Tim. Did you go to work that day?
Yes.
And that was the Murphy gas station?
Yes.
And how did you learn that they had found Tim's body?
My dad and his friend had come and told me.
Was that with Tammy Warner?
I believe so, yes.
And where did you go? They came to Murphy gas station?
Yes.
All right. And where did you go after that?
To the apartment.
where they had found Tim's body?
Yes.
And then did you talk to the police there?
Yes.
Did you eventually go home?
Yes.
Did you have any idea how Tim had died at that point?
No, not exactly.
Now I want to move on to the next day, Sunday, March 26th of 2023. On that day, did you learn that Tim's death had been ruled a homicide?
Yes.
How did you find out?
I believe my dad told me.
And did you and your dad start getting rid of Tim's things on Sunday?
Yes, I believe so.
And how did that happen? How did that start?
He had just said that he wanted to start cleaning stuff up.
So it was your dad's idea?
Yes.
And what sort of things were you and your dad throwing away?
I believe it was like clothes and stuff. I can't remember exactly.
All right. Did you throw away any of his like snacks and medications and vitamins that were in the kitchen?
Yes.
All right. And you said clothes. What about knickknacks and little beach things that he had?
Probably, yeah.
All right. And what about some portraits that were on the wall that were professionally taken of you and Tim and your dad? Did those get taken down?
Yes.
Who took those down?
I believe my dad.
And they were going to get thrown away as well?
I'm not sure if they got thrown away or not.
They were taken down though?
Yes.
Now, right around the time that Tim was killed, did your dad get rid of a large area rug that was in one of the living rooms when you walk in the front door?
Yes.
And why did your dad tell you he got rid of it?
Because the dog's peeing on it a lot.
Because the dogs peed on it a lot?
Yes.
All right, I want to move on to the next day now, which is Monday, March 27th of 2023. That morning, did your dad ask you to help him get Tim's Jeep to the Marion County Sheriff's Office the next day?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And what did he want you to do to help him to get the Jeep there?
I believe follow him.
Okay. So he asked you to follow him. He was going to drive the Jeep, you would follow him, and he would drop the Jeep off at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Did you agree to help him with that?
Yes.
Later that Monday evening, did you help your dad clean the Jeep?
Yes.
Okay, and how did that happen?
I can't remember exactly. It said something about wanting to clean it.
It was his idea?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you go?
To AutoZone.
At AutoZone in Ocala?
Yes.
All right, what did you get at the AutoZone?
Some type of cleaning stuff.
And where did you and the defendant or your dad clean the Jeep?
At that house, I believe, in the garage.
In the garage at the house that you lived at? Okay. And the next morning, that Tuesday, did you follow your dad to the sheriff's office to take the Jeep?
No.
Okay. Now, after Tim died, did your dad ever tell you that he needed more money or the life insurance from Tim?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did he say that?
I feel like quite a few.
Quite a few times. What would he say?
I can't remember exactly. It was just different times. It would be like, we just need to get the life insurance money or something.
All right. Did he ever talk about the mortgage on the house, if he could afford that without the life insurance?
Yes, I don't think he could afford it without it.
And after Tim died, did a man named Kevin move into the house with you and your dad?
Yes.
Okay, and who's Kevin?
Their friend.
A friend of Tim and your dad's?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And where did Kevin sleep?
I believe in the main room.
In the main room with your dad?
Yes.
All right. Did your dad ever ask you to lie for him about anything?
Yes.
When did he ask you to lie for him?
When he told me to say that he had been home all night.
Was that Friday morning after?
I believe so, yes.
When Tim was missing? He said you to say that he was home all night?
Yes.
And what did you say when he told you that?
I can't remember exactly if I don't remember if I like responded or not.
All right. Did you stop asking questions?
I believe at that point, yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
You mentioned that you and Tim Smith were very close.
Yes.
He was like a second dad to you, was he not?
Yes.
Yeah. You had mentioned that quite a few times after Tim Smith's death, that your dad had mentioned quite a few times he would say he needed the money or the life insurance. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
And we're talking about Tim Smith's life insurance policy through his employer, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you aware that you're the second beneficiary on that life insurance policy?
I'm not 100%. I was never informed if I was or not.
So as we're here today, more than 2 years after Tim Smith's death, you don't know that you're the second beneficiary on this life insurance policy?
No.
You mentioned that there were, when you were living in the marital home with Tim Smith and your father before Tim's death, that there were two different ring cameras on the property, correct?
Yes.
So there was a ring camera on the front door of the home.
Yes.
And then there was a ring camera up on top of a pole in front of the house, correct?
Yes.
And that ring camera on top of the pole faced the garage.
Yes.
And you had Wi-Fi at the marital home at the time,
Yes.
and that was through Cox Cable, correct?
Yes.
Did you have problems with the Wi-Fi around the time of Tim Smith going missing and ultimately being discovered dead?
Possibly, yes.
Was it common during your time living at that marital home, having access to the ring camera videos, for there to be glitching with the ring camera video?
Yes.
Did you have intermittent problems from time to time with the Wi-Fi at the marital home?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned on the evening of March 23rd, 2023, you had dinner with your dad and with Tim, correct?
Yes.
And that was at the marital home.
Yes.
And then you all watched the movie together,
Yes.
and then you retired to your room alone.
Yes.
And when you went to your room to be alone, it was about 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And Tim Smith and your dad were still in the living room.
Yes.
They were watching TV.
Yes.
Tim Smith was in his pajamas.
Yes.
And that was the last time you saw Tim Smith alive.
Yes.
The state was asking you about noises that you heard that evening going into the next morning while you were in your room. You said that you heard a noise.
Yes.
What kind of noise?
I'm not exactly sure.
Were you awake when you heard this noise?
Yes.
what were you doing when you heard this noise?
I think I had woken up from it.
Okay. A noise like what? Like a person yelling, a noise like a door slamming? What kind of noise are we talking about?
I can't remember exactly.
Okay. Did you investigate the noise? Did you go open the door? Was the door to your bedroom closed at that point in time?
Yes.
Did you get up to investigate the noise?
No.
Okay. And then a little while later, you were getting notifications on your cell phone from the Ring application, right?
Yes.
Did you investigate those notifications, look at them, review the video as to what was going on?
No.
Okay. Was it uncommon for you to get Ring notifications at that hour of the day?
No.
Okay. And was it uncommon for persons to come and go out of the marital home in the late hours of the evening?
I think so, yes.
Okay. All right. So what would be the late hours of the evening in your mind?
Like 12, 1.
Okay. Now, before Tim's death, were you, your dad, and Tim Smith collectively using the Life 360 application on your phones?
Yes.
And were you doing that to keep track of one another?
Yes.
Okay. So if your dad wanted to know where you were, he could look on his application and view your location from where you were from your phone.
Yes.
Okay. And conversely, if you wanted to know where Tim Smith was, you could look on your phone on that application and know his whereabouts.
Yes.
Did there come a point in time in the weeks leading up to Tim Smith's death where you noticed that Tim Smith was increasingly stopping sharing his location on that application?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, or if I heard you wrong or understood you wrong, but that Tim Smith in the weeks leading up to his death was becoming more distant?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Meaning less engaged with you,
Yes.
less engaged with your father,
Yes.
and more secretive about where he would go and what he would do.
Yes.
You mentioned being aware of the apartment that Tim Smith and your dad were using before Tim Smith's death, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that at that point in time, you believed it was being used as a massage parlor, right?
Yes.
And who was it that you understood to be doing the massaging?
Tim.
Okay. So you knew Tim, your stepdad, to offer that service to other people.
Yes, he had a massage license.
Okay. So he was a licensed massage therapist.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And when in relation to Tim Smith's death did you learn of the existence and use of the apartment by Tim Smith and your father? Was it weeks before? Was it months before? What was it?
When they had got the apartment.
You learned about it once they had gotten it, or
they had said they were renovating stuff on it or doing something to it. Probably like a month or so. I'm not exactly sure.
okay, so like a month after they acquired the apartment, that was when you learned about it?
Yes.
Okay. So would that have been perhaps October of 2022?
Possibly.
Okay. It would have been sometime in the later part of 2022 that you would have learned about the existence of the apartment and their use of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know how often Tim Smith was going to that apartment to do massages?
No, not exactly.
Okay. When you say not exactly, what do you mean by that?
Like I would see it a few times on like Life 360, but other than that, I didn't know exactly.
Okay. And how often would you look on that application, the Life 360 application, to check on Tim Smith's location between the time that you learned about the apartment up until the time that Tim Smith was discovered deceased? Was it like a few times a week? More than that?
Maybe only like a few times a week. Not very often.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that when you woke up the next morning after you had retired to your room, heard the noise, learned of the ring notifications on your phone on the evening of March 23rd, 2023. You wake up that next morning, so Friday, March 24, 2023, and Tim Smith is not home, correct?
Yes.
And you ask your dad, where's Tim?
Yes.
And your dad told you that he went to work?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned your dad making a comment about telling you that you didn't hear anything last night.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were confused by that.
Yes.
And that was when you started texting with Layla, your friend?
Yes.
And later that day, you went to lunch with your father
Yes.
at Ivy on the Square
Yes.
here in Ocala?
Yes.
And your dad was acting normally?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you hadn't met up with Layla yet, right?
No.
You hadn't gone to Lorita's yet to meet up with Allison, right?
No.
All right. So you go to lunch with your dad, and after that, then you go to Lorita's?
We went home first, I believe.
Okay. And is that when you took naps?
Yes.
All right. Did you take a nap?
No, I believe I watched TV or was on my phone.
Okay. So after that period of time, is that when you leave the marital home and go to Lorita's?
Yes.
And you give Allison a hug when you get there?
Yes.
And this is Allison Alvarez.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you had worked with her at Lorita's.
Yes.
All right. And at a later point that day, you do meet up with Layla, your friend, correct?
Yes.
And you spent some time with Layla.
Yes.
Going to the next day, which would have been March 25th, 2023. Did you go to work that day at Murphy's gas station?
I believe so, yes.
This was the day that Tim Smith's body was discovered.
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes.
And did your dad come to your job to get you?
Yes.
And he took you with him to go to the apartment?
Yes.
And he told you along the way, on your way there, that Tim Smith was deceased.
Yes.
And you went to the apartment with your dad?
Yes.
Okay. And during that period of time, you met with Detective Pender,
Yes.
who was investigating the murder of Tim Smith, right?
Yes.
And you spoke to Miss Detective Pender in his unmarked police car that day.
Yes.
Okay. And in the days after the discovery of Tim Smith's body in the apartment, deceased, did your dad start to clean up the marital home?
Yes.
Did it appear to you that this was kind of his way to cope with what had happened to Tim?
Objection calls for speculation.
That's sustained.
It's fine. Do you recall a point in time where Candace Baker came to your home not long after Tim Smith's death?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you and your dad doing when Miss Baker came over that day?
I believe we were throwing away like different foods or snacks.
Okay. And these were Tim Smith's foods and snacks?
Yes.
Were these foods or snacks that you or your dad would eat?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned going to AutoZone with your father,
Yes.
and this was on the evening of March 27th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your understanding that the next morning, your dad was going to take Tim Smith's Jeep to the Marion County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
And that didn't happen.
No.
All right. And you learned that your dad had hired an attorney,
Yes.
Gail Rossi.
Yes.
And you later, a few days later, hired that attorney as well.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. You believe so, or you did?
I'm not exactly sure like how that whole like contract worked.
But you knew you had an attorney and it was Gail Grossman.
Yes.
Okay. And from the point you retained that attorney leading up to your dad's arrest for this case, you stopped talking to law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Judge Medpers, the witness.
Yes, sir.
Jordan, I
I'm
am.
sorry, may I see what you're going to show her, please?
This is defense exhibit number 8.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you, ma'am, what has been previously introduced into evidence as defense exhibit number 8. I just want you to take a look at that entire document. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
What is it?
The power of attorney.
The durable power of attorney.
Yes.
Right? And your dad, after he was charged with the murder of Tim Smith, gave you durable power of attorney to handle his affairs, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that included selling off any personal items.
Yes.
There were vehicles.
Yes.
There were motorcycles.
Yes, there's one motorcycle.
And there was land.
Yes.
And by land, we're talking about the marital home that you had been living in with your dad and Tim Smith, the land that it was on,
Yes.
the property.
Yes.
Did your dad tell you what, if anything, to do with that property?
No.
And you understood at the time you agreed to be your dad's agent under this durable power of attorney that's been introduced into evidence that you were to act in the best interest of your dad.
Yes.
Yet you turned around and you gifted the real property that your dad owned to someone else. Did you
No.
not?
No, I did not gift anything that I know of.
You sold the property.
Yes.
What did you get in return for the sale of the property?
I can't remember exactly how much.
You can't remember how much.
No.
Who did you get the money from?
David.
David. Is David a realtor by chance?
I believe so.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
David Michael. Is that who we're talking about?
Yes.
And for the record, the last name is spelled Mikel.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So David gave you the money for the property.
Yes.
What did you do with that money?
I used it to get an apartment.
The apartment that you were living in with Layla?
Yes.
Did you tell your dad anything about this?
I believe I mentioned some of it.
Some of it. All right. Your dad had given you direction regarding what to do with his assets, correct?
Yes.
He told you to sell what you could,
Yes.
right? To help pay not only your expenses, but his expenses,
Yes.
including his attorney.
Yes.
Did you pay his attorney anything?
No.
Did you give your dad a dime from the sale of that real property?
Yes.
You gave him a dime?
Yes. I definitely gave him money.
How much money did you give him?
I'm not sure.
Do you still have any of that money left?
No.
No? Okay. How were you paid that money? Was it in cash?
Yes.
Okay. Did you deposit the money into the bank?
Yes.
What bank?
Mid-Florida.
Mid-Florida Credit Union?
Yes.
Into your own bank account?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to retrieve the document?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have a moment to confer with my colleague?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This witness.
Any redirect?
Yeah, sure, just a few questions. Jordan, how old were you when your dad was arrested?
I believe 20 or 21.
Were you able to support yourself alone after he was arrested?
No.
All right. Were you working at the time?
No.
Were you able to pay the mortgage?
No.
Were you able to pay the car payment?
No.
Did you need money just to live?
Yes.
Now, when your dad gave you that durable power of attorney, was there an understanding between you and your dad that you would use some of that money to live?
Yes.
Now, did you hire the attorney, Gail Grossman, or did your dad hire the attorney for you?
My dad did.
You don't even know any of the details about that?
No, not really.
Now, you said there was glitching from time to time with the Wi-Fi that would affect the Ring camera.
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of any circumstance where the glitching caused your dad's truck to be in the video when your dad's truck really wasn't in the video?
No.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Anything else, sir?
Judge, I would just add, not at this time, but I would ask that the witness be subject to recall on my case in chief.
All right.
Judge, maybe approach briefly before she leaves.
Sure.
About 9:30 is fine. All right, Ms. Willie, you're excused from the stand for right now, but I am going to order you come back to the courthouse tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., okay? Don't come directly into the courtroom. Just come to the outside and someone will contact you. Thank you very much, okay?
Thank you.
And you're still under subpoena for the trial, okay?
State calls Detective Richard Mead.
I see, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed his name. What was it?
Richard Mead.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Introduce yourself to the jury. Spell your last name.
First name is Richard, last name is Mead, M-E-A-D.
Where do you work?
I work at the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
Currently, I'm a patrol deputy.
Okay. And previously, before you were patrol deputy, what did you do for them?
I was a detective in property crimes.
What did that involve?
For me, I work primarily the financial crimes, so exploitations, things of that nature.
How long have you been with the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Full-time for about 8 years and in reserve capacity for another 2, so approximately 10 years.
And how long were you a financial crimes detective?
4 years.
Do you have any specialized training or experience that allows you to do that type of financial investigation?
My background, I was a CPA, or I'm still a CPA here in the state of Florida.
Did you become involved into the investigation of the murder of Tim Smith?
Yes, I did.
Generally, what were you tasked with doing?
I was requested to obtain financial data for the victim and the defendant.
Did you issue subpoenas to various banks and credit card companies and request records and statements from various accounts associated with the victim and the defendant?
I did.
Did you receive records from Citibank credit card in the name of Herbert Swilly?
Yes.
Did you receive records from Discovery for a credit card in the name of Herbert Swilly?
Yes.
Did you receive records from First Bank and Trust for a Mercury credit card in the name of Herbert Swilly?
Yes, I did.
From JP Morgan for an Amazon and Slate credit card in the name of Herbert Swilly?
Yes.
And did you receive records from Merrick Bank for another credit card issued to Herbert Swilly?
Yes, I did.
What about records from a Synchrony for a credit card also issued to Herbert Swilly?
Yes, I did.
Did you also receive records from Campus USA bank account for 3 different active accounts, one in the name of Herbie's Handyman Service, one in the name of Herbert Swilly and Tim Smith, and one in the name of Herbert Swilly and Jordan Swilly?
Yes, I did.
Finally, did you receive records from Bank of America for a credit card and a bank account in the name of Tim Smith?
Yes, I did.
All right. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing you open market states exhibit HHH. Take a look at their tab, take a look and, those are the records that you received from the various institutions we just discussed.
Yes, they are.
This time, Your Honor, the state will move states HHH into evidence as states 59. There are business record certifications attached to each tab corresponding to each record and proper notice has been given.
No objection.
The objection, lead evidence is case number
59,
59. All right, thank you.
I believe. Generally, did you review those records to look for some general information about credit card debt and bank account balances?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed the credit card records in the name of Herbert Swilly, what did you generally find about the amount of credit card debt as of around March of 2023? I'm talking just Herbert Swilly at this point.
Just Herbert. He accumulated about $10,000 in credit card debt at that point.
And what did you find out about the level of credit card debt for the credit card in the name of Tim Smith?
He was also about $10,000 in credit card debt.
Okay, so collectively, the marital credit card debt would have been around $20,000?
That's correct.
Referring to the bank account statements, did you also review those to look at the general balances over the period of time during the months before this murder?
Yes, I did.
And when you reviewed the Campus USA and the Bank of America checking and savings account, what did you notice about the activity and the balances for those accounts during the months, 3 months leading up to the murder?
The campus accounts, there was 3 accounts, one in the name of Jordan, one in the name of, or 2 in the name of the defendant and the victim. And the one account in Jordan's name, there's very low balance in there. That account appeared like it was being used by Jordan and not by the defendant in this case. There was another account that was with Campus that was very low balance, that minimal balance. It appeared like they would put small deposits in to make some automatic payments to like a health club, and the balance would drop back down at the end of the month. The third account was for Herbie's handyman, and that account generally started out anywhere between $2,800 and went up to as much as $3,800 in that period.
And the 2 accounts that you said had low balances in them, what do you mean by low balance? We're talking $50, $100?
Yeah, dollars, yes.
Okay. So it seemed like there was one, from the Campus USA account, there was really one account that had a little bit more of a substantial balance in it.
Yes.
And we're talking between $2,000, $3,000 at the end of the month. What about the Bank of America account?
The bank accounts?
Yes.
The bank accounts, there was 2 accounts. One was a checking account in the name of the victim and the defendant. And then there was another account also in their names, but it was a savings account. And I think they call the account, it's a keep the change account, which is essentially a savings account that kind of rounds up every transactions in the checking account and deposits that money into the savings account. So there's cents going into this account to build up the balance. That account initially was about $6,100, those 2 accounts together. And then towards the end of March, it was right around 4. And then after that, in the month of April, it went down to about $1,000.
Did you see some reoccurring payments that would happen on a monthly basis out of either of those accounts?
Out of the Bank of America joint account, there was a mortgage. I think it was roughly about $1,700. There was a Wells Fargo. It's north of $750. There was an Ally Bank. I believe it was in the neighborhood of $350. And then there was also a Geico. Looks like insurance payments.
So general kind of cost of living, direct withdrawals out of those accounts on a monthly basis?
Yes.
Did you also notice some reoccurring deposits into one of those accounts, specifically from Brookdale?
Yes, there was approximately $3,100 from Brookdale. It appeared like it was every 2 weeks. And then there was a level, which I believe is some sort of brand marketing. There was some payments in there as well. Deposits, I should say.
Did you find any indication of a large amount of cash being stuck away in some account when you reviewed the records?
Not in the records that I reviewed, no.
Based on your general review of the records, did it appear that based on the account balances over that period of time that Herbert Swilly and Tim Smith were kind of living paycheck to paycheck?
Based on in that time frame, based on that, it didn't appear that the checking accounts were rising very much, and the credit cards were kind of staying stable. I believe in January, on the discovered part for the defendant, there was like $5,000 in purchases, and then it kind of maintained after that. It rose up to, I think, as much as $6,000. So that, with a couple other credit cards, amounted to his $10,000 at that point. But there wasn't really much reduction. So I would say yes, they were spending what they were making essentially.
Thank you, Detective. No other questions.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned that both Mr. Swilly and Tim Smith, the victim in this case, each had respectively approximately $10,000 in credit card debt, correct?
That's correct.
And it appeared that each of them were making just the minimum payments on those debts.
Yeah, a little bit more than minimum.
Okay. And you mentioned two different amounts of money that were going in. You mentioned one from into the Bank of America joint checking account. You mentioned money coming in every 2 weeks from Brookdale, $3,100, right?
That's correct.
And then there was another deposit that was coming in. Remind me what that was.
Level, I think it's Level Network Marketing.
Okay. And did you have any understanding what that was?
Just my understanding, it was some sort of brand marketing campaign.
And discussing the campus credit union account that was being used for Herbie's handyman service, there was a consistent balance during the periods of times that you looked at between $2,000 and $3,000, correct?
That's correct.
At times, it was even a little higher than 3,000.
Yes.
3,800 or so.
Yes.
So there was money there, but not anything maybe to write home about.
To some, yes.
Understood. Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Did you also review some records showing some items that were taken out of Tim Smith's paycheck on a monthly or the bi-weekly basis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what type of things were taken out of that?
It appeared like there were some insurance deductions and things of that nature.
And was that a decent amount of money taken out bi-weekly from his paycheck?
It appeared so, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Stay excused.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Have a nice day,
Thank
sir.
you, Your Honor.
Should have two things I'd like to move in evidence before the next witness.
Sure.
First is what's been marked by identification as State's Exhibit III. There's a notice of intent to rely on business record certification. And these are the documents from the Hartford Financial Services Group. We'll move that into evidence this time.
No objection.
Hold on one second. Without objection, I will be done with station number 60.
And also, Judge, what's been marked for identification is State's Exhibit JJJ. are documents from Brookdale Senior Living, the benefit records for Timothy Smith. We filed notice of intent to rely on business record certification, along with the business record certification. We move that into evidence this time.
No objection.
No objection. JJJ, witness number 61.
And we would call Stephen Tharp as our next witness.
Sir, raise your right hand. Thank you.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it as well?
Stephen Tharp, Stephen, last name Tharp, Tharp.
Thank you. Where are you employed?
Hartford Life and Accident Insurance Company,
How long have you worked for Hartford?
approximately 19 years.
And what is your position with them?
I am a life claims team leader,
How long have you been a life claims team leader?
a little over 7 years.
And what positions have you held before life claims team leader?
Various other positions, handled claims in the past, various different types of claims, different supervisory positions within different organizations in the Hartford.
And what are your job responsibilities as life claims team leader?
Oversee quality control in files, help coach the people that work for me, teach them just how to read policies and understand their jobs better.
All right. As a life claims team leader, would you be familiar with documents related to life insurance policies?
Absolutely.
And would a life claims team leader become involved if an insured's death was a potential homicide?
Pretty often, yes.
I want to ask you some specific questions about the life insurance policy of Tim Smith, policy number 0GL681638. Have you had the opportunity to review the file regarding this policy?
Yes, I have.
Can you please explain for the jury what kind of life insurance policy Tim Smith had?
So Mr. Smith had 3 different types of coverage. He had basic life insurance, which was paid premium by his employer. He had supplemental insurance, which he paid for out of his salary. And he also had accidental death benefits, which he also paid for out of his salary.
And what was the amount of the policy?
Each of those different benefits, each of the 3 was $111,000. So for a total of $333,000.
And was that based on Tim's salary?
Yes, his salary was just over $110,000. So the benefits rounded up to the next highest $1,000. So hence being $111,000 each.
And what is the effective date of the coverage for the policy?
So Hartford took over the coverage for his employer January 1st, 2020, I believe it was.
All right. And who was the beneficiary of that policy?
The defendant was the beneficiary for the policy on a primary basis, and Jordan Swilly was the contingent beneficiary for each one of those coverages.
So Herbert Swilly is the primary beneficiary, Jordan Swilly the secondary beneficiary?
Correct.
When and how did your company become aware that Tim Smith had died?
Mr. Smith's employer sent a claim notification over to us on March the 28th, 2023, I believe was the correct date.
All right. And what are the next steps that were taken after your company became aware that Tim Smith had died?
Normally, we start to collect information that the employer has sent over to us. We investigate coverages. We look at the policy. We gather documentation from the beneficiary and look and see if there is active coverage available for that benefit.
All right. So as the beneficiary of the policy, was Herbert Swilly required to do anything in order to receive the money?
Yes, he would have had to send us a death certificate with cause and manner of death on it. He would have also had to send us a signed beneficiary claim form.
All right. And did he do that?
He did.
All right. And do you know when he did that, when he executed the beneficiary claim form?
He initially sent us a beneficiary claim form, I believe, on the 26th of April. He also sent us a death certificate, but it did not have a cause and manner on it. He did indicate at that time that the
cause of death was homicide. He did later send us a death certificate on May 1st that did indicate the cause of death was homicide.
Okay. And what happens next after you get a death certificate and the cause is homicide?
A couple things. At that point, we go ahead and refer it to our special investigations unit, which we refer to as SIU. We also try to find out who the detective is on the case, and we try to determine if there's any beneficiary involvement in the case, because if there is involvement of the beneficiary, we can't pay out the life insurance until we have conclusively determined that the beneficiary is not involved.
And while this case was being investigated by the sheriff's office and also your special investigations unit, did Mr. Swilly contact your company multiple times attempting to get that insurance money?
At least 4 times.
And when he did not receive the money, did he hire an attorney to attempt to get Hartford to pay out the insurance claim?
We did hear from an attorney. We did have a voicemail at least once from an attorney. Unfortunately, we don't have the actual voicemail, but it was a transcribed voicemail that is in our claim file. I don't have the name of the attorney available.
That's okay. Just that there was an attorney that reached out.
There was an attorney that reached out.
All right. And at this time, has Mr. Swilly received any money from the policy?
No, no one has.
Is the claim still pending at this time?
It is.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Examination, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Are you local or did you have to make a trip to join us?
It was about a 2-hour drive.
All right. I'm John Klein. I'm the attorney for the defendant, Herbert Swilly. Just had a few questions. You mentioned that Jordan Swilly is the contingent beneficiary on these policies.
That is correct, sir.
Correct. So if my client is ruled out for whatever legal reason, these benefits would go to Jordan.
Correct, unless somehow there were charges filed against Jordan or she was considered to be involved somehow, there's been no determination of that at this point, but to answer your question, yes, possibly.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has Jordan or an attorney on behalf of Jordan reached out to your business inquiring about this?
No, sir.
I don't have any further questions.
Nothing further, I'd ask that you be excused.
You're excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Face the clerk. Yeah, thank you. No, no, over here.
You swear or affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did. Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Victor Garner, and it's Victor. Last name Garner, Garner.
Thank you. Where do you live, Mr. Gardner?
Marion Oaks.
Are you employed?
I am.
All right, I want to ask you where you work, but I see you have a Daryl's Diner shirt on. Is that where you work?
That's correct.
All right, what do you do for Daryl's Diner?
I'm a regional manager for the company.
Did you know Tim Smith?
I did.
When did you meet Tim Smith?
Oh, 13, 14 years ago, I guess.
Where did you meet him?
We met at a bar in Orlando called the Parliament House.
All right. And do you know Tim's husband, Herbert Swilly?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you look around the courtroom and see if you see the person you know as Herbert Swilly in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, can
I
you
see
point to him and describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
Those so reflect.
And how did you meet the defendant?
We met at the same time. We were regulars at a bar in Orlando.
Were Tim and the defendant together when you met them at the bar in Orlando?
They were together.
All right. Did you socialize with Tim and the defendant after you met them?
Not really. We were just acquainted socially. We'd see each other occasionally and just say hello and passing.
At some point after you met them, long time ago, did you actually cater their wedding?
I did.
And when was that in relation to when you met them?
A couple of years later, it was about 10 years ago.
Is that what you were doing for a living at that time?
It was what I was doing. I've always worked in food.
Did you spend a lot of time with them during that wedding planning period?
During that period, we did, as far as working on the menu, what they wanted and so forth.
Did you work with one of them more than the other?
A lot with Tim.
All right. And who paid for the wedding?
Tim.
Now, at some point, did you lose contact with Tim and the defendant?
I did lose contact after they were married. So it was a period of time, probably like about 9 years or so, that I didn't see them or
At
talk
all?
to them at all.
All right. So about 9 years, you didn't see them or talk to them?
Correct.
All right. Now, shortly after that time period, that 9 years, did you become reacquainted with the defendant?
I did become reacquainted. We did reconnect.
How did that happen?
I was working at Daryl's Diner on Northwest 27, and my boss, the owner of the company, came in and he was sad that day. And I was like, well, what's wrong? Do you need something? And he told me that he'd lost one of his friends. And I said, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And he says, you didn't hear anything? And I was like, about it? I was like, no. I says, would I know them? And he said, Tim. He was married to Herbert Sweely. And I was like, I says, no way. I says, I catered their wedding 10 years ago. And that's how I found out that Tim had passed.
And is the person you're talking about that told you Daryl Levine?
Daryl Levine, correct.
All right. And so after he told you that and you realized that you knew the person, his friend that had passed away, that it was Tim, did you reach out to the defendant to talk to him about the death?
I did. I was very sorrowful, for what had happened. And so I reached out to him just to give my condolences and of course, he responded back and, I wanted to see him just to let him know that, I was here if you needed anything. And
did you actually have several dinners with the defendant during that time period?
Yeah, we would go out to dinner and talk.
And so you reconnected that
We
way.
did.
And during these dinners, did the defendant ever talk about his financial situation?
Well, he did. He was struggling a little bit at the time. He was working, doing like side jobs. He had a big truck, and he would do all of these odd jobs, for that's what he did. He was a handyman.
Did he tell you that he was struggling financially?
He did say he was having a hard time.
All right.
Correct.
Did he mention specific things that he had to pay for?
One was Jordan's car. And then of course, like the mortgage on the house. And so it just seemed like, like the everyday things that he now had to pay for.
Was Jordan working at that time to help pay the bills?
No, it was just Herb that was working.
Now, did the defendant tell you anything about selling his property because he needed money?
He talked about, well, at that point in time, he was selling quite a few things, as far as for money. He was just liquidating, some of the assets that he had.
All right. To pay the bills, the day-to-day bills.
Correct.
And did he have this conversation with you about his financial struggles on more than one occasion?
Yeah, we talked about it whenever we went to dinner about what was going on with him.
All right. Now, did someone move into the house with the defendant and Jordan shortly after Tim died?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the name of the person?
I think his name is Kevin.
All right.
Kevin from Orlando.
Did the defendant ever tell you if Kevin was helping him financially?
Yeah, he was paying rent for being there.
And did the defendant ever say anything about an insurance policy in relation to Tim?
Well, he said that he was getting a settlement and they were going to take a trip in December.
Who was they was going to take a trip?
The family, the three, Jordan and Herb and Kevin.
They were going to use the insurance money to take this trip?
Correct.
Was this a small trip or a big trip?
Well, they were going to the mountains in a RV.
Did the defendant ever offer you any of the insurance money if you quit your job?
He told me I should quit my job.
Okay.
And he always told me I should quit that job and I should do something different. I should just go on the road and do something with them. So
He invited you to come on the road with him with the insurance money.
yeah, I was going to stay at Daryl's.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't have any other questions. Ryan.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Garner.
Good afternoon.
Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
How long have you worked at Gerald's Diner?
Almost 8 years.
All right. And you said you've been in food
My whole life.
your whole life.
Yes, sir.
And you've been working since a very young age, correct?
Since I was 9.
That's a long time.
That's a long time.
Not that you're an old man or anything. Now, you mentioned knowing Tim and her when they were together and living in Orlando.
Correct.
And how many years ago in time are we talking about?
I've known them probably, I would say, around 12, 13 years in total.
Okay, so 12 or 13 years ago, Herb and Tim would come together as a couple and hang out at what was then the Parliament House, a bar in Orlando.
That's correct.
And that was a gay bar.
Yes.
And you would go to that establishment from time to time as well.
That's correct.
And I know you only kind of knew them cordially in passing. Did you know them at that point in time to be heavy drinkers of alcohol?
Yeah, they were drinkers.
Okay. All right.
We were all drinkers back then.
And I know that from that point, they moved out of Orlando, right?
Correct.
And you eventually moved out of Orlando as well.
That's correct.
And when Tim and her got married, you said you catered their wedding, correct?
That's correct.
And most of that coordination planning for that event was with Tim?
Yes.
Okay. And after the two got married, you kind of lost contact with them, you said?
We lost contact.
For about 9 years or so.
Yes.
And it wasn't until you learned of Tim's death that you reconnected with her.
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned going out to dinner with him on a few different occasions.
We did. Once we went and bought boots as well.
Okay. And you mentioned Kevin from Orlando. Is that Kevin Copley?
I don't know his last name.
Don't know his last name. Okay. Did you know him to Kevin from Orlando?
I met him through Herb.
Okay. In Orlando or in Ocala?
The initial time that I met him was probably, I would say, I met him during the planning of the wedding officially, but I'd heard talk of him in the past.
Okay.
So, but I didn't know him.
So you knew Kevin from Orlando to know both Tim and Herb.
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that these times after you reconnected with Herb following Tim Smith's death, that Herb would talk to you about money problems.
Well, yeah, he was working a lot.
Okay. And there was no longer the income coming from Tim Smith.
I would assume that's correct.
And you mentioned Jordan was not working?
No, I was not aware of Jordan working any place.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have one moment with my colleague, please? Thank you. That her told you that, you know, hey, you should quit your job and go travel with them. Had he told you that on previous occasions before Tim Smith's passing, or no?
I hadn't talked with her before the passing. We didn't reconnect till after Tim was passed.
Okay. So that was just once you reconnected or started going to dinner that.
That's correct.
That came.
Herb was aware that I worked like 70 hours plus a week.
Okay. It's a lot of hours. All right. And was this kind of jokingly he made this statement, or?
Oh, I don't think it
How
was.
did you interpret it?
That I should, he really thought that I could do better than what I was doing.
Understood. I have no further questions here.
Anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor. I'd ask that he be excused.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, and just to let the witness know, I had him under subpoena as well. I'm excusing you. You do not need to come back for this case.
Thank you.
Unless you want a break from work.
See how you guys are.
All right, thanks.
Daryl Levine.
Anyone need a break before we keep going? You need a break?
Judge, if we could take a brief recess.
Okay, we'll take about a 10-minute break. Yeah, 4461. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to begin.
State calls Daryl Levine.
you to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Merci, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell your name for the record?
William Darrell Warden Levine,
Okay. How do you spell your last name?
WARDEN -LEVINE.
Thank you. Do you live in Ocala?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of work do you do?
Restaurant.
Do you own Daryl's Diner?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Tim Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you meet Tim Smith?
Through a 12-step program.
Would that be Alcoholics Anonymous?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you meet Tim?
Probably 4 to 5 years ago.
Okay. Did you know Tim's husband, Herbert Swilly?
Yes, I did.
All right. And do you see the person you know as Herbert Swilly in the courtroom?
Yes, I did.
Can you point to him and describe something he's wearing?
He's right over there in the blue blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
No, sir. Reflect.
And how did you meet the defendant, Herbert Swilly?
Through Tim, through the Alcoholics Anonymous.
Did you meet them about the same time?
Couple months apart. I met Tim first, but very close.
Did Tim and the defendant always attend AA meetings together?
Yes,
Did you socialize with Tim and the defendant outside of AA meetings?
a couple of times, yes.
Was there a group of friends from AA that were fairly close that would routinely get together?
Yes,
And would that include dinners after meetings and sometimes brunch on Sunday?
yes,
Were you aware that Tim and the defendant had an open relationship?
yes.
And were you aware that they had an apartment that they used for sexual encounters?
I was.
Had you ever been to that apartment?
No.
Now, did you know what the defendant did for a living?
Yes.
What did he do?
He was a handyman.
Do you know if he installed Ring doorbell cameras as part of his business?
He installed one at my house.
A Ring doorbell camera
Yes.
system? Now, I want to talk about the Sunday before Tim's body was found.
Yes,
Did your group of friends that included Tim and the defendant that you talked about occasionally go to brunch on Sundays?
correct.
All right. And on that Sunday, the Sunday before Tim's body was found, was Tim in the hospital?
Yes.
Was Tim generally healthy during the time period that you knew him?
Oh, yes,
Did your friend group go to La Cuisine for brunch that Sunday?
we did.
And even though Tim was in the hospital, did the defendant attend the brunch?
He did.
Did he sit by you at the brunch?
He sat next to me on my right.
During that brunch, did the defendant make any statements about Tim?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say about Tim?
He had mentioned to me that Tim was seeking another job out of town.
Was he happy about that?
No.
Okay. What did he say about it?
He had made a comment that if Tim thought he was going to get another job and leave him with nothing, he had another thing coming.
And what was his demeanor when he was telling you this?
I would say angry.
And what did you say in response after he said he's got another thing coming?
I just probably didn't say anything. I don't remember exactly. Probably just nodded.
All right. Is there anything else that the defendant said about Tim during that brunch that sticks in your memory?
Yes.
And what is that?
He was telling me all that was going on, that things weren't going so well. Tim was looking for another job. And then he said, Jordan and I really loved Tim in the past tense.
And why did that stick out to you so much?
Because he said it in past tense.
All right, now I want to move on and direct your attention to the Friday, the March 24th of 2023. This is the day before Tim's body was found.
Yes,
All right. Did you see the defendant that evening at an AA meeting?
I did.
And was Tim there?
No.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant where Tim was?
Yes.
And what did he say?
I honestly don't recall. I think he said work using parentheses, but I honestly don't recall.
And was this Thursday or Friday?
I saw him on Friday
Okay.
at the AA meeting.
All right. Now, when you saw him Friday, did you notice anything unusual about his demeanor or his behavior?
Yes.
Okay, describe that for the jury.
He was very red. He was sweating, he was fidgety, he couldn't sit still. He got up, paced several times, walked in and out several times, wringing his hands. It was just very out of character.
Did you ask him what was wrong?
No.
Now, did you learn from someone else? You don't have to tell us what they said, but did you learn that Tim was missing?
Yes.
All right. And the next day, which would be Saturday, March 25th of 2023, did you learn that they had found Tim's body?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to the defendant on the phone after you found out about Tim?
I did that
Okay.
evening.
All right. And that would be Saturday evening?
Correct.
All right. And how was his demeanor on the phone Saturday evening after they had found Tim's body?
Calm, but defensive.
All right. Explain why you say but defensive.
He kept telling me that they were trying to blame him because he's gay, and that because of what the apartment was.
Did he tell you anything about what he did that Friday before Tim's body was found?
Yes, I asked him exactly like what had happened. He told me that he had gotten up early, had to go to the dump, do a few errands, and then when he had gotten home, Tim's work had called. I guess this was Friday that Tim's work had called, and that he went inside to see if Tim was in there. Tim wasn't in there.
He went inside where?
His house.
Okay. Not the apartment, the house.
Correct. He went inside the house, see if Tim was in there. Tim wasn't in there. And then he got to the apartment, couldn't get inside, called the police. The police wouldn't let him in until Saturday. Then Saturday, he got into the apartment and the body was found.
Did he ever say anything to you about where his key was to the apartment?
He mentioned to me that I had asked him, like, where was your key? Why couldn't you get into the apartment? He had mentioned that he had lost his key. And then I don't remember the exact details, but he said there was a key on the counter in the apartment and that his dad had picked it up before the detectives saw it.
So this was, he was saying on Saturday before the detectives saw the key when Tim's body was found that day, his dad took the key.
Right.
Now, when he was telling you, telling you what had happened, the circumstances surrounding Tim going missing, did he tell you anything about that Thursday night, which would be the 23rd, about Tim's medications and whether he took them?
Yes, he said that he had went on to bed and that Tim was doing his medication ritual, that he had a series of medications that he took before bedtime, and that Tim must have come to bed after he took his medications. He didn't notice if Tim was still in bed when he got up.
The next morning, he didn't notice. All right. Did you ever ask the defendant about whether the ring cameras showed anything regarding Tim's disappearance?
Yes.
Okay, what did he say about that?
He said the ring cameras weren't working.
Now, I'm kind of jumping ahead because we talked about Saturday when you spoke with him and he was calm and but defensive. The following day, that Sunday, the day after Tim's body was found, did you go on an app called Grindr?
I did.
Okay, and what is Grindr?
It is a gay male meetup site, social media site.
And about what time did you go on that Sunday morning?
It was early.
All right. And did the defendant have a profile on Grindr?
Yes.
When you're on Grindr, can you tell if another person is live or actively on at the same time as you?
You can.
How can you tell that?
There's a little green light that says online now.
And when you went on that Sunday morning after Tim's body was found, was the defendant live on Grindr?
Yes.
And did you see the defendant the weekend after Tim's body was found?
I did.
Okay, and where did you see him?
Sawmill Campground in Dade City.
Okay, and what kind of campground is that?
It is a gay male campground.
All right. And did you talk to the defendant when you saw him there?
He approached me and said hi, and I said hi, and then I left.
And how was his demeanor when you saw him that weekend after at the campground?
Great. He was having a good time by the pool.
Within a week or so after Tim was murdered, did the defendant ever say anything to you about insurance money?
Yes,
What did he say?
that he would be getting Tim's insurance money, or that he was having a hard time getting Tim's insurance money.
Did he tell you if he needed that money?
Yes,
But he was having a hard time getting it.
correct. That he wasn't able to get access to any of Tim's money.
And after Tim's death, prior to him being arrested, did the defendant ever say anything to you about whether the police could prove he killed Tim?
Several times.
What did he say?
He said they were trying to blame it on him because of his sexuality, and that they would never be able to prove it.
They would never be able to prove that he killed Tim?
Correct.
All right. Did you ever ask the defendant if he had anything to do with Tim's murder?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you ask him? What did you say?
I just asked him if he had anything to do with it, and he said that no one would be able to prove it. One time, a few of us were discussing the whole situation because him being unable to get into the apartment, and my phone had pocket dialed him, and he listened to the whole conversation. And when I realized he was on the phone, he told me he had heard everything. And I said, well, Herb, I said, you can't blame us for being curious. Like, why couldn't you get into the apartment? And he said, you guys are a bunch of effing idiots. You'll never prove anything.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
You said you knew Tim and Herb from Alcoholics Anonymous, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're a member of
Yes, sir.
Alcoholics Anonymous?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in recovery?
23 years.
All right. And have you ever been convicted of a felony, sir?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I believe 2 felons.
Okay. And were you closer to Tim Smith than you were to her?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. And you mentioned several communications that you had with her from the time that Tim was from missing to deceased, and even after that. The time that you had run into him at the campground, was that 2 weeks after Tim's body was discovered? Did I hear that right?
I want to say it was the very next weekend, but it could have been 2 weeks.
Understood. And you mentioned that a group of you in the same social circle had gone to brunch the weekend prior to Tim Smith's body being discovered.
Yes, sir.
And that Herb had told you about him perhaps taking another job.
Correct.
Okay. And that he spoke about having loved Tim in the past tense.
Correct.
Leading up to that point, were you aware that the two were having any marital problems at all?
No.
Okay. And was Jordan mentioned by the defendant during that conversation?
All he said was Jordan and I loved Tim.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have one moment with my colleague, please?
Certainly. Is he excused?
I would ask that he be excused, yes, Judge.
You're excused. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day. I think we have you have a total of two more? Yes. Okay, I think we have a total of two more witnesses. We're going to hear from the first part of one today until probably around 20 after. And I want to be careful of your schedule as well, in case you have things. And then we'll hear a little bit from that person tomorrow. And then one more witness for the state. And then we'll go from there, okay? So we're right on track where we need to be to get it finished up on time. All right? Yes, sir.
State recalls Sergeant Dan Pender.
Yes, I do.
Come on, sir. Thank you.
May I have the display room? Can you please reintroduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, I'm Sergeant Daniel Pender with Marion County Sheriff's Office.
You mentioned yesterday that during the course of your investigation, the name Lloyd Kelly came up.
Yes,
And I forgot to ask you yesterday, when did you personally become aware of the name Lloyd Kelly?
I first became aware of that in July of 2024.
And when had you gotten promoted to sergeant and promoted out of the Major Crimes Division?
In June of 2024.
So the month before?
Yes.
Okay. During your investigation, did you also make contact with a woman named Amy Bashirs who worked at Soul Essentials of Ocala?
Yes.
Did you go to Soul Essentials and collect some journals from her?
Yes, I did.
Did you review those journals?
Yes, I did.
What were the dates of most of those journal entries?
From 2007 to about 2011.
And did you read the entries in those journals and look through them?
Yes.
Did you find anything relevant to the murder of Tim Smith based on just the written portion of the journals?
No.
Okay. When we last spoke yesterday, you mentioned that various detectives gathered surveillance footage from various locations.
Yes.
And did you review those videos?
Yes, I did.
We've heard from Jesse Newbanks, the digital forensic analyst that used to work at the sheriff's office, about how he analyzed certain DVRs and extracted data from various cell phones, specifically the cell phones of Herbert Swilly and Tim Smith. Did you review that surveillance footage?
Yes.
And did you review the extracted digital data reports that were generated by Jesse Newbanks for the various cell phone information?
Yes, I did.
Did you specifically analyze the data gathered off of Tim Smith and Herbert Swilly's cell phone?
Yes.
Did you personally review those extraction reports and determine that they came from both of those respective phones?
Yes.
Did that data include some geolocation information like we previously spoke about regarding James True?
Yes, it did.
Did the data include some messaging and some email correspondence?
Yes.
Did it include connections to Bluetooth services like Uconnect reports
Yes.
and other applications?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked first as State's Exhibit KKK. You take a look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes, I do.
And where did that data, that information come from generally?
These are all extractions or reports from the Cellbrite program. These are parts of data from that.
And that's from the victim's phone?
Yes, from Tim Smith's phone.
And do those documents in that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the results of some information retrieved from the digital forensic report generated by Jesse Newbanks.
Yes.
This time state would move KKK into evidence as 62.
No objection.
That exhibit will be in evidence number 62.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as state exhibit LLL. You take a look at that, tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes, I recognize this also.
And generally what's contained in that exhibit.
This is more information from the Cellbrite program regarding Herbert Swilley's phone.
Do those documents fairly and accurately represent some of those items and information from the digital extraction Jesse Newbanks did on the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
This time state would move LLL into evidence as 63.
No objection.
LLL will be in evidence as stage number 63.
Did you also examine information that you had obtained from Tim Smith's Grinder and Adam for Adam accounts?
Yes.
And did you issue subpoenas to those providers to get those documents?
Yes.
Using all of that information, I'm going to ask you some questions about a timeline of activity from the late evening hours of Thursday, March 23rd, 2023, into the early morning hours of Friday, March 23rd, 2023 and beyond, okay? Also showing you what's been marked as states MMM, a map. Do you recognize this area?
Yes.
Do you recognize the various locations of the places on the push beds?
Yes, I do.
Does this map fairly and accurately depict the general location of these various places?
Yes, it does.
This time state would move MMM into evidence as 64.
No objection.
That objection, MMM, the evidence stage number 64.
Starting with Thursday, March 23rd of 2023, when you reviewed the victim's cell phone, specifically text messages, the dating applications, the Grinder and Adam for Adam information, generally, what did you find about some of the websites that the victim was looking at during that Thursday daytime period?
So Thursday, March 23rd, Tim goes on the Alcoholics Anonymous website in the morning. He also goes on Grinder and Adam for Adam. Then sporadically throughout the day, March 23rd, he goes on Grinder and Adam for Adam.
Looking at the cell phone information and the correspondence that he had with people during the day on Thursday, and some correspondence beforehand, did you notice any indication that the victim was going to meet anybody the night of Thursday, March 23rd, 2023?
No.
Did you find any indication that he was going to meet somebody during the early morning hours of Friday, March 24th, 2023?
No.
Now, did you notice some indication that there was a discussion of a meet with somebody around 11 o'clock on Friday morning, March 24th?
Yes, there was a conversation on Grinder where Tim was speaking with someone on Grinder. The username was Morgan Blackhung, and it was for a possible meetup at 11 o'clock on the 24th.
Was there ever any exchange of addresses, finalizing the meeting, call me and we'll talk about it, anything like that?
No.
Did you follow up on that though?
Yes.
And how was that followed up on?
We issued investigative subpoenas to try to figure out who Morgan Blackhung was.
And were you ever able to identify that person?
No.
But there was no indication that that meeting was ever finalized or that it came to fruition, right?
Correct.
And regardless, that meeting was supposed to occur at 11 o'clock Friday morning.
Yes,
And when did you learn that the victim was supposed to interview for his job?
9 o'clock.
And you missed that interview?
Yes.
Did you see any communication of a sexual nature during the review of the cell phone extraction in the Adam for Adam and Grindr accounts between the victim and someone you later identified as Ronald Murray?
Yes.
Was there any indication that the victim and Ronald Murray were going to meet up the night of March 23rd or the early morning hours of March 24th?
No.
Did you also see some communication of a sexual nature between the victim and someone you identified as Matt Beeler?
Yes.
Was there any indication that from the information that you reviewed that victim and Matt Beeler were going to meet up the night of Thursday, March 23rd or the early morning hours of March 24th?
No.
Generally, what did the victim's location data on his phone show as far as whether the victim went to work that day, Thursday, March 23rd?
On Thursday, March 23rd, the phone location data indicates that Tim was at work. He had a short visit to the Big Lots off Mary Camp, but other than that, he was at work.
And what did the location data on his phone show about the location of the phone during the evening hours of Thursday, March 23rd?
Between 6:45 p.m. on March 23rd until 1:58 a.m. on March 24th, Tim Smith's phone was at his house.
Showing you a report in States 62 that was just introduced from the victim's cell phone extraction. What does this generally show?
This extraction here on the left shows the longitude and latitude of where Tim Smith's phone is. Also listed in there is the times of where those longitude and latitude positions are of the phone, specifically showing, like I said there, of 6:45 p.m. and then also 1:58 a.m.
So 6:45 on Thursday, March 23rd, and then again at 1:58 in the morning, March 24th.
Yes.
And does it show the longitude and latitudes of the location of the phone at those two times?
Yes.
Like we talked about yesterday, can you plot that information onto a Google Earth somehow?
Yes.
By clicking that button up there?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that, what did the information show about the location of the phone during those times?
It shows that the phone was at his house.
Did you review the victim's cell phone extraction data as far as the phone's connection to a YouTube or Uconnect system?
Yes.
And we've already heard from, I believe, yourself and from Jesse Newbanks what the Uconnect system is. So I'm not going to go back over all of that. But did you review a report dealing with the cell phone's connection to a Uconnect system?
Yes.
Showing you States Exhibit 1. What are we looking at here, specifically starting around 6:45 p.m.?
This is the log that the cell phone is receiving from when it's connecting and disconnecting to the Uconnect. And at 6:48, it is disconnecting from the Uconnect system.
Is that consistent with Tim Smith arriving home, turning off his Jeep, thereby severing that connection and going into the house?
Yes.
Moving into the evening hours of Thursday, March 23rd at about 8:30 to 9:30 p.m., did you see any evidence of communication between the victim and a job recruiter named Bruce Herbert?
Yes.
Showing you a report dealing with those messages. What are we looking at here?
These are instant messages that's listed on the left there, and these are the contents of the instant messages on the right. Between, it says who it's from, Bruce Herman's, and these are communications between Tim and Bruce.
Can you explain, again, this is States 62, Your Honor. Can you kind of explain the sequence of what was said during these messages?
Sure.
This is the first entry at March 23rd at 9:30?
Yes.
9:29, excuse me?
Yes. At 9:29, they're talking about the Zoom link that was going to be confirmed.
From Nina?
Yes. And after that, there is another one at 9:29 where he is stating, where Tim's stating, yes, I have it for the morning. is what he's indicating there at 9:29.
So that first message is a message from Bruce Hermans to the victim.
Mhm.
The second, is that a yes?
Yes.
The second message under column 2 is a response from the victim to Bruce Hermans.
Yes, where it shows 9:29, and then you can see where it says from owner, with that owner being Tim Smith.
Okay. And he responds, yes, I have it faux in the morning. Is that a misspelling?
Yeah, that's a misspelling.
Okay. And what about entry number 3 there at the bottom? What does that show?
That is showing at 9:30:09. This is from the owner, which is Tim Smith again, to Bruce, saying, sorry, I'm not able to read that from here.
Here, let me actually give you the report. That might help you.
My job got hectic and I wasn't able to follow up with you as promised. Thanks. So yes, this is from Tim Smith. He's sitting at 2 Bruce Hermans. It says, sorry, my got hectic and I didn't follow up with you as promised. It looks like another typo.
So
Excuse me a second. Excuse me a second.
We have another.
Excuse me a second. You cannot suggest things are typos or other words. The only evidence is what's written there.
I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay, but I'm saying that is the evidence, not anyone else's interpretation of what's on that piece of paper. So everyone understand? All right, thank you.
And showing you the next page of that same report states 62. What do we see in this section at 9:32 p.m.?
In the left category, we can see that this is an email that was sent. It's from Tim Smith. You can see in the middle category that it is from. He is sending it to Nina Corsi. And he's saying that, Nina, I'm looking forward to chatting with you tomorrow morning, Tim.
And does the data show a previous email from Nina Corsi to Tim Smith sent at 8:40?
Yes, it does. I
Does
see.
that email contain a Zoom link?
Yes, there's a Zoom link listed in there.
And the final message of that report states 62. What do we see on entry number 5 here?
This is an instant message, 9:45. This is from Tim Smith. And Tim sent it to Bruce Hermans. He said, thank you.
Did you notice any indication on the victim's phone that the victim was not going to go through with this interview the following morning at 9 a.m.?
No.
Did you notice any indication that the victim was going to meet anyone after these messages were sent at some other location?
No.
From the point where the victim's phone responds, thank you, at 9:45 p.m., did you notice any outgoing calls or outgoing text messages from the victim's phone?
No.
Based on the location data that we looked at earlier, where was the victim's cell phone located from the point he sends that text to around 2 a.m.?
He's at his home residence.
Moving on to early morning hours of March 24th, now Friday morning at around 1:58 or so. Did the extraction results and the geolocation data show movement beginning on the victim's phone, moving to a different location?
Yes, it did.
What does it show?
The phone begins to move from the home down 52nd Street towards the apartment.
Did you see any outgoing messages or calls from the victim's phone after, again, you said after about 9:45, that last text message we saw?
Yeah, there was none.
Did you see any user activity by the victim's phone, such as it looking on websites, checking emails, things like that?
No, I didn't see any.
And you said you reviewed several surveillance videos collected from various places. Did one of those videos come from a residence located near the victim in the defendant's house?
Yes.
Showing you a map which states 44. Specifically, did you review the surveillance footage that came from Pedro Vasquez's residence?
Yes, I did.
How many different camera angles did you view that were of interest?
4.
May the witness step down, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you reviewed the footage from Pedro Vasquez's residence, does this map, states 44, accurately reflect the views of the cameras that you saw?
Yes, it does.
If one were to leave the defendant's residence, how many ways are there to get to Southwest 52nd Street, which is on the top of the map?
2.
And can you point to the jury which those are?
This road here. This road here.
Did Pedro Vasquez's surveillance cameras capture footage from both of those roads?
Yes.
We talked about earlier when you went to the defendant's house the day the victim's body was found, you noticed a white pickup truck?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph from States 31, I believe. Is that the truck?
Yes.
And a photograph from States 31. Is that the same truck?
Yes.
And you mentioned something distinct about this vehicle?
It has a black tailgate.
So the tailgate itself, the tailgate in this picture is actually up and it's black?
Yes.
When you watched the surveillance footage from Pedro Vasquez's house, did you see a vehicle consistent with the defendant's truck?
Yes, it did.
Before I play States 31, can you describe, using the map, States 44, the path of travel that we're going to see the vehicle take?
The path of travel is going to be this way, which is northbound, up this road here.
And what is the timestamp of the video that we just looked at?
1:59 a.m.
Is that consistent with the geolocation data on the victim's phone showing the phone beginning to travel around 1:58?
Yes.
Another camera angle. What's the time stamp of this one?
1:59 a.m.
Based on the timing and direction of travel, is the surveillance footage consistent with the victim's phone leaving the house and traveling in the direction of the apartment,
Yes.
along with the pickup truck?
Yes.
Everything all right?
So I'm gonna back out the camera up.
Please put all cameras away. Thank you.
Yesterday, you talked about meeting with the defendant at his residence and looking at his phone and the ring application on his phone.
Yes.
When you met with the defendant at his residence and looked at his phone, you said you saw some screenshots from the ring application.
Yes.
What did you see about whether the truck was present at the defendant's house at 1:58 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning?
It was not there.
Is that Ring doorbell footage that you looked at consistent with the surveillance footage we just saw showing a white pickup truck leaving the direction of the defendant's house?
Yes.
So again, which direction did we see that white pickup truck travel on States 44?
Northbound.
Showing you what's been introduced in evidence as States 64. Can you point where the defendant's residence is on this map?
Down here.
And can you point again to the direction of travel that vehicle would have taken that we just saw in the surveillance footage?
This way, northbound.
And what road is that vehicle going to come to at the end of, when it reaches the end of that road heading north?
52nd Street.
If you turn left on 52nd Street, where do you go?
441.
And can you point to the jury that path of travel where 441 is?
This is 441 here.
What businesses are located on the corner of Southeast 52nd Street, 441?
There is a convenience store on the south side. On the north side, there is a business called Green for Life.
Okay, and do we see that on the map as well?
Yes,
Did you review surveillance footage from Green for Life?
yes.
In which direction did that camera face from Green for Life?
Green for Life faces 52nd Street.
And when you reviewed that Green for Life footage, did you locate surveillance of a similar looking white pickup truck heading towards 441 driving down Southeast 52nd Street?
Yes.
Can you show the jury the path of travel the surveillance showed?
It's going to be going to the west.
Okay.
This way.
Publishing States Exhibit 51. What does this show before we play it?
This is a view looking out from Green for Life towards 52nd Street, southbound, the convenience stores across the street.
According to the surveillance footage, which direction did that white pickup truck turn on the video?
Northbound.
Okay. And can you show on the map States 64 which direction it took?
We've been going up this way.
Okay. We've heard that the timestamp on the Green for Life footage was 1 hour and 3 minutes off.
Yes.
It was behind. If you account for that time discrepancy, at what time would this surveillance footage be taken?
2:00 a.m.
If the pickup truck left the defendant's residence around 1:58, passed by Pedro Vasquez's house at 1:59, and passed by Green for Life about a minute later at 2:00, is that timing consistent with how long it would take to traverse that distance?
Yes.
Surveillance showed the vehicle turning right, heading north on 441, right?
Yes.
If you continue traveling north on 441, will you eventually pass Triple Crown trailers?
Yes.
Can you point where that is located on State 64? Did you review video surveillance that other detectives recovered from Triple Crown trailer?
Yes.
In which direction did that camera face?
Faces to the west, so it looks over 441.
Did the Triple Crown surveillance footage capture a white pickup truck consistent with the appearance of the defendants traveling north on 441?
Yes.
And can you show the jury on State 64 the path of travel that that truck took according to the Triple Crown surveillance? Publishing States 48. We've heard that the timestamp of the Triple Crown trailer footage was about 40 minutes behind the actual time. If the timestamp on the footage we just looked at shows 1:22, what would the actual time have been if you account for that 40-minute time discrepancy?
2:02 a.m.
If the pickup truck passed Green for Life at about 2 a.m. and then passed Triple Crown at around 2:02 a.m., is that timing consistent with how long it would take to travel that distance?
Yes.
Referring again now to State 64, the main map. If one were to continue to travel north on 441 past Triple Crown, would they arrive at Lake Weir Avenue?
Yes.
And can you show the jury where Lake Weir Avenue is?
This intersection here.
If one turns right on Lake Weir Avenue, is there a gas station on the left that a vehicle would pass by?
Yes.
What?
Marathon gas station.
Now, if you're traveling north on Lake Weir, would that be left or right?
The Marathon will be on your left side.
Did you review the surveillance footage collected by other detectives from the Marathon gas station on Lake Weir Avenue?
Yes.
Where did that camera face?
That camera looks across Lake Weir Avenue, so it's looking to the east.
And did the footage capture a similar white pickup truck traveling that direction north on Lake Weir?
Yes.
Can you, using the map states 64, can you explain the path of travel that that vehicle took according to the surveillance footage? Judge, is there any way we can dim the lights a little bit? Is that possible? Ah, there we go. Thank you. Showing states 49. And what road are we looking at here?
That is Lake Weir Avenue we're looking at across.
At what time did the footage show that white pickup truck passing by the Marathon gas station?
2:02 a.m.
And is that consistent, knowing how close Triple Crown is from Marathon? Is that consistent with the path of travel? With it past Triple Crown around 2:02, past Marathon very shortly after?
It is, they're very close.
Did the detectives also try to locate and download surveillance footage from a place called the Splash Car Wash?
Yes.
Where is that on the map, state 64?
It's right here on this corner on the other side of the road.
Okay. And ultimately, that was unsuccessful?
Yes, they were unsuccessful.
It's what you see.
Just the one page. At this time, Your Honor, based on a court ruling of judicial notice, the state of Indiana states NNN, which is a Google map of the path and time and distance of travel between the residence and the Marathon located in Lake Weir.
No objection from the defense.
That would be state 65.
And then it'll be number 65. All right. Maybe a good time to break then.
The phrase "the
I'm sorry, Your
records"
Honor.
doesn't refer to a physical place.
Wow.
Seems like it might be a good time to break. We can show you a picture, but I mean, when you're done with the picture.
Okay. Showing you what's been introduced as state 65. What does this show?
This is a Google map showing driving directions between where Tim Smith and Herbert live up to where the Marathon gas station is.
What is the distance between those 2 points?
1.7 miles.
And what, according to Google Maps, how long does it take to traverse that distance?
4 minutes.
If the victim's cell phone showed movement away from his and the defendant's house at around 1:58 in the morning, the surveillance footage from Pedro Vasquez's house showed the pickup truck passing at 1:59, and the Marathon gas station showed the pickup truck passing by at about 2:02. Is that timing consistent with the approximate 4-minute path of travel according to Google Maps?
Yes, it is.
2 minutes, Judge, to finish this one section.
Sure.
Thank you. Now you're just messing with me. Show you what the mark states exhibit 000. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What does it show?
This shows the points that I just covered, including the Tim Smith's residence, Green for Life, Triple Crown, and the Marathon with the times that I had just discussed, mapped out.
And published?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you states, I'm sorry. This time the state would move states 000 and evidence to 66.
No objection.
The objection there is number 66.
And can you explain to the jury what we're looking at?
This here shows the approximate time where the vehicle passed by Pedro Vasquez's residence at 1:59 a.m. And then it shows also at the Green for Life pass by time of 2:00 a.m. And then it shows the Triple Crown passing time of 2:02 a.m. And then finally the Marathon passing time of 2:02 a.m.
And how would you get from the Marathon gas station to the apartment?
From there, you would just make a right along the that that road that it's right next to, and then make another right, and you're in where the apartment is.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor, for your indulgence.
All right, thank you. Take a break? You said?
Yes, sir.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our break for the evening. We'll come back a little after 8. We'll try to get started and finish this witness, one more witness, and that'll be done for the state's case, okay? All right, thank you. Remember my admonition, please don't mention or talk about the case with anybody. Please don't look up anything. All right, thank you.
Well, he definitely don't say much after court has ended. Let me make sure. So that concludes day 3. And of course, they are into day 4 of testimony. Okay, so let me try to give some type of update on a couple things so we can see what direction we want to go in. Okay. Okay, so y'all know we got our other trial. That one is they did do jury instructions, some of them, but I don't think they started closing arguments. So if y'all want, we can open up the room and go into that one. I think that stream is a couple of hours, if that's okay with you guys. Or do y'all want to go into day 4 on this one? I'm up here looking into the next trial. I'm so like, I gotta stay 2 steps ahead of all of this stuff. Like there's like 2 cases going on. They almost like identical. One is in Georgia and one is in Houston. So I've been kind of like trying to see which one we gonna cover next. So I am like really like not struggling, but I'm trying to see if I want to be in Texas or if I want to be in Georgia. Of course, it's probably Fulton County, and I'm like, I don't even know if I want to be bothered with their shenanigans down there in Fulton County. I think we're gonna do the one in Houston. I mean, we can always go to the one in Georgia, but I think we'll do Houston. Let's do Jason's neck of the woods. Okay, Jason, we coming to Houston. We coming to Texas. We coming to Texas. Okay, so y'all want to stay in this case? Let me see. Because it looks like this case gonna go to the jury. It's so funny because for TV, I guess because they were not streaming this case. Wait a minute. Let me make sure this is the current one. Let me hear. Give me a second. I'm just trying to make sure that we are starting off at the appropriate place, because law and crime just seem like they just don't want to put their stuff up all that great. So while I'm getting this up to make sure that we in the right place. Okay, yeah, that's an export judgment. Okay. Okay, so okay, yeah, so here go the right place. Okay. So just so y'all kind of know, so I guess Court TV, they have because the pregnant mistress trial, they are streaming this one now. So like they just started. But we were ahead of the game because we caught it when Law and Crime, started the trial on, on time, even though we were doing double duty. So we will continue. We'll go on to day 4 for this one. And then if y'all want, we can go into the pregnant mistress one. Is I think it's maybe about 3 hours. And we can do that one later. Let's go ahead and let me get this up. Yeah, so I was back here trying to see what case we should do next, because I know opening statements for both of the cases, the one in Houston and one in Georgia, the opening statements in Houston started yesterday. Georgia is today. The case in Houston, the one that I'm almost sure we are going to cover that one. That's going to be the one we're going to cover. We were ahead of the game because let me get it. So with this one in Houston, yes, macrograms. Yep, that's it. Yeah, so the one in Houston is with Arlene Alvarez, 9-year-old girl. She was shot while riding in the car with her parents. The issue here is that the guy that is allegedly, his name is, I believe, Tony Earls. Him and his wife had just went to a Chase Bank. A masked man at the Chase Bank had robbed them at gunpoint. So when the masked man started running away, Tony, who was the passenger in the car, he got out the car with his weapon and began to shoot. Allegedly, he was trying to shoot and thought that he was shooting at the guy that just robbed him. Unfortunately, at the same time, Arlene's family, she was in the car with her mom, her dad, and her brother. They were coming in that direction to the Chase Bank, and one of the bullets struck her. So originally they had, from my understanding, from what I've read, yeah. I mean, you know, and the reason why I find the case interesting is because it's kind of sad all the way around, right? A young lady lost her life, a little girl, like a kid lost their life, right? But I know that in all aspects that was not his intentions. That was not what he was trying to do, right? We can agree. I mean, it happened. I mean, he's very careless with this. So who is on trial? The guy who was getting robbed, because the person who the person who robbed him, Jason, they ran away. So they never caught him. So they tried to indict him before and they didn't get an indictment. And then they got some additional evidence and then they took it back to the one. And they took it back and they got an indictment. So it doesn't seem like they are doing, I don't think they doing, I don't know if you want to call it unalive murder. They doing manslaughter. So from my understanding, they took the unaliving. I'm trying to figure out my words to say this mess. They took the redrum off the table, and from my understanding, they put it as a manslaughter charge. Not to my understanding, Lynn. The one in Georgia is I don't know what they be doing in Georgia. So that's why I was like, I really don't know if I don't know if I really want to cover Georgia, but a 8-year-old girl, last name I believe her name is Sequoia Turner. Her mom was in a vehicle. That's why I say they so similar, right? Her and her mom was in a vehicle in 2020, something in regards to some kind of barricade in Atlanta where somebody else had been unalived, and somebody named Rashard Brooks was unalived, and they had recently tore down the Wendy's, and there was like a barricade because they were doing like protests and things of that nature. So I guess they were driving and Sunnyvale, yeah, they were found guilty on that one. So I guess a driver attempted to go around them. Yes, in Fulton County. So a driver tried to attempt to go around her. Somehow shots got fired. Little girl was unalive. We have another person that was in the vehicle, took an Alford plea that is supposed to, I'm assuming he's going to have to testify against the shooter because he wasn't the shooter, but he was in the car. Yeah, it just, they always got all these pleas and Alfords and snitches and all types of stuff in Georgia. And I'm like, I don't know. His name is McKinney. And I was just looking at this stuff. Yeah, so of course they do have debates in the one in Georgia in regards to they feel like law enforcement caused this one. Yeah, because the family did file a wrongful unaliving in that one. But yeah, I mean, so we got two of them. I mean, we can do both of them. I don't mind. I just probably more interested in me personally, probably the one in Houston. I think I had seen like a little snippet of the guy being real emotional, how I came through my feed. And I was like, oh, he crying. Oh, wow. I was like, he crying. I'm talking about the one in Houston. I was like, oh, wow. He even took my cry class. I'm all into people that cry, y'all. If they cry, they for me in some type of way. So we got that one. So I guess I'll put out a poll. And we can do whichever one of y'all want to do first. We won't probably start them until we'll probably start them because I don't think they're going to be long cases, if that makes sense. I don't think either one of them be long cases, but you know, depending on what happens with our pregnant trial, we will go into a DP phase. So we gotta account for that time too, right? I'll put the poll out. Once I put the poll out, then I'll look and see what testimony has already came in and see how many hours and what we need. And then I'll kind of manage it that way. What's the tip? Me? Are you talking about me tippy tapping? Okay. So in the meantime, between time, I will send out a poll, and you guys can vote which one you want to do. You can even look it up and see based off the information that I gave you. Like I said, one is in Atlanta, one is in Houston. Both of them have different kind of circumstances behind them. I don't think either of them are on mainstream like a court TV or Law and Crime. I found them through local news. Oh, that's me tapping on my sorry. Y'all can hear that? Oops. That's me tippy tapping. Yes, that's me. Yeah, so I'll send out the poll while we're in this case right here, and we'll kind of decide, and whichever one y'all decide, I'll go back and kind of see what hours we need to complete it, and then kind of schedule it around, if that makes sense. And we'll kind of go from there. But in the meantime, between time, we gonna go back into our day 4 of our hubby drugged unalive trial. Stay tuned. Look, stay tuned.
Great new furniture.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. As I mentioned before, the next witness is going to be remotely. She's going to be sworn in by the clerk like every other witness, okay? Go ahead, swear in. Please raise your right hand, Ms. Truth.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
This is John Klein, the attorney for the defendant. Would you tell us your first and last name, please, ma'am?
Rebecca True.
How do you spell your last name?
TRUE.
All right. And what county do you currently reside in?
Broward.
Okay. How long have you lived in Broward County?
About 4 years. Excuse me.
And do you know an individual by the name of James Donovan True?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known James Donovan True?
Goodness, since I was 15, so let's call it 33 years.
At the age that you met James Donovan True, were you in high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did the two of you get to know each other in high school?
Yes, he was my high school sweetheart for about 3 years.
Okay. Were the two of you in a relationship while you were in high school?
Yes, sir.
And this was a romantic relationship?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you ever married to James Donovan True?
Yes.
When did the two of you get married?
January 31st of 2023.
And as of the date of your marriage, were the two of you living together?
Yes, sir.
Where were the two of you living together once you were married?
In my premarital home in Parkland, Florida, in Broward County.
What is the address?
9417 Satin Leaf Place, Parkland, Florida, 33076.
Okay. And did there come a point in time during that marriage where detectives from Marion County came to speak with you and your husband?
Yes.
Did they come to that home to speak with the two of you?
Yes.
And was that on June 28th of 2023?
I don't recall, so I'll have to take your word for it.
Well, if you don't recall, you don't recall. Now, when these detectives came to speak to you and your husband from Marion County at your home in Parkland, did you know why they were there?
I did not.
Okay. And at the time that these detectives came to speak to you and your husband, what vehicle did you have and drive at that point in time?
A Volvo XC60 2022 silver. It's the medium-sized SUV.
Okay. And at that time that these detectives came to your home from Marion County, what vehicle, if you can recall, was your husband at the time, James Donovan True, using and driving?
A 2004 Cadillac Escalade EXT black, the one that looks like the pickup truck.
Understood. And at the time that these detectives came to your home from Marion County, was that Cadillac Escalade, was there anything unique about it?
Yes, it had a breathalyzer in it.
A breathalyzer machine?
Yes, sir, in order to start and utilize the vehicle.
Okay. Now, the incident dates in this case that we're here on this afternoon are ranging between March 23rd of 2023 and March 25th of 2023. Do you happen to know where you were, geographically speaking, during those date ranges?
I was in Marco Island with family members during those date ranges from the 23rd to the 26th of March in 2023.
Was James Donovan True with you and the family in Marco Island during that date range?
No, sir.
Did you drive your Volvo that you had at that time to Marco Island during that date range?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you had not driven your Volvo to Marco Island while you were away from your home during that date range, would the Volvo have remained at your residence?
Yes, sir.
Would it have been available for James True to use?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would James True ever use that Volvo?
Often.
If he had his own vehicle, do you know why he would use the Volvo?
Because he was an alcoholic, and in order to operate his vehicle, he had to be sober. Mine did not have such a device.
I see. And do you know where James True was during the period of time from March 23rd, 2025 to March 23rd, 2023 to March 25th, 2023?
The other question would be easier to answer. So for 2023, I have photographs of James very definitively in our own, at the time, marital home on that Friday. I think it was a Friday, Thursday. I don't know, the 23rd, whatever day of the week that was in 2023.
That was a Thursday.
Okay, a Thursday. So I have a picture of him about a little after 5 p.m., very clearly in our marital home, in our marital bed with our dog. And then I have another picture of him the next morning of the 24th, about 9:30 in the morning. There's a video of him playing with my son in the backyard, or I'm sorry, a video of my son playing with the dog in the backyard, and a picture of him with my son again in our marital bed. That was at about 9:30 in the morning on the next morning, the 24th. Other than that, I have no recollection of his whereabouts or any evidence to suggest he was anywhere.
Now, you mentioned James True taking video of your son on the morning of March 24th, 2023. Was James True allowed to watch your son at that time overnight?
Is he allowed to watch my son overnight? I don't know. I believe my custody agreement would have specified that he could because we were married. I think it's unlikely that my ex-husband would have allowed him to.
Understood.
I believe he was sick that day and my ex-husband had to work and it was a school day, and that was the only reason James watched him.
Meaning, most likely he would not have stayed the night before.
Most likely, yes.
Understood.
He would not have, but I don't remember.
Okay.
It would have been highly unlikely.
All right. And after this interaction, on or about June 28th of 2023, with these detectives from Marion County, what happened with you and James True's marriage?
It ended in divorce.
Why?
Because he had the second that I knew about extramarital affair with a same-sex partner and lied about it while drunk.
Okay. And did the divorce process go smoothly?
No, sir, it did not.
Why not?
Per our prenuptial agreement, James had 30 days from the date of divorce to vacate the property. In those 30 days, he did significant damage to my premarital home. He punched holes in walls. He took a crowbar to my locked bedroom door to gain entry to it and me. Thankfully, I was not present. He broke every camera in my home. He vomited and defecated in the bed in the bedroom in which he was staying, and more.
Did he threaten you with any violence?
So previously, he had physically assaulted me. I had bruises all over my body. I got a restraining order. I stayed married to him because he agreed to go to inpatient alcohol treatment, which he completed, but it was unsuccessful. He went back to drinking pretty quickly thereafter, but he did do additional treatment programs, again, unsuccessful, I think about 6 in the course of our 18-month marriage. After that destruction to my home and property, that physical violence, him threatening to kill me multiple times, I was granted a second restraining order. He violated that restraining order when the police picked him up. His father had called the police to state his whereabouts, and his father told the police and me, and it's captured on body cam, that James had threatened to kill me and kill himself. He was charged with an aggravated stalking third-degree felony this past Friday. He accepted adjudication of that charge and a plea.
Understood. Your Honor, may I have one moment with my colleague? Sure. Thank you. One moment, Ms. True.
Sure.
Ms. True, at this time, I do not have any additional questions. I'm going to tender you to the state to ask you some questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Buxman, do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
We do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. True, the state does not have any questions for you. She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm going to log out of this application, okay?
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Give me 1 second if I could. There we go. It's all off.
Who else is here? That's fine. If Matthew's here, we'll take him next. Your Honor, at this time, the defense would call Matthew Baylor.
Matthew Baylor.
From us, we're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and Jesus.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you tell us your name, please?
Matthew Baylor,
How do you spell your last name, sir?
Behler.
And is that Matthew with two T's?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you, sir?
30.
All right. And in what city do you currently live?
Ocala.
How long have you lived in Ocala?
Since 2016
Okay.
or so. Yeah. Well, I moved here in 16, then I moved back up to Pennsylvania. I moved back for good in 17.
What do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
All right. And did you know the deceased in this case, Tim Smith?
I did.
How long had you known Tim Smith?
Since 2019.
How did the two of you meet?
Initially through my significant other, just at a family party that they had that we were invited to. So that was the initial time that we met them.
And did you come to know my client, the defendant?
Yes, at the same time.
Okay. Did you ever go to any events that Tim Smith and his husband, my client, were hosting?
Yes, that was the first time that I met them. It was at their house for a party.
Understood. And would you come across either Tim Smith or my client just in your normal day-to-day activities from time to time?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time, I know we're going back in time a little bit, in the spring of 2023, where you started communicating with Tim Smith on an application called Grindr?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long, if you can recall, were those communications ongoing with Tim Smith?
Not very long.
All right. And if you know what caused those communications to stop?
I mean, at that time, I really didn't know. I mean, I know I've logged on and off of the app many of times just because. So really, to me, that wasn't, there was no set reason that I would think about until a few days later when I found out what happened.
Okay. Leading up to your discovery, well, let me go back. When did you learn that Tim Smith had died?
Saturday afternoon. So what was that, the 26th or 7th?
The 25th would have been Saturday. Okay. Was that the day his body was discovered? Do you know?
That I do not know that. I just know that that was the day that I had saw a Facebook post saying what had happened. Well, that he had passed.
So that would have been in late March of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And when you learned of that news from that Facebook post, going back in time, when was the last time in relation to that you recall having any interaction on Grindr with Tim Smith?
I want to say it was like that, probably that week. I don't exactly know. I cannot recall that, but I want to say it was that week or the week before.
If I were to show you some of the messages exchanged, would that refresh your recollection?
I mean, you can, but it was in that time period. I know that.
Understood. Did you and the victim, in this case, Tim Smith, discuss meeting at what was known as the Daddy Den?
I don't know if that was what it was called per se, but we had like discussed it as a fantasy kind of sort of thing for me, but I never acted on it.
And what was your understanding of what this place was? Was it a house? Was it an apartment?
That I cannot tell you. I really don't know. I don't believe I asked. I just know that they had what I would understand as an open relationship, and they had another place, apartment, house, whatever it was that they had used.
Okay. And did you discuss with Tim Smith meeting at that other location to play with one another?
Sure, yes.
I tender the witness here.
Just a couple questions.
Yes, Ms. Burke, go ahead. Cross-examination, please.
I just want to make sure I've had this right. You were friends with Tim and the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
You flirted or communicated with Tim on Grindr.
At one point, yes, ma'am.
You never had sex with Tim.
No.
You never went to the apartment Tim used for sexual encounters.
Never.
And you didn't kill Tim Smith.
No.
I don't have any other questions.
No redirect.
So you excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
You too. Thank you, guys.
Your Honor, at this time, I would call Amy Sue Counts.
What's the last name?
Counts. I asked my paralegal to walk out.
Oh, yeah, no, fine. I was just trying to make sure I write it down. I'll just stand up here, ma'am. If you could stand on the podium there, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Have a seat, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello,
Can you tell us your name, please, for the record?
Amy Counts,
How do you spell your last name?
Counts,
Do you have a middle name?
S.
What is that?
Sue
All right. And where do you live, ma'am?
Ocala,
What is your address?
4190 Southeast 22nd
Is there an apartment number?
A.
All right. How long have you lived at that address?
10 years.
Long time. And did there come a point in time back in late March of 2023 that there was heavy law enforcement activity in your neighborhood?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall law enforcement from the Marion County Sheriff's Office canvassing the area and talking to you and other of your neighbors?
Yes.
Around that time?
I don't know the date, but yes, they did.
And did you speak to them about what you knew?
Yes, but I didn't know what it was about.
Did you later learn what it was about?
I later learned, yes.
Okay. Now, were you asked about what you saw or heard on the evening of March 23rd, 2023, and going into the next morning of March 24, 2023?
Yes. I believe those were the dates, yeah.
And did you tell law enforcement what you had seen or heard or both on that date range?
Yes.
All right. And did you later learn where the body of the deceased was discovered regarding this investigation?
I don't know exactly which house it was, but I know the general area.
Okay.
In the back of the neighborhood.
All right. Do you know the building in which? Understood. And how far removed is your residence from the general area? Do you know?
Probably 2 to 3 blocks.
Okay. All right. And in the going back, and I know we're going back a little ways in time, on the evening of March 23rd, 2023, were you in your neighborhood at that period of time?
I'm not sure the date, but when the law enforcement came around asking questions, I had told them what I'd heard, I believe the evening or two prior
All right.
to that date.
Can you tell us what you told them you heard?
It's been a long time. I'll do my best, but I do remember that I heard something outside and I thought I heard someone screaming. And it was behind my house to the north side to the west. So, but I don't know if it had anything to do with what had happened. But I never saw anybody. I woke up out of bed and ran outside and I didn't hear anything after that.
Understood. Do you also recall detailing what you described as a cat fight?
Possibly. It is hard to say.
Understood.
It was very loud and it just sounded like a child to me. I think I described it as a person, a child, or somebody screaming.
Okay.
Like, I don't remember. I don't want to get too particular because I don't remember. Whatever I told the law enforcement is.
You mentioned it woke you up. Did I hear that right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. So
I was in bed. Yes.
Sorry.
I don't know if I can't remember if I was asleep or not, but I was definitely sleeping or trying to.
All right. And would this have been in the early morning hours? Do you know?
Yeah, late at night, early morning.
All right. And you were you able to identify who was doing this, the screaming or the yelling?
No.
Was it coming from the general direction related to this incident?
I would say it could have been, but I don't know if it was close enough to that area to be even a part of it. But it was, I mean, I've never really looked because I don't know which building that it happened in. But if you stand, and look behind my house, it's kind of that direction. And being late at night, I don't know.
Well, all right. Was this unusual for you to hear that at that time of night?
Yeah.
Is that why you wanted to tell that to law enforcement?
Well, yeah, when they came around, I thought that's what they were asking about. They asked if we heard anything, and that's what I had heard, and I was concerned about it. So, but I couldn't say if it was related or not.
After that initial interaction, when law enforcement was canvassing your neighborhood and they spoke with you and you provided them with that information, did anyone contact you at a later point from law enforcement regarding this investigation?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Garner, may I have 1 moment?
Yes, sir.
Again, I know we're going back quite a ways in time. Did you notice leading up to March of 2023 an increase in vehicle traffic in your neighborhood?
Yes. And after this incident, pretty much it stopped.
Okay.
Except local neighbors.
So this increase in vehicle traffic that you were observing around that time?
I would say for months before.
Months before?
Mm-hmm.
So
And then
yes.
Yes, and it abruptly seemed to halt.
After this investigation?
After.
Okay. Did you see any person or persons walking around your neighborhood around that time
Yes.
that were not your neighbors?
Well, I couldn't say for sure, but I did see someone that was always walking. And after this, I never saw them again, ever.
Okay.
And they were pretty common.
Why did this person stick out to you?
They would walk along the back side of the neighborhood where a lot of people walk their dogs, and people take walks because it's kind of nice and quiet nature. So a lot of people like to walk back there, and I would see them just walking the neighborhood, walking around, and if you tried to say hello, they wouldn't talk.
What did this person look like?
Kind of yellowish colored dyed hair. Like it seemed like they wore a hat, and maybe like their hair was like gelled or something.
Were they
And-
white, black, Hispanic?
Good question. I honestly never looked to, I mean, it didn't never occur to me to, I couldn't tell. I just noticed the hair, and they didn't want to be approached, and I would always just kind of mind my business.
Understood. Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Mr. Buxman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
I believe you said you live at 4190 Southeast 22nd Avenue? Okay. You talked about, I'm going to start with the person walking down the street that you saw. You only would see him a couple times a week, right?
I would say, yeah.
Okay. And you don't really know what he was doing except for walking around the neighborhood?
Always just walking. He looked troubled.
He wasn't causing any problems though, was he?
No.
He wasn't breaking into cars or
No,
houses or?
no,
causing
nothing like
anything?
that.
I understand.
It was something that I thought about after the police came around, and then we just never saw him ever again. And so I had brought it up. That it was unusual.
And you never saw this person hanging around the apartment where the police presence happened?
I don't know which apartment it was, so I would have to say no.
Okay, fair enough. May I first witness?
Yes, sir.
Show you what the mark the state's exhibit VVV. Does this fairly inaccurately depict where your house is?
Can I take a look
Sure,
at it?
absolutely.
Yes. So this right here would be the direction where I heard the noise.
Okay.
And seemed like it was, the best of my knowledge, it seemed like it was in this area. Or the noise was coming from that direction. So if the noise could travel through there, I don't know. It was nighttime, it's possible. Or it could be totally.
Hold on. Let's try not to expound without being asked a question, okay?
Yes.
Are you nervous? It's okay. You see there's a push bin here labeled apartment. Is that generally where you saw that police presence?
I don't remember seeing the police.
Oh, okay, I see.
I don't remember seeing that, but actually, as a matter of fact, now that I see that it's marked, yes, that's the general direction.
Does this fairly inaccurately depict the location of your house in the general area?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This time state would move VVV into evidence is 73. I know it's not in our case in chief, but I'd ask permission.
No objection. Without objection, we have number 73.
May I have access to the display, Your Honor?
Sure.
About how many blocks away is your house from where the push pin of the apartment is?
1, 2, 3.
And would you
Maybe and a
agree that there
half.
are probably about 7 or so houses between your house and that apartment?
1, 2. I see 2, maybe 3. Like
Well,
in the
between-
direct line.
A straight line, yes, but the houses along that path.
1, 2, 2.
Okay, I see, I understand what you're doing. But you're about over 3 blocks away.
Yeah.
And the yelling that you described, you spoke to the detectives several days after the event happened at the
I
apartment.
think it was like 2 days later.
And is that yelling you told the detectives happened on Friday night at about 11 o'clock, right?
I can't remember.
Okay.
If that's what I told them, I definitely told them exactly. That would be the most accurate description of what I heard. Because nobody asked for a couple of years later, so.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Show you a transcript of the interview you did with the detectives.
Okay.
Take a look. I'm referring to page 6, lines 22 to 25. You know, that refreshes your memory as far as which night you heard the yelling.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, 11 o'clock. Okay.
So was that Friday night you heard the yelling?
That's what they said, yes. Yeah.
You mentioned some increase in traffic or a large amount of traffic. Was that during the daytime, the evening, the nighttime?
I think it was kind of all the time.
Understood. Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
No redirect.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused, ma'am. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would call Danielle Velez.
You say Daniel or Danielle?
Danielle Velez.
Ma'am, stand there. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk. Thank you.
You swear or affirm and swear not to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Have a seat, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Would you tell us your name, please?
My name's Danielle Velez.
How do you spell your last name?
V as in Victor, E-L-E-Z.
And where do you currently live?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Where do you currently live? You live in Ocala?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you lived in Ocala?
About 12 years now.
All right. And did there come a point in time back in March of 2023 when you were living in a quadruplex
Yes.
in Ocala?
Yes, sir.
What was the address of that quadruplex? Do you remember?
Yes, sir. It was 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road, Unit D, as in Delta.
Unit D. So if I'm looking at that quadruplex from the road, the address road, 40th Street Road, would you have been in the back right unit of that quadruplex?
No, sir. If you're looking at the building, I would have been in the back left.
I see. Okay. So right behind unit C.
Correct.
All right. And do you recall in late March of 2023 there being heavy police activity at that quadruplex?
Yes.
All right. And did you learn that a body had been discovered there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you speak to law enforcement regarding their investigation of that matter?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you know the individuals that at the time of that incident and right before it that were utilizing Unit C of that quadruplex?
I had a contact with them, one more than the other.
Okay. Which one more than the other?
I didn't really have any conversations with Mr. Smith, although I did Mr. Sweeley.
Okay. So would you come across them from time to time, just in the course of your daily routine?
Yes, sir.
And did you know if either of those men were living at that apartment?
No, sir. To my knowledge, nobody lived there permanently.
Okay. What was your understanding while that apartment was being used by Mr. Smith and Mr. Swilly, what they were using?
My understanding was it was just a place to go outside of their normal home.
All right. And did you notice people other than Mr. Smith and Mr. Swilly coming to that apartment, visiting that apartment?
Yes, sir. There were many vehicles throughout the time that they had the residence.
How would you describe the level of vehicle traffic, people coming and going from that particular apartment while it was being used by Mr. Smith and Mr. Swilly?
It was usually at night that there would be a vehicle that I recognized as one of theirs, as well as a vehicle that was unknown to the building a few times a week, sometimes more.
All right. And do you recall what time of night you observed these vehicles?
It would have to be before I was gone to bed. Maybe if I was outside for the last time for the night, and I would see the vehicle, and then by the time I got up in the morning, neither vehicle would be there.
So the last time that you would you go outside to smoke?
Yes, sir.
So normally around that time, if you can recall, what would be the last time during the work week that you would go outside to smoke before you go to bed?
Maybe 9 p.m.
All right. And I know we're going back a ways in time, but
yes, sir.
March 23rd of 2023, you were still living in Unit D of that